say that those who
some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are on a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
I am talking about Atiku Abubakar, who is now an octogenarian, who cannot climb staircase. And you can see the best they are already doing. And that is why we are saying that Peter Obi is the only option, not just an alternative option. When you talk about corruption, I've talked about the capacity, the competence, and then the character. Peter Obi, I can tell you one thing. One of his aides met me when they were talking about corruption. He said, I am the one who took the parcel of land to His Excellency Peter Obi. I personally. And I was shocked when he replied. And he said it was not to corrupt him. It was his entitlement. Just like in Abuja, everybody is entitled to a plot of land. As a governor, he's entitled pension, plot of land. But he rejected all of them in order to prove to the world that he came to serve, not for what he will receive, but what he will give. So he's going to tackle corruption. Why? He's going to reduce cost of governance. He's going to ensure the entrenchment of rule of law. He's going to establish an honest and efficient civil service. He is going to live by example. So the structure of corruption, what did you hear about Obasanjo when he talked about Atiku? He said this is a man that has propensity to corruption, tendency to disloyalty. He's a man that is unable to say and stick to the truth at all times. He's a man that has poor judgment, a man that lacks transparency, a man who believes in marabout, a man who
Mr.
believes in money to pay his way out in all the things he's doing. He has readiness to compromise morality, integrity, propriety, truth, national interest for self and selfish interest. Corruption personified. He has corrupted the older generation. He advised Obasanjo against open corruption, but encouraged
Kenneth, let's ask the question so that we can.
And that is supposed to be arrested and prosecuted is the one that have been indicted already of being a drug baron, and there's a certified court indictment that money was confiscated, money was taken away from him to the tune of 340,400,000 naira, to the tune of $460,000. That is already an indictment. He's the man that has first code of conduct before. He's the man who bled Lagos to nothing. He's the man who is using Alpha Beta to destroy the economy of the poor citizens of Lagos State. He's the man who has taken over all the properties of government in Lagos State. Even TVC used to be the property of Lagos State. His house in Abuja used to be the property of Lagos State. His house in Babylon used to be the property of Lagos State.
Showore. I'm the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress. And I'm going to be the president of Nigeria come after February 2023. So you all better be careful. I want to say here, and it's very important to me.
All right, it's Saturday, January 21, 2023. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's a wonderful day here in New York City. I hope it's wonderful where you are. We have a lot of topics to touch today. And let me list some of the topics so that you guys will know that this is a busy day, and I hope you will join us. The first one is after Chatham House, what next for Peter Obi, Bola Tinubu, Kwankwaso, and Atiku? The second topic is as Atiku and Tinubu's camps, they fight to finish, who will survive and what are the damages? The third one is CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele just returned to duty. What game are they playing with us? The fourth one is, did you buy Keyamo's reason why the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, is not campaigning for Bola Tinubu? And of course, at noon, we are going to invite the chairman of the World Igbo Congress to join us to talk about Simon Ekpa, Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, insecurity in the East, and the stay-at-home that Simon Ekpa declared for tomorrow and next. So we have a very tight show, so let's go straight to it and invite our people who are here to join us in this conversation. Mr. Scribe, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Ovie, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me, Rudolph?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Paul, Ovie, welcome to the show. Ovie, you don't sound excited about.
Wallahi, on the contrary, wallahi. This week for me, it was very, very good, wallahi. You know,
it was good for you.
House,
nice.
We go to Chatham House, and we just scatter everything, wallahi.
Okay.
You scatter everywhere,
Everywhere, wallahi, everywhere,
okay.
wallahi.
Okay, Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Let me do like Ovie, Mavojeri. Let me speak my language too. Though okay. You can't even speak Edo. Now we'll sign the speak.
Yeah,
good morning.
Yeah, very good. So for those who want to join us, I posted the link. I will try to pin it up there so that anybody can see it if I know how to do that. So let me before we start, we wanted to talk about before we start everything, I would like to play a little bit of this. This will make Ovie happy.
Duke Oputa, I am an independent political analyst and also a Chatham House member. Senator, given that your campaign strategy and promises are very similar to that of Labour Party in many ways, and your main objective is to stop the extraction by the two major establishment parties, is there any circumstances in which you will step aside and cooperate with Labour in order to remove the current extraction in Nigeria?
Labour. Thank you. You see, that's the problem we have. The gentleman who stood up there, I'm sure he comes from a particular group or a region without even asking him, just because if you have a party which is based on ethnicity and religion, that's the difference between Labour Party and, of course, our party, which is a national party, New Nigeria People's Party. Please, you see, while we are accusing leaders of being one thing or the other negative, I think the followers also must learn how to be Nigerians, not coming from one part of the country. Let me say that I was one of those initially wanting to work together with Labour Party. But unfortunately, at that time, Labour Party was under very serious media hype, and therefore they could not see reason. And you still not see reason that I will withdraw. I wish you didn't go to that extent. You would have said that to work with Labour or to work with APC or PDP, that would have been more responsible. But you cannot come to London. Maybe people who are here don't even know what is happening. And I want to say that our party, NNPP, is the only growing party in Nigeria today. We have seen the maximum any party, especially the party you mentioned, Labour, to us is like Andrew's Labour salt. Just came, now it's coming down. That's the reality. Just take note of it. And of course, NNPP, our party, is the only party that is now getting support.
Andrew Liversalt, what a class.
Yep. That was a wonderful. I think that was a changing moment.
Literally in my dictionary, it took me a while to understand remember what Andrew Liversalt was.
Oh man, you see, you are not a voter.
That's how good. That's how good it was.
You are not a voter.
All right, so let's welcome. I think Dr. Chidi, Dr. David Chidi Okafor. Welcome to the show. Dr. Chidi, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, you're muted.
Okay.
Yeah, for those who may not know, Dr. Chidi was my classmate at Futa Akure. Unlike people like me who are, he's a bishop. I don't remember the name of the church, but he's a bishop, and I'm still here doing this here. Welcome to the show, Dr. Chidi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, my brother. God bless you. We're so glad to have me around with great Nigerians. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Thank you. Oh, there's someone who I think Chidi might be you. Probably you're open to explorers. You are on YouTube and then you are in the studio. So please close the YouTube so that we don't get echo.
I should close the YouTube?
Yeah, close the YouTube. You can just be in the studio.
Okay.
All right, so let's start. Scribe, what are you looking up? What story are you paying attention to looking at the country?
Well, just following the CBN debacle, right, closely, and listening to people inside and outside, and trying to get some more information, understanding what is going on. And I think that's mostly the thing. And okay, let me just say this, yeah. I think what's happening with the CBN governor, somebody was telling me, a top Nigerian economist was telling me that I don't really notice how the Nigerian stock market is not reacting to the debacle of the thing. So it just goes to show that it's actually very dangerous to invest in Nigeria, because if it was in like New York that the governor or the head of the Federal Reserve Bank went through like maybe a miniature of what Emefiele is going through right now, the stock market will be on, very, very in red, it will be very bearish. So yeah, that's kind of my week.
Is the stock market in Nigeria connected to the CBN in any way?
No. So his point is that it's a reflection. He's comparing it to what normally happens in a Western economy, and it's a reflection of that. Maybe our, like investing in Nigeria isn't as structured or reactive like the Western world. It's just a comparison, right? So yeah.
All right. Thank you. Ovie, what are you looking at?
Two things. One, of course, the new bride in time, that is Dr. Rabiu Kwankwaso. The classic woman displayed at the Chatham House. I mean, I think this is pretty much up there with the likes of Emilio Kong and all that kind of things, because, 50 years from now, or maybe 100 years from now, when Nigeria will don't overcome these our fault lines of, Christian religion, tribes and all that. Now, the moments where people would, reflect or they study with that, right? So, it's up there, and I have to give it to him, because it shows a lot of experience. That to tell you that it's not a rookie, he's 30 years in the game, says a lot there. But and again, it actually put a lot of put the president on the line too by challenging him. That one is a victim of electoral fraud consecutively like 3 times, and again, he's a beneficiary of a free and fair election, the one that brought him in 2015. That if he actually wants to conduct a free and fair election, he has what it takes. So he put him on the spot there. And again, he also challenged the other candidates for a debate. When he said that if you see anybody wearing credential passing, then make them talk. That's a call. Let's go out there, and present our antecedents, what we have done, what we can do, and what we have achieved. That's a call there. So a lot of things then. The other thing again that is Mama H.O., I have to celebrate her because, every opportunity she gets, she preaches that message. And eventually, later the right time, the right spot, the right person, and everything just ran. So it will also go down as one of those classic moments. If you look at Obi, when times to come, I'm talking about when people would be studying this movement, whether we are alive or not. Those are the classic movement, right? So she spent a lot of, a positive review so far in every platform you can think of. She's trending all over the place. So I respect her for that power of persistence. So
right.
So far, so that's those two things that.
Very good. We are going to get to that. When we are going to get to that, I have not seen the video. I'll play it. I have it. Paul.
Yeah. So I think my first take is the INEC chairman going to Chatham House and everything. Doctor, I just felt bad if the INEC chairman understands that institution that is managing is completely independent. It's just like the way you say the judiciary is completely independent. They should do things the way they want to do their things. So going to Chatham House, it breaks my heart. I see he just proved to me in my own way that I don't think he's completely transparent and independent enough. Yeah, he's trying to go out to go defend himself, the same man who is talking about without your PVC, you can vote, but people are still struggling to get their PVC. And talk. Doctor, there's this perception I'm having of lately. So many people hate me about it because we take pride in this our culture. I know we use the word, say, rich culture and heritage. But I think that's the problem. I strongly believe that if somebody like Tinubu or Atiku become president, to some extent, they don't have option not to even try to perform. You understand? Because they know people going to come for them. People going to humiliate them. People going to challenge them. This is not the era of only NTA. You understand? Everybody now is CNN in their own little 7,000 naira phone and the like. So I just think these our so-called leaders, it's time for us to call them out. Curse them for all you care. They curse leaders in the Western world. Me and you will live in America. They curse this leader, they challenge them, and that makes them perform. But when we hide on that culture, somebody's talking about his 30 years experience and everything, and people are not from Lagos doing visa to go to Kanu because Kanu is the new love bride in Nigeria. Nobody is running enter where everybody's running to Kanu when he was governor over there and the like. No, you understand that PhD, I have PhD, I've been here 30 years. This one is a trader, me, I have PhD. What are all this degree done for us? You understand? If we don't see it on ground, we are seeing countries who represent their country. America maneuver 51 African countries, not for Joe Biden to be rich as an individual, but it's to better the country called United States of America. And these people representing their state, their county, their local government, as the case may be, or the country, they represent themselves, they become successful, and their state go more poorer. You understand? So it's time for us to tell them who they are. Cause them like we cause. You understand? I do my prayer song. What is my worship song that I do in the bathroom? You understand? Leg they pay, hand they pay. Baba way they shake. They shout me local. I use Baba Blue to pray to get blue passport. You understand? When their children steal these things, we shame them. We see what Pobia did. You understand? It's time for us to shame these people. You understand? This line of we get culture, we get culture. That's why we can't tell this leader the truth. And that's why they are misbehaving. And they still believe they are leaders. They still believe they are transparent. You see the way Showore mess Abdul Salami. I don't know whether you've seen that video. Abdul Salami said, if you become president, we will run out of the country. Of course, you have to run out of the country. You understand? Because today he's making so many of our best brains. They are all jackpotting out of the country because they didn't do well in their own time. GTB and First Bank came out the other day, said they are lacking tech guys because the tech guys, they're all running. Yeah, they are all running to go join Mr. Scribe in Canada. They are all running to go join CK in the UK. And then that is now even First Bank and GTB now don't even have tech guys to do their job. You understand? It's time for us to tell these people the way they be. People cause this local cause where they cause those days. Your Papa Toto, we don't know whether Papa get Toto Sha. That's my take.
All right, thank you. Rohan, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
So for this round, we are just trying to find out what stories are you looking at? What stories are you paying attention to?
Sorry, Ngozika, is that blessing?
Yeah,
that's the I think say unknown government don't carry out. You know, happy many years, Ngozinika, aka blessing.
All right.
I've changed to my Igbo name.
And Ngozika and blessing, they are the same thing. Okay, Rohan, go ahead.
Okay, all our politics. Where were you yesterday when we are flogging Mr. Kwankwaso? Eh?
Where did they flog him?
For this platform now, the last time, I think, was it last week?
Yeah. I was actually watching it and just keeping notes. So I think a few hours later, I opened my own platform and I know that they could come after me. So and Rudolph was the first person to come in and he say I did in a different mood. He only stay for 2 minutes, he run. So there was an extension of that on my own platform. So, yeah.
So I didn't watch. I watched towards the tail end of it, and a lot of obedience. We are flogging him seriously here,
and that's why I'm here today too. I know they still they hot, so I'm ready.
So I was surprised that the questioner was asking Kwankwaso to step aside. So if you look at the nature of that word, step aside, it's denigrating. And when he responded, it becomes another big issue again for the obedience. So yes. I believe the way Abdul Salami said that the Jagabans and the Atikus shouldn't heat up the system. Because if they heat up the system, it will not be good enough for us. So that is that for that. What I'm actually following up, the story I'm actually following is that of the CBN governor. I don't really understand the politics going on in Nigeria. The DSS is after him. The army chief is trying to protect him. Mr. President is opening his hand, welcoming him. This other guy there, Senator Kazauri, is there blowing the trumpet. The people in the Senate are also said that they've been indicted because there is 1.8 billion naira facility for each of them. So I don't just really understand. I hope we're gonna dissect the case here and really understand what's actually going on, governor case. That is that for that. Oga Paul. Okay. All right. We'll talk later.
All right. Let's reserve that. We want to go around and
you reserve your comment. That's good.
Yeah.
Austin, welcome. Unmute yourself, Austin.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and every other person.
Austin never recover about Kwankwaso bullets.
No, my shot is just on the power of engagement. I'm very saddened that we are going back to what Paul is saying, our cultural menu, where they are old, they got money, nobody should engage them. But the more we engage people, the more we know who we are. And last week I was trading for Kwankwaso, I was supporting him, but the little engagement he had in Chatham House has exposed me to knowing that it's only Obi that is standing. I have my reason. What happened during the Arise debate when Dino Menai was misbehaving? Obi called him out. But when Kwankwaso saw the guy that asked him a dirty question, which was a perfect question, and what is the role of the journalist to get into your heart? So when they got into his heart, he revealed himself by telling us that he's an egocentric human being, by telling us that PhD is the highest level of knowledge, which was so belittling and so insulting of his personality. So I was so happy that the engagement will help us to know more people. If we can continue in the engagement, before February, we might have some of them resigning to say, I am not worthy to be in this position. And another thing, like what Paul said about the INEC, I was thinking that INEC was independent, but after the Chatham House, I realized that they are not independent. Beloved, we all know in the Western world, if you are exposed to public this, you don't take certain money. If INEC is financed by agencies and foreign countries, well, how would they be independent? They will be controlled by those people that give them the money they run the place with. So I was so scandalized to realize that as INEC get money from international world. But my last call is on judiciary. How on earth did Rabiu come back to the list? How on earth? I mean, what is wrong with our country? Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. That's actually, I was surprised too. And coming from the Supreme Court, there is nothing anybody can do. You know, is where.
Austin, what God cannot do does not exist. We hear that for Nigeria.
Amazing. All right. Let's hear from Isimiri. Welcome to the show.
Esther, what an interesting take.
Isimiri.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Hello, panelists. I wasn't interested in Kwankwaso's Chatham parade because after Tinubu went there to mess up himself, I felt, what's the point? He went there delegating people to help him answer questions. Even Obi's one, I never supported it. So I wasn't interested in what the guy would say over there. But when I listened to some shows online, people talking about hyping up Kwankwaso, that got me interested, and I went to have Justice like Peep. And I discovered that he was just reading from the papers. You know, communication is supposed to be two ways, making eye contact. Obviously, he's not. As someone who has PhD, I felt that his presentation should be top-notch, but it was a disgrace for me. The standard was poor, even though when people ask you questions or you are presenting, people are there to communicate with you. They want to know you, regardless their backgrounds. You owe them that duty to respond to whatever questions they've asked, whether the questions sound childish or not. He should have answered and not be condescending or tribalistic, and that made him kneel for me in his standard of understanding of a person that should have acquired a PhD. That's a form of illiteracy, going to acquire PhD in school and not letting the PhD go through you in all ramifications about human communications, how to relate with people, and then the people that you're going to serve in a job that you're aiming to achieve. I think is zero for me. It's a disgrace. That's my take.
All right, thank you. SC Arinze, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please. All right.
It's an obedience. So I understand.
Yeah, SC. So what we're doing now is just to see what people are thinking.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Where are you joining us? I don't think I've seen you before.
Well, I'm joining from Europe. I'm joining from Malta Island.
Oh yeah, we've seen you before. Yeah, Malta. Okay, so what stories are you looking at? What stories are you thinking about? What is concern to you happening today?
First of all, Malta, Britain colonized Malta, but Malta Prime Minister never go to Chatham House. That one a story another day. I don't know why African learning to that criminal and the useless office. Well, let me leave it in one corner. I wish Nigeria good. I wish them go the successful election, but I'm an IPOB member. As long as Nnamdi Kanu still in JSF dungeon, Nigeria will hear from us next month. That's it.
All right, thank you, SC Arinze. Stand by because we are going to talk about IPOB and the election when the chairman of the World Igbo Congress joins us at 12 noon. So hang around. Blessing, I don't know. I wanted to call Blessing, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doc. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. We're seeing you for the first time.
Yes,
so what's going on? What are you? Where are you today? Enugu or where? Benin?
Well, funny thing, I just got into Benin less than 30 minutes ago.
All right. So do you fly or you travel by road? Do you have your special, do you have a car or that drives you, or you have a private jet? How do
Public transport to the rescue.
Private jet. How do you travel,
I would have said let me borrow the obedient private jet, but our principal is still using it. And his work is more important. So let me just be doing road trips for now.
Okay.
So the story that really has my interest is the Emefiele story. I don't care what's going on with Emefiele. I don't care who is hugging him, who is searching for him, who is supporting him. I want just to ask him, when are we getting the new note? It's 10 days to the end of the old notes being legal tender. And we don't have the new notes. You can deposit old notes into the bank and they will still go. You go to the ATM and you still receive old notes. It's crazy. Do they want people to die in banks when there is last minute stampede? What is going on? Can he just for once be responsible and do something right?
Did you hear what he said? Something like, I think he said that they've been trying to make the banks to collect these new notes, but they have not been collecting the money. That the banks should not be issuing old notes anymore. That's what I think. I saw it.
They have a way of making the banks do what they have. Why is this one a problem? They always make the banks do their bidding. So why is this crucial one a problem? For instance, my grandma, I have to help her change her old note. Well, I can't get new notes for her because there's no new note and she doesn't have an account. So I have to keep the money with me pending and leave her with a bit of spending money. And that spending money is still old.
All right. Ngozika is frozen. So let's go.
Nigeria has happened to Ngozika.
Change to blessing. When you are answering blessing,
Dr. Chidi, welcome to the show.
I think she's back. Okay.
Dr. Chidi is an obedient too. We all know.
Yes.
It's obedient network.
It's not that a call came into my phone. Sorry. I've declined it. I was saying that it's 10 days, and now that I've given her the old notes, she's asking when she will receive the new note, and I'm telling her I don't know, because even the ATM till today, the ATM is still giving out old notes, bank ATMs. I'm not talking about POS, so I don't know what is going on.
And this ends at the end of the month, is it? 31st, is it?
31st. Okay. The old notes will stop being legal tender.
I thought the CBN has given a directive to sanction the commercial banks if they refuse to disburse the new notes, lodge them into the dispensing machine, and so on.
Well, whatever they are doing, it's not working. We are still eating the old notes, And very soon now you start seeing crowds at the bank. That is what they want. If somebody just suffocates or dies, that is when they will take the whole thing serious. And it's crazy. It's not normal. It's not supposed to be so.
All right, this is very important issue that people should be concerned about, because apart from the election, if there is crisis over this money, how do we move on to anything? Dr. Chidi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. So we are trying to get from you, what are the stories that you are paying attention to? What are you thinking about the situation in the country?
Dr. Damages and friends, I just want to thank you, Dr. Damages. Unfortunately, for some time, I've been trying to enter the studio, but I couldn't due to the time differences. It's about 12:36 a.m. my time here. And then the last few days, my churches in Kenya were having crusades. So at this hour, I was interacting with them. It's very interesting what is happening in Nigeria today. Unfortunately, some of the old politicians like Kwankwaso cannot see the handwriting on the wall. They still believe that we are operating in the old system. And their talks and their actions and their behaviors can as well tell us where we are coming from and the people who have put us into the mess we found ourselves today. I thank God for the politics of today. I want to talk to our brother who said, I think SC Arinze, who said he's IOP member. I am particularly not against IPOB. I love what they are doing. They are doing the right thing they are doing because of the injustice that has been there in Nigeria. But I think if we have one united Nigeria where justice and fair play exist, I think it will be better for every Nigerian than having a different nation. But in a situation whereby the one Nigeria will be established on the blood of a particular session, I do not subscribe to that. So what I'm saying is the utterances of Dr. Kwankwaso, if he truly have a PhD, I don't know, but he must have known that a PhD is a course that is restricted to a particular space. It doesn't give you a general knowledge of what is happening in all environment. Like myself, I have a PhD in missiology. And when you are talking about missiology, I can authoritatively speak. But a mechanic can be more smarter than me in things related to mechanical engineering. So for him to come and speak to Nigerians as if we are fools because he said he has a PhD in civil engineering. What we are talking about is politics of Nigeria, not civil engineering. He can speak authoritatively if he truly have PhD. If he can speak authoritatively in civil engineering, but not in the politics of Nigeria. We are trying to salvage what is left of Nigeria. Because I want to thank Buhari for making Nigerians realize the depth of the problems we have. Because many people in Nigeria have now risen up, even the youths, because of the depth of the problems we have found ourselves in. If Buhari didn't operate such a bad government, maybe a lot of people, there will be a whole lot of discrimination still going on. For the first time, I am seeing, Dr. Damages, you know the politics we played in Futa in those days, and how everything was so tribalistic, and see even Yoruba man coming out, raising his hands and supporting Peter Obi, Hausa man doing the same thing. I did my national service in Sokoto State. And I could tell you from experience how tribalistic those little young boys were in those days. But now everybody is rooting for one person, regardless of where he's coming from. I think it's a new Nigeria we are heading into. And I want to pray that everybody should join hands. My brother in IPOB, I want to tell you the problem with Igbo man and all of us. It has been lack of strategy. We do things emotionally. We don't use strategy. And the earlier we learn how to use strategy, how to plan, before saying things, before doing things, how to put the emotions of other people, our hearers, into a place before even speaking. The more we learn this, the better we create an environment where we'll be acceptable to other people. Because if you learn during the Civil War, majority of the South people who joined the Biafrans in the war, they lost interest along the line because of the behavior of some of our people. So let us learn how to use strategy. Let us learn how to plan before doing things and before saying things. If we are going to come out and allow the election to hold, and Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria, in the first place, Peter Obi will not operate with any policy that will be against the Southeast. And I tell you, if he becomes the president today, I'm not speaking his mind, but Nnamdi Kanu will not remain there. So let us plan. For IPOB to be saying there's not going to be election, it's just like stabbing themselves. This is an opportunity for every Igbo man to come out and everybody to make sure that we vote during the election. Let us not discriminate. Let us not say this is our time to yes, please.
I said thank you. We'll come back to you. Thank you so much.
You're saying something, Dr. Damages. Am I?
Yeah, you can hear me, but I think there's a delay.
So please, what I'm saying is, let us unite in this election and make my connection seems to be having issues. Let every Igbo man, whether IPOB or whatever, come out to this election. This election will even help to facilitate the release of Nnamdi Kanu. So telling us that you don't want the election, how will you bring him out? We don't seem to understand how the authority plays. We have been to many places as IPOB, going to the West. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. America, regardless of their power, will not impose anything on Nigeria. There is a system, there is a way it works. So we do not have the arms to deal directly with Nigerian government. So why don't we strategically say, okay, let us support Peter Obi to become president? He is our brother. If he becomes the president, there is no how he can allow Nnamdi Kanu to continue to be there. Then we are saying we won't have an election. Whether you vote in the Southeast or not, there must a president must emerge.
So
the more you eliminate the Southeast vote, the more you put us into a crisis. The killings that are going on today. Are you bringing self-governance in Southeast in order to deal everybody?
Also obedient. You know what is going to do.
We must use our wisdom. We must use
thank you so much.
We must not do things.
There's a correlation between food akure and obedience.
Dr. Chidi, thank you. We muted you now so that we can. So we have time today, but we have to restructure things a little bit, So we want to control. So for the next 17 minutes, I want us to talk about, not everybody, if you have something to contribute to this topic, which is what next after Chatham House. Okay, Ovie, you can start.
My brother, Dr. Chidi.
No. I see. Hold on. I will call you when it's time. Ovie, go ahead. Dr. Chidi is still speaking. He doesn't even know that we muted him. That's okay. He will find out.
Now obedience to Akure people. So it's like that.
So Ovie, so for Tinubu, Obi, Kwankwaso, and even Atiku, who didn't show up, what's next for them? Because we see now that we are in the last about 30-something days to the election. The knives are out. Everybody's basically all their spokespeople are fighting every day, everywhere. So what next?
Okay, sorry, Dr. Dameji. Before what next? Our people say, if lizard fall from tree, if nobody praise her, only go shake, praise himself. I mean, at least everybody on the screen call Kwankwaso name. The same thing goes to everybody on the chat section. I will not see the beef the man. Alemanjiri, farmer. When no get foreign account, can you imagine? No get foreign account. We are all talking about him. Just imagine he delivered his speech and everything go well as we might expect. We will not be talking about him today. Not to talk of the mainstream media. We ignore him. I mean, but what better place to shine light, not just only on his credentials, but his antecedents. The guy dropped his documentary before he left for Chatham House. You understand? If you think that question, that is the only option he has to answer that question, then we must be mistaken. No, that was a choice. And it still speaks to where we are as a nation. If you remember, take us back, I tell you, this 2023 election is going to be decided by identity politics. Now, but all of a sudden, with the point hand to Ramsey, you should have taken the high route. They sometimes say, oh, is it tribalist, is it religionist? But at the same time, they expose ourselves. The question is that what is going to be the opposite reaction from the other end? Because that's what they want. All of a sudden, it's PhD now. Oh, it no matter again because it's coming from him. We are forgetting that we spent the last 8 years, they tear him brother apart because he no get school certificates. Now we are the same person. All of a sudden, this PhD is no matter. But again, what is the alternative?
Okay,
is it the PDP and the APC that are exposing their identity, how they cheat to other people into this situation? Now be the choice.
Hold on.
The opportunity, forget about his qualification, but his antecedents, what he has done.
Hold on. Can you hear me? So the question is this: do you think
now the what next are the answer to now? I'm leading this. What next?
I know you will go on and answer that, but I wanted to find out from what you are saying. Do you think he made more friends by that answer? Do you think that he achieved that? Do you think that he now has people who will probably vote for him in several parts of the country because he gave that answer? Because you agree that it's a choice, because he could have taken a different route.
Yes, I said yes, because most importantly, our response, because now we amplify him now, right? Even though the man said come out and clarify why he decided to go that route, right? If you watch Shewun of China, is actually showing there's a clip out there that actually explains why he take that route. But most importantly, it is a message for us to how far do we want to take this message? That's what I'm saying. All of a sudden, we don't criticize him as a person's institution. And just imagine if it's the other way around, right? Just flip around for a minute. It's not the other way around. Now the other person now get all this qualification, and then that's what. Even though B is proud of himself being a trader, I don't know why all of us take him as a BD. He was proud of being a trader. If you go back to his response to his own brother, Soludo, he said it. But again, that says a lot about me and you. And that is what is going to decide this election. Whether we like it or not, it's easy for us to point out because, 90 will seek for election. Yes, he's the man in the arena. And do you think he's stupid? No, he's not. You understand? You can say, now only PhD get. No, in terms of legislator, he has the experience as an executive of a state. Go and find out his record above every other person in this competition. At a time when we have over 20 million kids out of school, he has the blueprint. That name blueprint, it was deliberate. He has done it before. So now, all of a sudden, if you look around, what choice do you have? Is it the PDP and APC that they are telling us to our face, yes, we still in a monetary be where we are today? Or you have the choice of Obi or him. Or guess what? As it is now, whether we like it or not, if we don't find a way to work together, we are bound to have Tinubu or Atiku as our next president. We fit deniers all we want. These guys have what it takes. Just like I think it's Ruran that said that we should not allow them to choke the system. That is what that argument is about. You thief this, you be this, you be this. That's what it's about. They're taking attentions away. So whether we like it or not, you can decide to analyze Kwankwaso as you want. The end is being achieved. Everybody is talking about him. Whether you like it or not, you have a choice to make. It is a competition. And it's deliberate because at the time when even Obi said they in territory, they not the campaign. He put him on the center stage now. His body movement, the way answer question, everything will be analyzed along what Kwankwaso said in Chatham House. That is classy, whether I like it or not. It's a game at play here. And it's now me and you, they help them, they play them effectively. So let's continue.
All right, Austin.
Yeah, thank you, Ovio, for exposing that linkage. For me, I was thinking for somebody to do program in every universities in the world is beyond what we call PhD. For him to do those technical courses. When people talk about Obi and talking about his education and looking down on it, I look at the person as not being grounded. So Obi is grounded, and he did all the necessary course that requires leadership, and he stands out in that. But going to what you said,
and I think they also understand that what Kwankwaso say will not take anything away from what Obi has achieved. They know that. Me and you know that. Yeah. No matter how what he has achieved, whatever Kwankwaso is not going to take it away. But that's why I say he can expose me and you. You understand? All of a sudden, those things no matter again. We are focusing on our fault lines. Now we didn't say drag that fault lines. Now
I love competition. Thank you. I love the point you've made that we need to work together. So come and join us. Now I have seen that your fear is not in Obi.
I have a PhD, my brother. I have a PhD. I can't.
Yeah, it's okay. So the point is in order
PhD matter. I don't know how what this here.
To address the question on
himself, he's proud of being a fake doctor.
To address the question on what next. To address the question on what next, we've seen where we are going. If we don't take it serious, it will be a problem. The two cases between Atiku and Tinubu have really shown Nigerians that that's no way to go. Because if somebody is accusing me, look at what PDP did.
They are not accusing anybody. They are insulting us. They are not accusing themselves. They are insulting us.
Look at what PDP just revealed, that Tinubu withdrew millions of dollars within days in Nigeria. And we're talking about Emefiele here, pursuing people with 20,000, blocking people that did answers. But Tinubu was able to withdraw this money, and now it's in the public news. And he withdrew this money and used it for campaign, and nobody is saying anything. So for me, we must get this thing right, and whatever we need to get it right, we must do that. These guys must come out and campaign, and they must come out and answer these questions. So Chatham House is. Tinubu have shown us that he can speak, so he must accept that debate. So whether we talk about the Justice and Peace Commission asking them to sign, they should also sign that they will engage with Nigerians one-on-one, answering their questions, because they are coming to lead us. Whoever that becomes the president tomorrow is going to.
On that space, that is why we the Nigerian youth, some man abroad, that's where we fail. When I tell say, when they talk Nigeria, they always question who are the Nigerians, how many will be, right? If we can actually articulate our number, because it's a game of number. Say today now, Nigeria, one person will come out, say yes, we are close of 5 million votes, and you can. Yeah, and you can. Sorry. And you can actually prove it.
Okay, now Austin. I think you're done.
I'm the only one. Nobody can go there at their time. Everybody mention who goes in there. Give me time to respond.
So my conclusion is there is this analysis I was listening this morning. Nigerians outside the world, less than 3 million, that brings in this kind of revenue. And look at all the Nigerians in Nigeria cannot produce anything. So what I'm trying to say is that the insult to our country is becoming so much that we need to engage in this leadership selection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ngozika.
So I think what Ovie was trying to say without saying is that all publicity is publicity. Just make sure they spell your name correctly.
And why do I get the same feeling that that is what the Tinubu camp is doing? Have the man make public blunders, and then as long as his name is in the news. Ove, is that what you're trying to tell us? You know, you're the numbers guy, the one with the psych. You're trying to tell us that it's all about publicity. Just let him go there, curse out somebody that asked him a question. Somebody asked him a question. Instead of answering the question, he went for the person's origin. You're trying to tell us it doesn't matter that he was being a bigot. It doesn't matter that he was being condescending. What mattered was that his name is being discussed. Is that the kind of candidate you're happy to project?
That's not.
Anyway, that is by the way.
It is for you to. I'm not going to determine. I'm
As
not going
to
to decide
what
what matters
next?
to you. No,
So,
that's
in
not.
answering your
I don't think he
question
has the
as
power
to
to
what
do that
next
either.
after the Chatham House, what next? I think we're already seeing it. I expect in this last lap, there's going to be a lot of collapsing structures, so to speak. We are going to see a lot of quicksand houses collapsing for the others. We're going to see more quote and unquote revelations, things that we're not in the public domain before will be made in the public domain. I mean, it's the last lap. Everybody's going to bring everything to the fore. The fight is about to get dirtier. The ones that are wise, like someone, will keep focusing on Nigeria, while the other ones will keep accusing each other of stealing one thing or the other. I think that's what next.
All right, thank you. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and fellow panelists. Good to have you guys.
So, Jonaba, we still don't know who your candidate is, but that's okay. But we see that Atiku and Tinubu are destroying each other. It's now fight to the finish at this point. Everybody is throwing the kitchen sink, everything they have. What do you think will happen in the next remaining days before the election?
More of it will be thrown.
More of what?
Kitchen sink.
So what are you expecting from the candidates?
Nothing to expect from Nigerians than junk.
Jonaba, did you wake up on the right side of the bed today?
That my wife is back is a testimony.
Oh, she's back. Oh, that's good. That explains it.
Even if I sleep in the living room, it's okay.
That explains it. So you are not
sleep at all.
Well,
that's another thing.
That explains it. All right. So, what are you following? Is there any story that is of interest to you?
I don't know. I come here sometimes to see my fellow Nigerians, and we talk and just keep talking, and I enjoy politics and enjoying Paul and everybody. My sister, she's not wearing her glasses today, and all of that. I'm enjoying all those things. But good to see you, sister. I don't understand where we are as a people. It bugs me a lot. I understand that I don't want to be, I'm trying to choose my word carefully when my medication settle in. But I don't understand. It's a mind-boggling. We, the people of Nigeria, we need to sit ourselves down and not allow these people to be playing game with us. And all they accusing Kwankwaso went to the Chatham House. He said his PhD did not do this and that. People ask, that guy is an intelligent guy. He's not my candidate. I don't endorse any of those four people. I believe that after February 25th, Nigeria will continue. We're all going to be okay. Paul will drink more coffee, and on our politics, we're still going to have a dreadlock or a crepe it or shave it, or let's put it in that way. We're all going to be fine end of the day. But what bugged me is that what is going on in Nigeria is not new. What is new is that the two-party PDP and APC is challenged by the Labour Party, which Peter Obi is the front runner. But then, I think all the people talking here is that ask them, if they have PVC, are they going to go vote? They're not going to vote. They're not have the same thing with so many of them in Nigeria. And I think after 25th of February, we will have a new Nigeria that will be preparing for 2027. Then we can take it from there. But in any case, nothing so much interesting. It's all the same. But it's glad to see you, Dr. Rudy. And a blessing. Where have you been? I thought they kidnapped you, but thank God the East is still never.
No, they can't. Nice to see you, sir. Welcome back.
Janaba, Shore, speaking yesterday, said he applied for police escorts, that he's going to, he will be in Benue State today, but the IG they told him that to come back on Monday to get a response from them about the police escort. So, and he's going today. Do you have police people you can send to him in Benue?
All Benue people are militant people. That's what we're doing. All the barracks in Nigeria, that's where you see our people. Why is going today and the IG says he come tomorrow? That's
come on Monday.
Weekend.
Not for the police, but for answer. Come on Monday for the answer.
Weekend now.
So the police, they don't work on weekends.
Police collect my phone on Friday.
It will be he did not apply.
The police,
you understand?
The guy that followed him when he went to court the last time, he wear Idoma tie. I don't know whether that was the Juju from Idoma that he want to go and visit. Maybe they know that was going to help him to win the election. And anything is to spoil somebody, just like all of us spoil each other. It's political. But Sowore is my guy. I like it, the way he says things. But Nigerians are not where he is in terms of where he presents his stuff. Nigerians think he's very rude. They think he has no respect from the elders. But I also tell them that this guy have gone through so much. I know, I understand some people say.
Jonathan, you can keep speaking. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Because you are showing Baba sleeping, but I'm not sleeping.
No. This. I think this is a picture that Shore shared with.
Okay, so Shore is Nigeria is Nigeria are not ready for him for now, but I really applaud him for his consistency and the strength to continue to fight for what he believes in. And I hope you, Rudolph, one day you step into the shoes, your colleagues in New York and you guys have worked together. It's time for, and I know it may not be very, I respect you, so let me not go there.
All right, Janaba, thank you so much for being here. Echo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
So,
she's the hottest baby on the internet.
So
we go medal. We all of us we go medal for now. When I throw up Peter Pin.
Hold on. Hold on.
Question to you. Ogasa, when they apply for our job. If Nigeria are your company.
Two ladies in our midst.
Allow the ladies to talk.
Madam, I greet you.
Sir.
Okay, good.
Onyovo area.
Hey, Onyovo, Mavo Jerry.
Grand level.
Obu and Tori, on my wife Gary.
Inoto to atoiri, Mama the verse.
Hey, Mama, Oya, fire down.
Papa, I want verse. Let me para for you.
Papa, I want verse. I dey look for job.
You dey look for job, so I want para for you because na me be area mama, Madam H.O. The advocates of the youth, the advocates of the teenager, and the advocates of the children. I am a voice of the African child. I'm a voice of the African teenager. I'm a voice of our African youth. Permit me to say una thief our destiny. Una can't give us hopelessness. Una can't give us poverty and lack. And because we won't survive, we can't become Yahoo.
Which one? What question are you asking?
No worry, make I finish. I go ask my question.
The person that has been there, or the person that is campaigning to
everybody
come
that is 1960. Now that they thief us. They can't turn us to Yahoo boys and girls. They turn us to Boko Haram. They turn us to kidnapper. They turn us to all these things where Papa God not create us to be. So, as you want, make we give you jobs. So, West, we want to know your plan for us. Because when Boo go to where for CNN, they ask and say, the youth population is growing. What is your plan for your youth population? You can't begin to tell us about climate change. Now that day my hair scatter say, these people not even get us on the agenda at all. So my question to you be say, number one, make I first confess one thing. No, I know 100% support you. Yes, now you will be my man. But all my children gravitate to you. And as a good mama when I be, I support my children anyhow.
Show your children.
But my question be say, waiting around they support you first. You tell me say, Atiku be your mentor. How can somebody when he spend our 16 billion, he pay company 16 billion, they can't give us darkness. You say now your mentor. How can somebody when he say night they sell property for free and no property collapse? People when they do work for them, they become jobless and hopeless. You say now your mentor, so you can answer me that question. Then the other woman are not like you. You tell me say if you enter office, you not go probe these people when you thief everything from us. My question to you, Augusta, when they apply for our job, if Nigeria are your company, you can't give out to people since 1960.
I'll be there and do this thing.
They call the man.
I'll be there do that in the best.
All right. So
was on point.
Seriously, this is the first time I'm watching this, and Echo, welcome, and well done. It's important to have conversations with our leaders. Paul, are you saying something to us, or are you talking to?
Paul is also busy in the other room.
Oh, Paul is very busy in the other room. This guy.
All right.
So, Doctor, I don't want to disturb as this Kwankwaso people they do Kwankwaso. I don't even understand this of the way they do Kwankwaso. Make you know say Muslim people say that they carry dada. Talk on the heights of Muslim.
It's a new Nigeria.
This is a controversial way.
It's a new Nigeria people party.
All right. So hold on, guys. So let's hear from Echo. How has it been since you made that appeal?
They won't scatter my phone.
Your phone scatter?
They won't scatter. We never even come out for the show. My phone come begin to vibrate. I say, what did they happen? Now I go see from your test, go say, you dey trend though. I say, shoo. We just give the only one bitter pill. Internet they hove. What and when we go down, go do 7 days, 7 nights for Mercy City. Nigeria go Kasala. See, the truth is this. It is no longer business as usual. As long that I have breath, as long there is a mandate upon this head, an assignment and a mission to liberate the African child, the African teenager, the African youth, to fulfill their original destiny. Now, bullet, now bigger P number 1. Check it out, and they get so. Let me tell you, my leaders, you guys are a bunch of disgrace and shame. The only thing you guys are experienced about PDP and NPC, the only experience I can deduct from your political career is looting. Nothing more, nothing less. You are nothing but a shame and a disgrace. I have declared us, me
And Mama, they know how to dress well. Mama, they know how to dress well.
Well, me and my children, we are orphans. Did you hear? Me and my children, we are orphans. From the religious cycle and the political arena and the business arena of Nigeria, in my mind and the mind of our children, you guys are dead. So we do not need you people to fulfill destiny. But let me sound it clear to you people that every damn thing you guys have looted, I mean it. And Mogo Charitable Organization will go after every damn thing. Anywhere I put them for this Western world, we will be employed private investigator in America to investigate all of them. All of them that has ever ruled us since 1960 to date. Whether I put the money for bank,
Echo.
I put the money match break, or I put the money for buy property, or I use the money take open company.
Echo.
Everything out.
Echo, hold on.
Abacha see they pay us. All of them are going to pay us everything back. You guys are nothing but a bunch of shame and disgrace.
Respect the lady of the moment. Okay? Just let her go.
Look at when they bury Queen.
If Obi can be patient, why can't you be patient, Doctor?
African leader.
I want to Echo.
Now, boss, they put a whole African leader.
Echo, hold on.
Hold on. Inside boss. Shame! Inside now. When una various
hey, doctor, be obedient for once. Be obedient for once. Obi was patient enough to listen to her.
Una see, not only Nigeria, all other African country leaders, hear me and hear me well. The evil you guys have done to us, enough is enough. In this 2023 and beyond, we are regaining back who we are as African. African continent shall be great again.
Dr. Dameji, no day easy to trend on a positive note.
Shall become.
No, for real. Did you follow all the comments? Yeah, all positive.
When I was in primary school, I was taught that our naira was bigger than the pounds. Our naira was bigger than the euro. Our naira is bigger than the dollar. And I know we still have everything it takes to go back there. So me and my children, we don't declare now. You guys are dead. We are orphans. And as an orphan, we want to fulfill our original God-given destiny. And everything in the planet, they are working in our favor. Now, let me tell you people, look me and look me well. When I want to go Shira and go consult for me, now the grace. When I want travel to go look for me to kill, before you make that journey, buy your caskets, dig your grave, buy rice, buy pepper, buy groundnut oil when we go take cooker. You know why? Because you are going and you shall never return. Now let me tell you, what you want to consult against me, don't hand up for my hand to fight you now. You want to go and consult the sun against me, right? I get the power from my hand. You want to go and consult the moon against me, right? I get that from here. You want to go and consult the power of the day and the power of the night against me? I've been at the power of the against me. Anything you want to consult against me, they have been given to me as my weapons of war. Now let me tell you, you want to go and consult the spirit of the dead. Let me tell you and let me let you know, the blood of the innocent, they are backing me up. The spirit of the innocent, they are backing me up. The gods of the land, they are pulling behind me. So therefore, you have nothing to consult against me. And for your information, I am an occultic lady. The power of my occult group is God the Father, God the Son. Before you kill me, you must kill my
I have never used all those powers.
You must kill my kappa and kill me. Without that, you guys are doomed. Obasanjo, and they come for you. Because you must turn Nigeria who killed Bola Ike. Elangida, you better breathe your last breath because you go tell us who killed Delegiwa. I am coming for you people.
All right. Echo, thank you very much.
Amen. Give her a round of applause.
Now let me say this.
Doctor, you need to pair a show with Okonkwo. They need to do Igodo part 2.
Very good.
Don't try to explain. You cannot understand the Holy Spirit. That was just Holy Spirit manifesting. So you don't need to explain.
This is what I wanted to do. I know you are a TV star now, and you also know that in America there's
if I be TV star, all of them wait here. Now be my manager.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. This is what I'm saying. In America there is a show they call Meet the Press, and it's only 45 minutes. And after that show, a lot of people talk about what happened there. So we can actually in 45 minutes discuss everything that we spend 8 hours every Saturday to discuss. It depends on how we handle it. I wanted to know, from you, what do you think about Peter Obi's reaction?
I beg you.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. What do you think about his reaction? I noticed that the way he was picking the peanut or whatever he was eating, as you were speaking, the more you were speaking, he was speaking more and more frequent. It was. What do you think about his reaction to you? I've not seen the reaction.
He not expect my question. He not expect me. So if you confess with him, I say, shit. If to say innocent guy, the person they come. If I don't close the interview, cease. Because begin they call AY. I beg, round up. I don't want another one like this to come. Oga Obi. Yeah. Now my children, I support you. And as a good mama when I be, I support them. But if they put you for office, everything when you tell them you're not doing, now me, I go lead them, come Aso Rock, come meet you. All of them, when they go House of Rep, House of Senate, if Peter Obi bring agenda when he go favor my children, una can say no. Hey, all of us now go do Senate office. So you see that senator bring his wife, 4 wife coming to now. Now I go pack all my children inside that chamber because it belongs to all of us. So all we right. Go to the meeting.
All right, Echo, thank you. We have a special show today, so we have to do things a little bit different. I want to say that at 12 we have the chairman of the World Igbo Congress. He will join us, and he will talk about what's going on in the Southeast. Simon Ekpa, Peter Obi, Soludo, and all the actors. And it's important because tomorrow and next tomorrow, Simon declared a stay at home. And there is his people are saying that there will be a stay at home during the election. So we want to hear from the World Igbo Congress. Kene, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone.
It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Guys notice that Kene starts by smiling, and by the time we're done, he's frowning. And
he's just recovering from Kwankwaso bullet.
Prince Adeyinka did marvelous on this guy. I've just noticed a drama.
No, the Prince Adeyinka, the very prince that came here last time, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the same person that went back and was pleading with Obasanjo to support him and discard Peter Obi. You see, this is the same thing that we've been, talking about here. They will all come here and play holier than thou, try to make us believe that they are sent. The same person that came here and was condemning Obasanjo for supporting Peter Obi, he actually went back and was begging Obasanjo to support him. You see, so people are not.
Where did you hear that from? What's your source?
It's trending. It's trending. It's on channels. It's on Arise TV.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Can you find that for me, please? Not now.
Yes.
Find it for me.
I'm looking for it now.
I'll forward it to you.
That is what we call all na politics.
Yes.
Exactly.
The same all na politics, right? Just this week again in Kano, I think Kano and Adamawa, the same Kwankwasias, we are removing their caps and joining APC. And I think Obi, I forwarded the video to Obi, and I was expecting Obi to say something about it, but he was moved because he know that Kwankwaso is losing it here. Immediately after his Chatham House,
it could be staged.
No, it wasn't staged. Happening in 2 different states.
Is it
right?
because it
Come on.
you?
So
all right, hold on. Can I hold on?
Yes.
Let me welcome a man of prestige. Man of prestige, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
No, President never recovered from Kwankwaso bullet too.
And Austin, welcome to the show.
Austin never recovered from Kwankwaso bullet too. So
okay.
So should I go ahead then?
Yeah. So what do you know what we're talking about?
Yes, I think I've been trying to join, but you were asking us what's 2 things that came to mind during the week, right?
Oh, we moved on. I think we're talking about what happens after Chatham House now.
Yes, exactly. So what happened after Chatham House is that the same Kwankwasias, the same Talakawas are leaving their Talakawa master and joining APC. And this is to tell you that what Kwankwaso, dish out during the Chatham House speech wasn't pleasing to them. And 2 things I noticed then was he lied to Nigerians. He lied to the world. He was claiming that he never borrowed as a governor when he was the governor of Kano State, and it's a lie. During his 1999 to 2003 term, yes, there wasn't anything like a debt management office in Nigeria, so there was no record of his borrowing. So whether he borrowed then or not, nobody knows that. However, when he came back between 2011 to 2015, he did borrow. He borrowed more than 300 billion naira, and increasing the Kano State debt to more than 1,000%. And he's coming to before the world lying to us that he never borrowed. The second lie that he
how much be 300 billion?
300 billion. Yes.
How much be the Kano State budget?
Look it up. I'm not making it up. Go to the debt management office and see it.
That's ridiculous,
right?
Man. How much be
Now,
Lagos State budget?
Hold on. He lied again. He lied again that what's they call it? Labour Party is a Christian party. You and I know that Labour Party is a national party, has nothing to do with Christian party or what they call it, Igbo party. Is a party for all. So this guy with this lying attitude, lying behavior is the same person that some people are really supporting. So does it mean that we actually commend unethical behavior? Because, for a liar to be, canvassing to be a president, he will do more than just lying when he becomes the president. So I don't know why some people are really supporting this guy. And the effect of his lies is now telling on him because his Talakawas are leaving him and they are leaving him in huge numbers. So I would like us to look into this. And Ovie, the door is still open. You are always welcome. For him being the old politician that he is.
268 billion.
For being the old politician that he is. Hold on now.
Yes,
Let me finish. For being the old politician that he is, who always, forgive him and kind of rebaptize him to, to become a better person in the society. Yes, he is a PhD holder, right? PhD holder that he just acquired in 2022. I think the PhD is entering his head. That he forgot to understand that some people have had that PhD for decades and they are not making noise. That reminds me of the saying that empty drum makes the loudest noise. This guy acquired his PhD from one useless university in India. One useless university in India, and is not letting us to hear what because of that PhD, whatever that he has.
Right.
Now we're not talking about PhD degree. We're not talking about PhD. We're talking about competence and character. This guy has no character. For being a liar, he has no character. Somebody like me will never listen to him again. I will never
You have to justify that. don't come
justify
on
what?
here and
The lies?
Will you
The
have
lies
Yeah.
is on the
vote for
video.
him now? So why
It's on the video. I can play. I can forward it to you. He is on the video. And the school he went to is one of the useless schools in India, where he can actually pay his way out and get the PhD degree. You understand? So this guy has no character. He has no competence. He's a liar. So I don't know why anybody should be supporting this guy.
Can I thank you?
Thank you.
All right, Rohan, thank you.
This is exactly what that is about. What did they want to achieve?
I think Obi is happy that his man is. People are talking about his man. He was really worried. Austin, welcome to the show.
Hello, good day, everyone. Morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Yeah.
So I was just listening to Kenneth speak. Really, I will not really talk much about and I'll put it this way. Throughout this week, most of the things I've thought about or look at is Kwankwaso's reaction. Look, I had some high esteem for him, but trust me, he fucked up in Chatham House. No matter how you want to put it. And I will applaud Kenneth for one thing. People will no get sense and then they make noise pass. Person will get sense well, know the talker. You go stand for outside and somebody say, you see that brother, you see that guy, you see that professor, he's damn intelligent. I always say this, respect is earned, it is not forced. So when Kwankwaso is telling me PhD and the rest, if I want to investigate, I'll see that those people did not even do their project. They just use money and buy the whole thing. Do you know who I am? Do you know where I'm coming from? Some of those who are very scientifically inclined, who are very good in economics, engineering, this and that, they know the talker. My person will tell you, this person gets sense. This person is very knowledgeable. And that's one thing I don't even care about the debts and the rest. But the fact that you cannot humble yourself means you cannot learn. Nobody knows it all. And that is my point. Nobody knows it all. We are only thinking about the election when it comes and goes. Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, Kwankwaso, when they get to office, they will take decisions. Some of them will be wrong. But the question I always ask, who is that person when you tell them that, Mr. President, this one you did is wrong? Who will listen? Who will be that person who will say, okay, let me look at what you are saying. Is it true? If it's true, you take action. But I'll tell you, Tinubu, Kwankwaso, and Atiku, if you tell them they are wrong, they will not listen. They will not. So when I look at the way Kwankwaso speak, okay, the measure did not fall through. Oga, face your business, might face my business. Face your market, might face my market. Every small thing you will, okay, that topic, Labour Party was there before. It was a national party. But because Obi went there, it now became a regional party. And that is why I always say this, we all do mathematics. There is proof by induction. Once one law does not obey a certain rule, that law is false. So the point is, you don't somebody ask a question because you feel this person, you now start putting it, the person must be from the East. It doesn't make sense that you as Mr. President, your body language determines if there will be peace and justice. Buhari is being blamed today because the Fulanis will do something and he will not do anything about it. He will just relax and allow everything to go scot-free. But Kwankwaso, who maybe, let's put it this way, he wins the election and becomes the first citizen. Once you already start telling one region of the country that you are not my son, how do you expect them to have peace in that country? We are not even president. You're already saying that you are not my son. Then tell me how that son will know that this is my father. So I totally criticize Kwankwaso 1,000,000% times. And I'll tell you the truth, he messed up. Big time, he messed up. And I'm not happy because he's somebody who should hold himself high. Come on, he should hold himself high. No, there are some kind of things that somebody of his standard will not need to do. Because even me, I never even born Pekin or married, there are some things I cannot say, even to my own students when I'm teaching them. Even though you step on my toes.
When you run for president, they will understand what you can and what you can't say.
Hold on. Not on that matter.
That is my
somebody don't ready to just say from beginning to.
No. Please, let's follow. Let's allow somebody to
just
finish.
what I have to say about that.
Rudy, I got to go. Can I have my own word before I leave?
No, you had
like the last time.
Jonaba, no make me dress. So now my turn. No, myself I be professor.
Hold on. I let Austin.
Let me just last one. I'll just conclude in 30 seconds. So my point, the other thing I also looked at was the issue of Tinubu sleeping. I hope it will not become a sleeping soup at Aso Rock. That's just all I need to say. Let's end for now.
Thank you. Paul, go ahead.
Okay, so doctor, talking about
doctor, I should be able to respond to all
no,
this.
It's my thought. I've not said anything.
Yeah, you will. You will. I see a man of procedure. I'll come to you. Sorry about that.
Okay, so doctor, talking about a PhD, from the few education that I have, that I understand very well, doctor, 90 out of 100, if you pay for your PhD, you don't merit it. PhD is supposed to be something that, to some extent, you get it for free. Or because of you're doing a particular research, you are working with some team of professor to achieve that purpose. That's why you go for your PhD. That's why oftentimes you don't use PhD to get a job. You know, you don't use people who are weak, people who are not team leaders in workplace. They run for PhD thinking they are using it just for promotion. You understand? You are talking about your PhD on water engineering. Look at the Nigeria in terms of water. The problem we are having today in Nigeria, in terms of the north to the south, is it not because of drought? You understand? The nomadic people are moving from north to south because of drought. What is it doing? Somebody who have PhD on water engineering, what is it doing when all our seaports are all closing? You understand? Sapele Port, Warri Port, your Port Harcourt, apart from One. You understand? We are talking about Calabar Port. They are all closing. What is it doing? I don't know much. You understand? That is your own field. And you cannot even get so much passion to think in that direction. Do you know the revenue the country will make in terms of other neighboring countries around will make if our seaport works very well? If you say, I don't know the type of PhD in terms of water engineering, so I'm speaking as a layman. But what I'm saying, because of a year water, out to his PhD. That's what I'm just saying. But doctor, you don't use PhD to do, you use PhD to brag. Joe Biden was 37 years, 1979 to 2007. He became running mate to Barack Obama, who was only 6 months as a senator. Obama was only 6 months as a senator. He became running mate after Joe Biden must have tried 3 times to become president. He couldn't get it. He became a running mate to Barack Obama. You understand? That's how he became vice president. Why didn't he say where is Obama when he was in Congress 1979 and everything? So these are the things we'll do. Come on, why will our people don't use good precedents to do something? You want to brag PhD and everything. What does all this PhD have given to us? I don't understand. Sometimes these are our education things. Sometimes, doctor, we do some things and this celebration, let me deviate a little bit. One Nigeria becomes chief medical officer, all of us will celebrate it, even though a presidential aspirant will quote it and everything. And we pride ourselves the same way that Nigeria is the highest educated immigrant in America, with only they get 1. My brother, I live in the 5th largest city in America. There's no one Nigerian restaurant. Click Taco Bell anywhere you go in America. Make you see Mexican restaurants as a full everywhere. You understand? Then we shout. Then we made these people that have acquired almost next to nothing, like they've acquired so much, when we are not even doing anything. How many Nigerians? Did you see any Nigeria in Congress? Did you see any Nigeria in Senate? Few Nigeria will become State House of Assembly, where large Nigerian community will celebrate it and everything. They will make these people get drunk with power, thinking they've achieved the greater heights and everything. It's time for us to slow down with all this power of education. I have PhD. You know what the PhD? Now mechanic you learn and finish. You understand? As you learn your mechanic finish, you go still call plumber to come fix your toilet. You understand? Because you are not a plumber. You go still call carpenter to come and take care of your roof because you are not a carpenter. You understand that you want to talk and everything, but what makes you a leader? You must be a follower to be a good leader. You must be a good team player. You understand? I have PhD. I've been a local government chairman. I've been a governor. I've been State House of Assembly. Kiss my foot and everything. How come you cannot transform Kanu to be the Dubai so that people will come there? How come you cannot transfer Kanu to be the Qatar so that even though if we have our way, some of us in Lagos, we can even apply for visa to go Kanu, even when we are Nigerians? You know why? Because it's milk and honey. You know, I don't understand why people do things like this. We talk too much with ego. Education, my food, this one, that one. We don't really achieve much. You understand? So, doctor, let us slow down with this our celebration. Like I said, Nigeria, look it up. Highest educated immigrant in America. We are Nigerian business. As America fear the Arab people rich. Your gas station owned by the Arab. Are we not your country? We get one filling station for America. I beg. Make them get out, I beg.
Paul, thank you. Thank you so much. Janaba.
Hi, my brother Paul. In Phoenix, the fifth largest city in America, no African restaurants, and you're still jumping from junkyard and going to hospital, and you not crazy.
You don't see the way I take lean like say I get HIV. Because I miss my food now.
You can run your mom like PhD is nothing because you get it from Indian school. Go get your own now. Talk is cheap. I'm going to leave. I tell you one thing. Somebody said on the comment section, Janaba is always going. Yes, I got to go. The last time I didn't go because I wanted to explain to you guys that my wife was in Nigeria and I'm not sleeping because he was to say what is keeping you awake at night. So that's what kept me. If not, when I say I'm going, I honor my word. And the surprising thing is people that are not even married yet. They're running mad like, say, if they're going to get married. But then they're running mad like leadership is not cheap. Marriage in my word is called face me, I face you. You never even get there, so don't even go there and be saying I lost the credibility on somebody. When your child poop on you, and then you clean it up enough, then you are a man enough, then you talk to us. So don't run your mouth.
Thank you.
No, don't cut me short. You always cut me short. This is marginalization. Why do
you I'm with you in marginalization.
People are watching.
Austin spoke for 2 hours. Austin spoke for 2 hours. You don't allow it to respond for 2 minutes.
Pressure go up too. You are becoming more. You are contributing for my BP now. So, fellow panel, what I see in 2023 as we wrap up, let us calm down. Nigeria, we're all going to be fine. My Paul, we come to Arizona and I hope to establish a restaurant because it's an opportunity if there is no restaurant in
God bless you.
Yeah, so it's not a good thing. And then we're talking about Nigeria. Do you know what we have? We go to church. The pastor hold us hostage. The only way you see Nigerians cooperate is when you can even go. My brother cannot even go to much church because he's not speaking Yoruba and he's pastoring Yoruba people. I don't know why he put himself in that situation, but he will be
Dr. Damages, Abi, what did they fight for the day?
I don't understand.
All right, man of prestige.
God bless you. I'll see you later.
All right, thank you.
End of the show. Bye.
Thank you. Man of prestige, welcome. I'm sorry I skipped you. You know, these people make you are very quiet. You have prestige. There are people who don't have prestige here. So they talk anyhow and they drag me. Go ahead, man of prestige.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody, wherever you are. Obi, be quiet. I'm coming at you. Anyway, before I proceed,
Dr. Davids, I'm very upset with you and Mr. Scribe now. You kicked me out to bring Augustine and Kenneth.
No. Sometimes I get kicked out too. Nobody kicked you out. Hold on, okay? Let's hear from Man of Prestige. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me proceed about what happened in Chatham House. There's a Kwankwaso in the house. Me and him had a dialogue. Austin was there that day too, you know, and he knows how I feel about what happened. But before I go on, you know, he knows how I feel about Kwankwaso. Because when it comes to Nigerian political space, my main issue, I don't want APC and PDP. Obi is my man. I'm not going to deny it. But if Obi didn't win, I would have preferred Kwankwaso. You see the word I use, I would have preferred Kwankwaso. That was the word I was using before. What I said, if Obi didn't win, I would prefer Kwankwaso. But what he portrayed to me, you know, at the Chatham House was, I just have a disdain for him. Just know that. I mean, I was so mad about him because what he displayed there, you know, is what I call applesauce. It doesn't make sense. I don't know what he's trying to say. I mean, let's begin with his education because he seemed to emphasize about his education, you know, PhD. I mean, just so many people with PhD. What is PhD? I mean, I give him a credit for obtaining a PhD. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, a lot of people on this planet has degree, postgraduate degree, maybe PhD. So you can't be bragging about it. After all, like Google where he went to school. He went to school in India. I'm not trying to discredit him. PhD is PhD. But if you're going to come on,
man of prestige, I know you're in California. I still don't know why.
That is not a PhD holder, so
why
the network is against
it. Can you hear me?
On CM,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now.
I'm sorry. Yeah. He obtained his PhD last March 2022. I'm not saying because he's soon or whatever, And he went to a school in India. I don't know how he got it, but it doesn't even matter. And the school that he went to ranked 200 out of 400, very out of 300 and something, one of the lowest in terms of graduation rate. So don't come here and be bragging that you have a PhD or whatever. It's not, because this is not the first time he's saying it. I mean, in my own opinion, he's very narcissistic. There's no doubt about it. Although we had a platform on that. I mean, every time I have a PhD in water engineering. Are you the only one with PhD? Nigeria, one of the most educated people in the world. So what makes yours different, But anyway, having said that about that PhD, so it's nothing to me. I mean, everybody has, graduate degree and a PhD. So in Nigeria, and most Nigerians in America, people around me, I can testify to that. But anyway, there's some statement that he made I find it very troublesome. And I use the word, and Kwankwaso is here. He knows the word I use about that. So I'm not going to repeat that word here. I was so mad because I used to. I don't respect him anymore. This is just me. I used to respect him a lot. I said, not even about Godwin Obi. That's not even my issue. I said, if Obi don't win, he may, I will like him. I just don't like APC or PDP. We need to move away from this old, people, or to these two parties that has, put Nigeria in a predicament where we are right now. We need to move away from that. But after what he displayed in our Chatham House, and I thought he was very tribalistic in his statement. I mean, what is wrong with a trader? Even the trader you're calling a trader has more money than you. I mean, we're in this world to have a degree and have money. Look at, Microsoft, Facebook, and other, did they finish college? No, none of them finished college. And you have bragging about your PhD, which is nothing to me. And you being very tribalistic, calling Obi a trader, like trader is nothing. The man has more money than you. So don't be bragging about that. And some of the really statements that he made about the south, northeast and southeast. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I just upset about, when it comes to him, okay? That's all I have to say. I didn't like the statement. So whatever he said there is an apple sauce to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Sometimes I feel like interfering. Okay. But I hold myself. Like what you just said, there's a statement you made now, man of prestige, that we're here to make money and what? Some other things.
So to get a degree and make money.
Make money. There were a lot of red flags, but I forget it. All right.
Doctor, remember, man of prestige, now one boy, now one
PhD.
Yeah, that's exporter.
But there's one aspect of hold on. There's one aspect of the whole Kwankwaso thing that nobody addressed to me that was more important. The fact that if you're putting yourself up to seek public office, the public, it doesn't matter, HO, whoever, they have the right to ask you a question, whatever question they want. It doesn't matter what it is. And as someone who is aspiring to be a political leader, the expectation is that you find a way to answer that question in a way that you don't put down. I mean, it's your decision what you want to do, the goal, what you want to achieve with your answer. But this is what is worrying me as someone from the media. To say that a question is not responsible or that the person asking the question is not responsible, to acknowledge that once you produce yourself and say, vote for me, that we have to ask you any question. You don't define the question we ask you. Now, we don't decide the answer you give us, but you as a leader, someone, and you're still looking for votes. You're still trying to get a job from us. If you answer this way, how do you answer when you get that job? That's one of the fears I have, and people are not seeing it. If this is when we have to see these signs.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question on that line? You use the word expectation, right? The question is whose expectation? You understand? Your expectations, or Austin expectation, or Paul expectation, or woman expectation. Whose expectation, right?
The expectation of the Nigerian people.
No, you can't speak for yourself. Maybe a few people you can't speak for the Nigerian.
Okay,
people.
no.
You're not under authority, right?
No,
but again, you said something. You said again. No, hold on.
Wait,
question.
Let me answer.
Another
Okay,
question
let me
is
answer
that,
the first one. Okay, let me answer the first one. There's something they call the you can say gold standard, the international standard. You know, the goal we can have a unified worldwide, but there's a standard that is. We hope that we are going to follow it, especially when we say we are practicing democracy. That's why we say that what Trump was doing was out of the norm. What Putin was doing was out of the norm, because there's a standard that we have all agreed to. That's the expectation. That's what I'm referring to.
No, it means that not what we are. It's an expectation that we were subjected to, right? So that's why when you act outside that expectation, people see you as. Some people see you as. It depends on the amount of people that see you as you are acting out of expectation, right? If I come on my shirt, right, begin work out with that shirt. At first, people say I decrease, but by the time you see millions of people done it all over the world, that is not a thing, right? So it's all subjective how you accept. But again, we're not forgetting that competition, right? You said something. Is asking for it's expected to speak to in a certain kind of way. But, and I keep saying it, there's always three sides to a coin, not even two, the head, the tail, and the edge, right? You can only be on one side, and I'll be on the other side. But the edge here is come February 25th. These people, they know the land they are treading. And I think that goes back to what Blessing said earlier on, what matters. That am I saying that all those things that I said each other does not matter? No, who defined what matters? Now, the question is that what really matters to us as Nigeria at this point? Is it about the religion of a person who wants to run for president, where he or she is coming from? Or the fact that we don't have light? The fact that we are all scattered around the world, we cannot go back home because of the situation? What really matters to me and you? We allow ourselves for these men to define what matters, right? They are taking a risk. That's why I say they know what they are doing. How me and you respond is what matters. 8 years ago, it's about NEPA bill. We are bigger than this. We are better than this. Today, we are now PhD. Is it about who is holding this PhD or where it's coming from? What is actually the problem? This man is not comparing you. He's comparing himself with somebody who is competing with him. It is not left for you to make your decision. But how you respond tells us, me and you, where we are as a nation. We can all wish all this, but it's not going to go unless me and you take a practical step. But the question is boiled down to what Blessing said, what really matters to me and you. So, if we say religion matters, ethnicity matters, we can push it as long as we want. But to whose benefit? Make I talk now. I keep quiet.
No. Hold on. Let me just make sure that people know. In another 12 minutes, we are getting Professor Ejiofor is joining us. So round up over here. We will come back to this conversation, the topics we have after we talk to him. And I want you also be involved in that. Go ahead.
The reality is that, yes, a lot of people say, I will not vote for him. But the question is that how many percentage of these people that say would not vote for him would have voted for him in the first place? How many?
No, so the bottom line is utterance is still a great disservice.
Hold on. First of all, every of the politician has a constituency. And how you communicate your constituency matters. So your reaction, me and your reaction, will actually determine if it's going to get more votes or not. Not necessarily me and you think. Just as somebody say, me and you know will get PVC, but how we react, we affect those that actually have the PVC. You understand? Because as we speak English here, every word is being interpreted to their own understanding. And that is what
somebody asked Barack Obama, do you smoke cigarettes? Barack Obama can easily say every American smokes cigarettes, but Obama said, yes, I smoke. But if I'm in a no smoking zone, I will not smoke.
Okay.
That's how a leader answer question. You understand? He has the right to say 50 million Americans smoke.
See,
you understand? Come on, there's a way you present your words.
Peter. You adore Barack Obama. Not everybody adore Barack Obama, right?
Of course,
so your standard is not everybody's standard.
It's not about adoption. His presentation, his answers.
To you,
that's what we are reviewing.
That is excellent, and that's okay.
All right.
Everybody cannot go by your standard. You don't have the monopoly of setting the standard for any of these guys.
That's
don't vote for him.
Stop
That is your point.
Stop justifying what is wrong. Okay. Look at the way.
Hold on.
Look at the way Obi answered the question.
What is
the
wrong?
Guy, hold on. Just hold on. Look at the way Obi answered the question. Somebody, that answered the question. Do you know that the guy that asked him the question about
everybody
hold on, the guy that answered him the question about IPOB is an APC member, and he took it with graceful. How come everybody keep on asking Obi about IPOB? They don't ask any northern, Kwankwaso, Atiku about the Fulani people. How come nobody is asking them, about
Boko
the
Haram
and all these
as
terrorists?
well.
You only ask Obi. How come nobody asking?
Who said
hold on, just let me land. How come nobody asking Asuwaju about the Yoruba nation? It's only Obi they have to ask that question. And when they ask me the question,
against the law to ask.
All right.
Come on now, just you are bigger than that, okay?
No, who stopped you from asking that such a question? Is there a law against it?
You
refuse to ask.
I don't know what's wrong with you, man.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Man of prestige.
The last word.
Tinubu only have mic to speak. Tinubu don't have earphone to listen.
I'm trying.
Rudolph, you suspended me. You never allowed me to say anything.
I like this. At the point, everybody's blaming me for. It's me. Go ahead. Let me hear from you. We're rounding up.
OVA.
Okay.
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Rohan, I'll come to you next. I'll come to you next.
Politics.
Okay.
Speak to issues.
Wait. I'm coming. I'm not attacking you now. I'm trying to talk about Kwankwaso. When you were talking, you were referring to people. You were referring to people and using them as point of speech. So you got to listen to me. That's my voice. Don't scuffle it, okay? Stay still there. Just stay still, OVA, please. Okay, I have my voice and no one can take it from me, not even you. So my point is that we can't play politics with our lives. There are people at stake now. There are people on streets of Nigeria that are actually dying of hunger. Some of them are even in the hospitals, dying away, not even knowing what is happening right now. So we can't afford to play politics with everything, with all our lives. I know this is the time for politics, but Kwankwaso was condescending. Say me now, I'm 50% Obi. If Obi, I support what the questions that HO asked. And you saw the way Obi was there calmly, answering the questions. If you want to be in position of power to serve the people, it is that you're going to look for a job. It's just like going to look for a job and you make the application. All by himself, he filled the form to apply to become the president of Nigeria. And he needs to fulfill all the requirements. He needs to tick all the boxes to become the president of Nigeria. One of them is as such that he went to the Chatham House all by himself, knowing very well that he would meet different people with different ideas, different voices, different opinions. So if he cannot, give everyone the reason why he wants to be the president of Nigeria, I don't see the reason why he should contest, to be honest. He's saying he's bigger than everyone. He's acting like a god. How dare you ask me a question? It's not about where you come from. A question is meant to be specific. It's for a purpose. The person asking it has a reason for asking that. You don't underrate people based on what you think they look like or where you think they may come from. Then you're being biased. I'm not condemning you. It's not about you now. I'm giving my own point based on drawing from your own points as well.
It's so funny. Just because his question does not go your way, then it's wrong. It doesn't because you are not satisfied with the question. That doesn't make him evil. He's satisfied with other people's curiosity. He has just as you have the right to ask questions. He has the right to ask as I fit.
Okay,
he's speaking to his people that will vote for him, not people that will vote against him. So it doesn't really. So that's why I said the way me and you respond to the question is what matters.
Okay, hold on. Let me hear from Rohan. Rohan, go ahead.
My point is about the qualification we are talking about. It's just we shouldn't apply double standard. When it favors us, then we say it's very good, and then we are the one that are setting the standards. And when it doesn't favor us, we say it is bad. Let's just be open and talk to issues, not to the personalities. Thank you very much.
Rohan, let me ask you, who brought up, it's the context of the PhD, because I really understand why we're debating it. The context, first of all, Peter Obi was the one that said he was a trader. So if I want to put Peter Obi down, I'm not going to use that you're a trader to put him down. He already said I'm a trader. You know, it's like if somebody has 4 fingers and you say, oh, you have 4 fingers, but the person has shown us that he has 4 fingers. I don't think it's effective. Also, the PhD was now brought up by the people who are now. There's something he said that also people. I want to bring it up before we go. And he said
when he linked a question to IPOB, linking Peter Obi to IPOB.
Yeah, that's another
right?
issue. No,
so, but he failed to link himself to Boko Haram terrorists.
Can I hold on? Okay, hold on. He said something that I did not start. That he started from the House of Rep, something like that. He started from the House of Rep, politics from the House of Rep, and he was deputy speaker or something. Did you guys get that? In such a way, trying to say that those that started from anything like local government or state assembly, that, you know, I think there is a more. I see more than just.
Doctor, sorry, but what is he supposed to do? He's supposed to
was
promote
just
himself.
Angry. I don't think. Okay. I don't think under normal circumstances he would speak this way. I think he was angry at the question. Okay, that's what I want to point out, because everybody's making this emphasis.
That's why I say that he's expecting somebody who has been in politics for long. He expects such a question to be thrown at him, and he's ready to answer how he did. See, you said it's not effective.
Was it right? Was it right? Was it right for him to? Was it right for him to link Peter Obi to IPOB?
Hold on.
Was it right for him to link Peter Obi to IPOB?
Just hold on, let me respond.
No, was it right? I'm asking you here.
Okay, no. Can I hold on? Everyone, hold on. Rohan, go ahead.
When we talk about Peter Obi and then calling him a trader, I think he has done nothing wrong, because he has already called himself a trader. So why are people feeling bad about it? I don't think it should be something that we should feel bad about, because he has already qualified himself as a trader.
That's not the point.
No, that's not the point.
Nobody's talking about Obi. We are talking about Kwankwaso.
I am a PhD holder, not an ordinary trader. That was the sentence. If you look at the Arise TV interview afterwards, the Arise TV personnel asked him a question that you overreacted to the question. After that interview, he met with Arise TV. He said that the question was irrelevant and useless, and he gave the person who asked the question a piece of his mind. That was the
Kwankwaso is just a typical tribal bigot that most of them are. Linking Peter Obi to IPOB is very wrong, because if that is the case now, we should be linking Kwankwaso to Boko Haram terrorists, Shetima, Atiku, linking all of them to Boko Haram terrorists. It's okay. It's okay.
All right. Then we can talk about it. Number two.
If somebody is a bigot, we should call him out for who he is.
Hold on. It's only Rohan that I've called to speak since then.
Number two is that the PhD itself, we've said it all. I don't know, a lot of people have done PhD, and PhD has been narrowed to a particular field. But it gives an idea, okay? For anybody that does PhD, it gives him that capability to be able to look at things even out of his own field. If you cannot look at another different thing out of your own field with the experience, with the rigor you've passed through, then that means you still have to relearn the process of the PhD. Because you can't just say, hold on, Mr. Austin, just hold on. You cannot be an authority in another man's field, but you should have an idea on some basic issues in a different field. So you can't just say, hold on now. Nobody's, you see, you're not, if you have done a PhD, you're not the only person that have done PhD. And if you are doing it, if you've done it in your own area and you had a different experience, that does not mean that everybody should have that same experience. You understand? So for anybody that has done his PhD, maybe by research, you should have that skills in you to be able to put up a proposal in any area or whatever. But you can't.
So are you trying to justify Kwankwaso's arrogance?
You can't be an authority. And mind you again, he read water engineering. And if you go to Kano State, you will see what he has done as far as water engineering is concerned. A lot of dams were built, irrigation centers were opened up. At least he has used that knowledge to develop Kano. And a lot of people have benefited from Kano.
Nigeria is not looking for water right now. We are looking for good economy, and Peter Obi is good at that. That's Peter Obi's field. We are not looking for irrigation or boreholes. What we are looking for is good economy.
See,
and this is what Peter
also,
Obi
all of a
is.
sudden, now you are shifting to the other.
Do you need only economy to run a government? An effective government? I don't
All
think
right,
you need
all right.
only economy to run an effective government.
Rohan,
As
thank
I'm
you.
saying all this, okay.
Rohan, thank you. I'm trying to make room for our guests to come in.
Rohan, thank you. Just respond to me now.
It's 12. I'm trying to get our guests to come in, and please, if you are trying to join us, don't join now. Let me get our guests a space for our guests to join in. Austin, speak. You can speak while we wait for that to happen.
Please, Rohan, there's something I want to correct here. Okay. You are a PhD in your own field. I repeat, I'm a computational chemist, but yesterday I went to another lab, which is an experimental lab. Somebody I'm collaborating with. Look, PhD give you the ability for somebody to talk to you, for you to reason, but it doesn't give you the inkling of a basic in another person's field. That's just the truth. You are an independent researcher, yes, but if somebody comes and talks to you in economics, you can have I can understand what he's saying, but for you to know the basics of economics is not true. That is why I keep on insisting. My main point is that a good president should have a listening ear, and that is what makes you better, enlightened. Look, we have certificate, BSc, masters, and the rest, but all those things are paper. What makes you enlightened is what? Your ability to reason and take the right decision. Not that I am this, I am that, I am that. It's a lie. Some of us don't speak at first class, so we make distinction. Come on,
so
let's
what makes
this thing.
So what's the point then?
My point is this. Okay, I don't look. Kwankwaso is a good person. I am okay. But my own point is that he lacks the ability to reason and tolerate others. And that is one of the qualities of a good president. Ovie said one thing, that what we need is good roads. Ovie said one thing, what we need is good roads, electricity, and the rest. That's true. But what if Kwankwaso takes a decision that is not in that line? Can you, as an ordinary person, Ruan said, Kwankwaso, this decision will not be good. And what happens? It turns on you. Who are you? Do you know you are from?
That is why
Kwankwaso is very temperamental.
That's why we
have
other
control his tempers. He's very temperamental. Very temperamental.
Rudolph, you are questioning the effectiveness of that, right?
Ruan, you can only enjoy education very well in your 100 and your 200 level, because that's where you get basic education in everything. That's why you see when you're in your 100 and your 200 level, your department is big. You spread your tentacles. But when you get to 300 level, you start shrinking it to become professional in one field and every other thing. So going to the level of a PhD, it reduces you to one thing. I can tell you that I'm an aircraft engineer. You understand? I can't fix the whole aircraft.
Yeah. Paul, thank you. Rohan, thank you. Rohan,
have a
thank
basic
you.
understanding of everything I want to explain to you.
Rohan, thank you. Everybody, thank you. I appreciate everybody. Our guest is here. We are going to take a break. We have that conversation. We come back and we have opportunity to ask him questions, and then we will go back to our normal conversation. We have not talked about Emefiele. We've not talked about so many other things. So we'll come back to our normal topics, but let's leave the studio first for our guest and welcome him. And then we will
also take the first 2 hours. That means that speech is effective.
What do you say?
I said, Kwankwaso take the first 2 hours of the show. That means that speech is effective.
Yeah, you are right. You are right.
Dr. Damage, how long are you gonna have him?
No, we have him for 45 minutes. My own one with him, and then you guys can come in and then ask him questions. All right. All right. So, but before we do that, I think we take a little break, so that we will be able to just a minute or two break, so that we'll get things together. Thank you guys for joining today and being with us. I know it's sometimes we go off tangents, but it's the nature of what we deal with in the country. We'll be right back.
My people, look here, face me like Facebook. Nago Caesar, Nago Sena Chameleon.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't get you.
Them say, the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you lay invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the time, you say, no shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say,
Them say, the way you lay your bed, that's how you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you know say your future what you see. Then go surely take a back with profit. Now you go suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. That's how we go there. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part too.
No shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe. You say no shishi for bribe. You say no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work. Nobody want die there, I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want to give you for the pain? If we
It's in the hand of God. God knows who will be alive tomorrow, who will become, who will not be. And that's why it's a little bit funny when people start sitting down to do all these computations in the history of man. There is what is called the G factor. That is the God factor.
all right.
No election, no Nigeria election will be allowed in Biafra territory in 2023. It is a task that must be done by every Biafran. For this reason, you must save the following date. These dates are going to be very, very significant date, very, very important date. Save the following date. So we are funding, arming the Eastern Security Network. And I'm not hiding it. We fund, we arm them. And there is no reason whatsoever for any security personnel of the Eastern Security Network to go into criminality. It is one of the things we despise. So we are against anything criminality. So what you see them saying on social media is just a way to blackmail Biafra freedom. They have called us all manner of names, and sometimes I don't go into responding to all those nonsense because we know our activities. We raise funds internationally to fund the security of the.
All right, welcome back. This is Have Your Say. We now we have a special guest joining us, and we are going to bring him on to join the show. All right, so joining us now is the chairman of the World Igbo Congress, Professor Anthony Ejiofor. Professor, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages.
It's nice to have you. And as we talk about this election coming up next month, We have a lot of people concerned about the situation in the Southeast. And as the leader of the Igbo people all over the world, we think it would be good to hear from you because you have a role to play, and you also know these actors playing in the Southeast. So let's start with how do you feel about the upcoming election? Let's start from there.
Yeah. Once again, thank you so much, Rudolph. I will go first to a joke about you and your stethoscope, which I call status hammer. I get scared when I see that. And there was something also I asked you that I'm not sure you gave me a response to that. How did you come up by that mene?
Actually, maybe I should announce it here. We're looking for that woman. If anybody knows who she is, where she is, we want to talk to her. Someone sent it to me. It was interesting, and somehow it clicked. Sometimes most of these things come from people, not me, people who watch. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me go straight to what you asked. General overview.
Yeah.
What I think, about the upcoming election. At some point, I was very apprehensive about this. I had my reservations because we want to make sure we have election integrity. And we didn't see it coming, so we had our reservations. But the way things are today, especially given the fact that Peter Obi is making waves everywhere, our own is to make sure that there is that election integrity, which will involve activities on the ground and activities in the international circles, US, UK, United Nations, and so on, to ensure that there is election integrity. Because if anything goes wrong and there's no election, if anything goes wrong and Peter Obi's surge is scuttled, there is a chance that Nigeria will go over the precipice and may never come back from there. So my thinking is that we have an objective to save Igbo nation. We have an objective to make Igbo nation self-reliant and determine how it is governed by itself. But at this stage, election is what is happening. And we cross the bridge of getting to our destination when we get to that bridge. Meanwhile, we want to have that election, and we want to have the atmosphere to ensure that that election takes place.
Now, if there are places where there is doubt about whether the election will take place, one of them is the eastern part of the country. Do you have the confidence that it will happen? An election will take place in the east?
At this point, we still have kinks here and there of threats, sit down at home and all that. But I do believe that in the end, we will overcome that and the election will take place. The reason I'm optimistic about this is if we don't do that, we will lose. Think about when Masab asked people to stay home and not participate in the census. They obeyed and they stayed home. And today, Igbo land or Igbo people are among the least in terms of population. They are now minorities. We don't want such a thing to happen. If we are thinking of Biafra, Biafra will come when it will come. But remember that the physical Biafra ended in 1970. And so if Biafra will come back, we have to create the environment for it. It does not just drop from somewhere and scuttle everything that is on the ground. So that's the way I look at it.
Okay, let's look at the threats to election in the Southeast. There are multiple. Okay, there is total insecurity in the Southeast. There are so many actors, some of them known, some of them unknown. One of them is called the unknown government. What do you think about the people, the actors playing, participating in the insecurity in the Southeast? Who are they? Do you know?
You know that the major issue here is the search for new Biafra. When Nnamdi Kanu was free, he proposed and pursued that. He was a big proponent of Biafra. How did he go about it? He wanted what? Referendum. First of all, he started with restructuring. He wanted referendum, and he wanted justice, equity, and fair play. All these were not there, and these were the reasons why the agitation started in the first place. And the man, at some point, was really, really working more meticulously and more structurally than just talking on the internet or something. But unfortunately, the powers that be illegally captured him in Kenya, and they have held him since then. This man has won all the battles in all the law courts you can think of, yet the government is holding him. So since they held him, there has been a myriad and multiplicity of various groups purporting to be working for the ideals that Nnamdi Kanu proposed. And the way I look at it, not all of them are actually working for that. And that has brought chaos to our land. And because of that, you have all this sit at home, which was actually initiated by IPOB initially. But IPOB has been very, very reasonable and thoughtful in handling it. These other groups that are doing sit at home, I'm not sure that they're doing us any good. If you ask me, I might elaborate a little more on that. So that is the way I look at it from this perspective.
All right. So the sit at home, we have one declared for tomorrow, not tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday by Simon Ekpa. Do you know Simon?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Oh, through Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay. Have you been in touch with him? Is he speaking on behalf of, no, not on behalf of you or anybody, but what is the position of the World Igbo Congress to the position that he's taken in the Igbo situation on the election, in this coming election in Nigeria?
The position that who is taking, Simon Ekpa?
Yeah, which is that there shouldn't be election.
Let me say up front that World Igbo Congress does not support no election in Igbo land. But World Igbo Congress actively is even promoting election in Igbo land. Let me say that I have even had opportunity to communicate with Simon on certain issues, especially the impact of this sit at home in Igbo land. First of all, I even communicated with him a certain meticulous study. You know, I am an academician, and therefore we don't work with sentiments, we work with empirical data. We have a document, the Southeast economy, the cost of insecurity and sit-at-home protest on the business environment. We have a first copy, one of it already published, and developed and published by Dev East Foundation Limited. It's a nonprofit organization. They did empirical studies and they have data to show how the sit-at-home has been impacting Igbo land. There are so many things connected to that. It erodes confidence in the economy of the Southeast. It generates potential loss of the foreign direct investment, which also includes remittances coming into Igbo land. It very soon, the entire Igbo land, they owe about 412 billion naira. They are struggling to pay back, and they're not finding it funny at all. And the sit at home is helping to pull that back and make it impossible for these states to become viable enough to follow or carry out other programs that they've set up for themselves. And they also lead to sit-at-homes, lead to collapse of businesses in Igbo land. And that increases poverty. Increase in poverty, that is when transporters, farmers, traders, and so on can no longer make ends meet. These are all the impact. And therefore, I've communicated with him that saying the sit down at home is impacting us economically, and then if we say there's no election in Igbo land, that means that what befell us with the census is likely to befall us again. But Nigeria will move on. Whether or not we participate, they will still do what they want to do. So why not we be part of it, and be able to control or influence how our people vote, and therefore how Nigeria can turn out with Igbo land as the pivotal developmental hub that it is.
All right. I want to let the audience know that we get them involved in this conversation in a few more minutes. I want to get a few questions through to him, and then we let people in. Okay, so these are the impacts. So when you talk to him, what did he say? What was the reaction of Simon?
He appears to be, and I'm still, the channel is still open, but he appears to be adamant and ready to continue with the sit at home, which we are not finding very funny.
Obviously, he's continuing with the new one he declared for Monday and Tuesday. So what is the option left for you as the leader of Igbo people all over the world? What options do you have? I mean, there are Igbo people in Finland and in Europe. What are the options?
We have, by engaging him, what we have tried to do is give him some kind of soft landing. This is a young man. When I met him first, I like him as an individual. But when this sit-at-home thing spun off with the autopilot, it became very difficult to handle. So the channel is still open, and I wouldn't want to discuss publicly the measures that we and the Igbo nation is about to take to ensure that things become normal.
All right. I'm not going to push you to tell us the measures, but it's not just Simon Ekpa that is so of concern to some people who are looking at the situation in the East. They are also legitimately concerned about the killings happening there, from militants, so different groups from the forest, and some of them are called the Fulani headsmen, who are in the forest killing people in villages in Enugu. These are legitimate things happening. And in a way, they fuel some of the agitation you hear from the Biafrans, who are complaining that the government, both the federal and the local, the states, are not doing anything. So what is the World Igbo Congress doing in that situation?
Our greatest problem is the difficulty in getting our governors to work as our governors. They work more like as though they are agents of the federal government and not leaders of the Igbo people. And this is why they have found it extremely difficult to work together. You know that there is a governors forum, and we have tried to work with this governors forum. They have not been holding meetings. We have pushed them to hold meetings, but they have not. So we are now approaching them individually and hoping that what we are dealing with will be in a position to bring about control of the insecurity situation in all the other parts of Igbo land. Oh yes, there are specific engagements of specific governors, and I wouldn't want to call names at this stage. And in due course, before that election, some of this will be rolled out. And we also know, probably may have heard about Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is an organization. I won't really call it organization as such, but there are people who placeholders since the Ohaneze became a little bit moribund. This Nnamdi Kanu is now handling a lot of issues, including security in Igbo land. They have put together a number of security operatives who will help to make Igbo land quiet as we approach the elections. So once again, this is a highly sensitive matter, and I'd like to reserve some aspect of it and not speak about them here.
All right. Let's. I understand that, and the governors to their own, you can say, in their own response, they started what they call the Bubago in some states. I'm not sure how many states now have Ebubago operating. What do you think about Ebubago? Is that an answer to the insecurity in the East?
Ebubago was promoted and intentioned as zonal engagement, zonal group, zonal unit. That is all the states of southeastern Nigeria. But the implementation of it fell far short than what was planned. Implementation now is such that nearly every state has its own Ebubago, and this Ebubago in various states, in some states, have been used as political thugs. And that means they're not working for the people anymore. In fact, they have become terror themselves in many of these states. We are trying to see how we can generate some kind of security that will be communal to all the states of Igbo land. And that is where we are going. Ebubago is not the answer at all. The state of gunmen, unknown gunmen also, is a major problem. As some of the leaders, even some of the state governors told us that the unknown gunmen, they are political gladiators. They are hirelings of the political gladiators in various states of the country. So we have tried to engage the political gladiators that have been identified, hoping that they will draw their people back and stop them from making Igbo land a living hell. Thank you.
For those in the East, those who live there, they have so much multiple threats to them. One of them is also the security agents in the East, operating in the East. Now, in an effort to contain the situation, there are reports by human rights organizations of security agents killing and arresting and torturing innocent people in the East. So an organization like the World Igbo Congress, is there any role you can play in making sure that that stops?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Even as of yesterday, we had an extensive meeting with the State Department, Bureau of African Affairs, and specifically Nigerian desk. The reason we had that, there were two issues. One, this election integrity that I mentioned. The other one is the insecurity that is there. We made it clear to them that the so-called police and army that are taking care of insecurity, especially in the Southeast, where I come from, that these have been infiltrated by Boko Haram people who we are said to have been repented. They release them and then absorb them into the army and the police. They have a mission there. That is making us become circumspect of the situation. They have a mission, the mission to overbear their interest and influence on southeastern Nigeria, who are indigenous people of the land, who own the place as their ancestral land. And the function of these people who have been converted, of course, you know what Boko Haram stands for. You know what Fulani herdsmen stand for. For us, they are offshoot of the centuries-old mission of the jihad in Nigeria. And that is continuing. What happens is that I think the British kind of halted it at some point, and now they have resumed. It's over 200 years, but it's still in action. And that is what ISWAP represents. That is what the Fulani herdsmen represent. That is what Boko Haram represents. And now they are being absorbed into the security agencies. What are we talking about? After our people have been disarmed, even of machetes and so on, and then these people are allowed to roam the streets and even empowered by giving them uniforms. That's a major threat. We have reported that to the Senate of the United States, and we are hoping that we'll be able to achieve something out of that.
Okay, now people who look at the situation in the East, they point out that most of the crises are being supported by Igbo people abroad. these are people under your quote unquote, not everybody abroad is a member of the World Igbo Congress, but it's under your control, sort of. But there are people abroad. Whether you say that ESN as represented by whatever group, they are being sponsored by people abroad. They also mentioned that even the World Igbo Congress, there's this concern that even the World Igbo Congress at one point supported ESN. So what is how do you, if there is need to pull back, how do you pull back? How do you talk to the people? Because if people abroad stop, let's say we say that this is what's the problem and it's from support from abroad. If it stopped, then the problem will be stopped. What do you think about that as a way of calming down the situation?
When ESN started, when Nnamdi Kanu was free, ESN had a unique and controllable objective, and that is those Fulani herdsmen who camp in our forests and who conduct raids from those forests to destabilize our communities, to kill our people, to maim them, to rape them. That was a major concern at that time. And that was the assignment of ESN at the time. But it does appear that a lot of things have developed a mind of their own and become runaway train, just like the autopilot and many other groups. Those are not part of what World Igbo Congress does. World Igbo Congress believes in the safety of lives and property of our people in the Southeast. That's what we are about. When it comes to destruction, sit at home and all that, and the disruption of elections and all that, we are not part of it, and we don't encourage it, and we'll do everything to work against that.
All right. Let me play a video. I will watch that, and then we'll be right back. And I want to talk to you about the governor of Anambra State, Imo State, and the campaign of Peter Obi.
Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. If they do not give us Biafra, there will be nothing living in that very zoo they call Nigeria. Nothing will survive there, I can assure you. You see, 1967 to 1970 is not 2013 to 2015. We had scientists then, now we have men that can make things happen, even better than what we had in the late 60s. So that should ring as a warning to all of them that we are not joking. I do not believe in peaceful actualization or whatever rubbish is called. I have never seen where you become free by peaceful means. If you know, you tell me. I'm a student of contemporary history. I have never come across anywhere in history books where you get your freedom out of a peaceful process. It's never happened. Never, ever, ever. And the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. It is a promise, it is a prayer.
There's been a lot of destruction, a lot of suffering. At the end of the war, a policy of no victor, no vanquished was established. But it remained for this to be put into practice in real terms. The Igbos, as I saw them on my return, would seem to suffer some disabilities still. In fact, those disabilities they see as punishment, continued punishment for participating in the war. And in a country where we're all striving to forget the past and move forward to a brighter future, this constant reminder, this constant punishment, this constant reproach inhibited the Igbo through participation in
Nigerian body politic. They would like to feel that in Nigeria they could aspire to any position. They would like to feel that there are no limitations to their contributive capacity in Nigeria. They would like to feel that they could be appreciated fully in Nigeria. They would like to feel that they could be honored in Nigeria for their contribution. In short, the Igbo would like to feel that one day an Igbo could become president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, these are two contrasting views of the position of the Igbo people in Nigeria. With the emergence of Peter Obi as a candidate for president on that Labour Party, what do you think is going on now? What are the chances of Peter Obi winning the election?
And thank you once again. In the two clips that you played, the last one featured Dim, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. And among the last things he said, is in the hope that an Igbo person will one day become the president of Nigeria. And then you now connected that to the circumstances of Peter Obi. I met this man, Peter Obi, way back in 2001 when he came to Los Angeles. We just formed the ASA USA, Anambra State Association of USA. Freshly, I was the first vice president. We gave them the platform and the election for Anambra State was coming up. This young man came over there, and of all the about 8 of them that participated in the debate, our hearts were drawn to him because of his visionary style of saying what he wants to say. Since then, I've interacted with him in many circles, especially in World Igbo Congress, where he has visited a number of times, and he's a friend of World Igbo Congress. But the way things are today, remember that leading up to the elections, you had primaries. And these primaries took place across the land in all the political parties. The man had this dream of fulfilling the hope of Odumegwu Ojukwu. And unfortunately, the powers that be has a way of skimming things and setting things up as they want it. It's not beyond them to have pre-planned who will be the flag bearers of each of the political parties. And of course, in the execution of such plans, Peter Obi was squeezed out. Well, be a man of vision, he knew that he could find platform elsewhere. Now he is with Labour Party. It's a big surprise to so many people, but not to me and to a few other people who know him very well, that he could lift Labour Party from non-existent position to where it is now. In fact, he can be easily described as the front runner among the 3 prominent ones. He could be described as the front runner. It's a good thing that he's there. And notice that this is not about Igbo. I am World Igbo Congress, but the young man has initiated and put in place a national movement that involves everyone and involves 70% of the electorate. We have about 93 million people registered to vote. Out of this, 70% of them are young people and women who have not been participating a whole lot. So now this 70%, we believe, are strongly behind him. And of course, notice that he has been making inroads everywhere. In as much as some people have tried to tackle him from all angles, he has stood his ground. I watched him, his presentation at Chatham House. I felt, oh, look, for the first time in recent times, Nigeria is likely to have a real president because he was very, very presidential.
So I think he has a great chance, very great chance. With those of us in the diaspora, we do remittances. Over 29 billion naira is remitted, dollars remitted to Nigeria every year. Over 40% of that is from Igbo land. And I tell you, all diaspora Igbo who remit money, there are people that they are supporting. You can be an influencer in a way by teaching them to make sure they have their PVC, by teaching them to make sure they go out and vote, by teaching them that they have to resist all kinds of intimidation. With that said, I do believe that Peter Obi has a great chance, and has a chance of meeting that dream that Dim had a long time ago.
All right, thank you. When you hear people, and these are sometimes serious people, even presidential candidates, when they make reference to Peter Obi, they refer to him and make insinuations that he has to first of all prove that he's a Nigerian, he wants to govern Nigeria, that he's not going to be for Biafra. What do you think is going on there?
The man answered questions recently when he was asked about agitators. He made it clear there are agitators, they are not just Biafrans, they are agitators all over the place. You have agitators among Yoruba people. You have agitators among Middle Belt people. Even in the core Hausa areas, you have people who are agitating. And the man said, even in his house, there are agitators. He has a common answer to that. Because the problem, if you also listen to what Ojukwu said in that clip that you showed, it is the issue of non-inclusion of the Igbo people that is leading to the agitation that you're seeing in that place. There is no equity, there's no justice, there's no fair play, there's no rule of law, especially coming from the federal government. Because of that, people are uncomfortable. They're asking themselves, do we belong? But in a situation where you provide a level playing field and allow the Igbo man who is known for his entrepreneurial acumen, if you provide a level playing field, the Igbos will unleash on Nigeria the kind of development that has never been seen anywhere in that country ever. And that is what Nigeria is depriving itself. And that is what Nigeria will give to itself if Obi becomes president. And that means with this, if everybody has a level playing field and the ability to develop at his or her own pace, there is a chance, therefore, that agitations will just die down and there will be no need for use of force anymore. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, several people, they've said that the problem with the Igbo and even with Peter Obi's campaign is the Igbo people. And they point out things like the kind of statements we hear from Charles Soludo, who is the governor of Anambra State. I know that you know these people. What do you think about the letter he wrote or the article he wrote where he said essentially that he's sure that Peter Obi will not win the election?
Thank you so much. Sometimes some people get bogged down with history, the history they know. They get frozen and not look forward to what is coming. Yes, I do have interactions with them, and I do know also that Professor Soludo, for who I have great respect for his academic and intellectual accomplishments, but when it comes to common Igbo interests, there is a great divergence right there. He does feel that the Igbo should stay and wait for a turn that is yet to come, which of course Atiku Abubakar said something about that in Enugu the other day, that he is the stepping stone to Igbo presidency. That is, for me, that is insult to our people. That means we have to wait a second fiddle, which is what Ojukwu himself complained about. we wait for him to create the opportunity for us. And this time, we are not even taking into account the character, the capacity, and the transparency of such individuals. And unfortunately, and I say really unfortunately, our amiable governor of my state, Professor Soludo, is towing that line of supporting people who are bent on keeping us as second-class citizens in Nigeria. I do think that we have come to a point where we can sit at the table and somebody from our place will be the president of Nigeria. But at the same time, when Peter Obi launched his campaign, he made it clear that this is a movement for Nigeria, and Nigeria has embraced it. Look at what is happening among the young ones, whether it is in Lagos, whether it is in Kaduna, Kafanchan, in Kano, in Akwa Ibom, just name it, Port Harcourt, Calabar. They threw out in their numbers. And I wanted to look at the crowd in Peter Obi's campaigns, the crowd in Tinubu's campaign, the crowd in Atiku's campaign, and all others. Look at the enthusiasm, look at the electric in the crowd. Compare it with the electric, the mood of other people in other campaigns. So I do think that this is a national movement. This is a national trend. And this is a movement that has cut. And by the way, we still have like 1 month to go. And that 1 month, more things are coming. I do think that everybody will be infected by the power that Peter Obi is unleashing on this country called Nigeria.
Okay, we will round up one more question and we'll get our audience involved. But let me ask you, last week, I believe, or early this week, the governor of Anambra State said that he wanted Nnamdi Kanu released to him. What do you think?
I think it's a good move, but I do hope that it is not only for the press to feed on. Some action to go underneath. Well, for us on our own part, we know that, like I mentioned, Nnamdi Kanu has won all kinds of legal battles in all spheres. And who is holding him right now? And it's no longer the judiciary. If you ask me, it's the president of Nigeria that is holding him by direct connection. Because if he wasn't the president, he would have been released by now. And so our objective is to ensure that we get to that point that will release the chains that hold him. We are heading towards the presidency. And of course, we do believe that if we eventually succeed in going there, we will free him. So we're not just we are not doing this on a TV screen or on social media or something. The engine is on. The engine is moving and is ending up in Aso Rock for the release of Nnamdi.
All right. Thank you. For those who are going to join us, please turn on your camera. I'll bring you on. I'll give you some guidelines on how we do this. But Professor Ejiofor, one last thing I totally forgot. There are a lot of people who trace their heritage to the Igbo people in Nigeria. Last year, there were some Haitians who came to the east, to Enugu in particular, and they met with government officials and they wanted to associate with Igbo people. There are people in Jamaica, in America, who trace their heritage to the Igbo. Is there anything that the World Igbo Congress is doing to reach out to people who are not more just the recent people who left the East, but people who probably were taken out of the eastern part of the country or associate themselves with the eastern part of the country many years ago? Is there anything that is in place that the World Igbo Congress is doing along that line?
Yes, my brother. There's a lot going on. We do recognize the potentials we have with these people. When you talk of when you talk about direct foreign investment, when you talk about remittances, when you talk about investments in industry, in just name it, we know the capacity that these individuals have and the potential that they will be of help to us. We have reached out to them, and we are still reaching out to them. You named a number of countries, and I will take one of them as an example, that of Haiti. Haiti, we know that initially Haiti is scheduled to hold a presidential election November 7, 2021, to elect their president. That has been shifted. Hopefully by February or so, they will hold that election. That group that went to Alaibo, like you mentioned, that group was led by Ambassador Jean Pillard, who is also contesting to be president. He has approached us for support, recognizing that we are their brothers. And so in due course, when it becomes clearer to us when that election will hold, we will bring him up to this our forum so that you all will be in a position to do what? To hear him and support him. That is the kind of thing we do. We are reaching out. You also probably know about Igbo World Assembly, our sister organization that is we work together very well. Igbo World Assembly also conducts on an annual basis this DNA test that is helping all the Igbo people, Black Americans, African Americans, to come and identify themselves through DNA studies and trace their ancestry. So we are doing quite a bit in that field because we recognize the importance of that block of people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, for those joining us, this is what we're going to do. Professor Ejiofor, I don't know how you want to take questions one by one, or you want to take 3 questions and then how in batches. How do you prefer to do that?
You are in control.
All right. Okay.
I am fine.
You have pen and paper.
Yeah.
Okay. So because I know a lot of people will want to get involved, and we have only spots for 8 people, so we do the take 2 so that it won't be too much. So please, if I call on you, just go straight to the question. I know there's the tendency for us to give a preface, introduction, and all that, but if we can do that, a lot of people, we can cover a lot of people and a lot of questions before he goes. All right, let me go to you first, Mr. Scribe. You are first.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Welcome, Professor Anthony Ejiofor. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My question, I have 3 questions, and they're somewhat connected. My first question is, what does it mean to be an Igbo? And this is within the context of pre-colonial, colonial era, and also neo-colonial era and environments. My second question, IPOB as a political party, would this have been a better route for IPOB? And then my last question, it's a bit of a mouthful though, so excuse me. Watching Peter Obi thus far and gauging what appears to be his preferences during this campaign trail, it appears he will, to me, it gives me a little bit of a concern that he's coming across like an Obama. And and in the context I make this comparison is that to the very demographic that he represents, he might become a missed opportunity, in my opinion. And so if you look at his Obi's precedence of branding himself as a non-Igbo candidate, when Afenifere had already said, look, it is the turn of an Igbo, and looking at it from that context, and then seemingly distancing himself from the media houses that deem to be, or in social media spaces with council culture and woke, that have been described as being of Igbo extraction. So I see this like, isn't this, now to my question, isn't this now a reflection of what is to come? And that an Obi presidency is just actually mythical, and that it may not actually federate to the whole of Nigeria, because Igbos, according to the clip that Rudolph played, are Nigerians.
All right, thank you. That's a mouthful. So Prof, answer this before we go.
Yeah. Before I go in, let me ask Mr. Scribe. Is Mr. Scribe your name?
Afambu Ike Nokpala.
And now you're talking.
No, man.
Let me go straight to the first one, what it means to be Igbo. As far back, let me take you into a little bit of history. 1865. I've told this story a number of times. the British House of Commons set up a select committee chaired by one, I'll pick up his name as we go on. James Hutton. James Hutton. He chaired that committee, and what was their assignment? To check within British holdings in terms of their territories in West Africa and advise them on which group of people, which ethnic group is ready for support to become independent from the British. That was way back in 1865, 157 years before, I think I will call that before the amalgamation. So look at that. They came back with their report, which they presented to the House of Commons. If you go to their website, you will find that report. They said the Igbo were the people who were most prepared at that time to become independent. Again, remember, 1865. Now, the Igbos are being considered as what? Minorities. Where all that confidence that the British had in Igbo way back, where is it today? Instead, we are people who are just like the Dimo Juku said in that clip that was played here. We are excluded in everything. We are not even considered in everything. An attempt was made at Biafra, it failed. But we still have our identity as Igbo. There are certain things, this is why we must go back inwards and do what we call social re-engineering in order to bring out some of those attributes of the Igbo that we are losing because of dissipated interests everywhere. So to be an Igbo is to be proud. To be an Igbo is to be an entrepreneur. To be an Igbo is to be resilient. To be an Igbo is to be a nation builder. Remember, even the independence that Nigeria had, the Igbo contributed a lot to its actualization. So let me leave that at that. IPOB as a political party. Remember that since the war ended, one of the worst things that happened to the Igbo is that we have started losing our values. There was a time of Igbo union that people did things together. But as time went on, now after the war, it is to your tent, O Israel. People became what? Individualistic. So it became difficult. Look at APGA, which is probably what should have been an Igbo party, a political party. APGA is there. But APGA, for how many years now? It has not done or waxed strong anywhere outside Anambra State. That is not the kind of thing we are looking for. Because now individuals are looking for their bread and butter elsewhere. Because they are looking for bread and butter, it's hard for IPOB to say they become a political party. They started as an organization to renew Biafra. And for them to become a political party, they have to be on the ground. Remember, a lot of the people in IPOB, apart from the foot soldiers on the ground, most of them, like Rudolph said at the beginning, are outside Nigeria, and that won't work. So let me leave it at that. As for people being like Obama, that's a very good comparison. That's a very good comparison. It will dissipate, and we will lose that if Obi does not win. But if he wins, I believe that the man has a plan. Take, for example, what he talks about all the time, about Niger State, about Nasarawa, about Plateau. These are places you can convert into a huge agricultural production areas. And so if he does that, there's no way the people there who benefit from such schemes will not become what? Attuned to him. That means that he will no longer be a regional president. He is going to touch every life in Nigeria. I believe in that. Having worked with him as vice president of ASA USA and other projects that are taking place in Nigeria, I see how the man's mind works. He does not believe in mediocrity. He does not believe in sycophancy. He does not believe in the usual Nigerian way of doing things under the table and so on. He will sanitize the place. I believe in it. And I believe that Nigeria, a new life is coming.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Scribe, thank you. Can you leave the space so that somebody else can join us? Dr. Chidi, you're next.
Thank you so much. Ejiofor Ghana.
Yes, Chidi. Doc, can do. Good to see you again. Good to see you again.
Nalometa, as always. Nalo. You know, I have so much respect for you.
Yes, sir.
And for what you stand for and what your organization, the World Igbo Congress, is doing. And I don't want to talk about the political side of things because we obviously belong on separate camps. And I want to focus on the Igbo interest, like you have said, because any Igbo person who values other interests above Igbo interests is not worthy of being called an Igbo man. And it's because of this Igbo interest, sorry, Rudolph, but I'll do it under 2 minutes. It's because of this Igbo interest that makes me very concerned about the position I see the World Igbo Congress take concerning the activities of Simon Ekpa. You and I, at the beginning, I have been in meetings with Simon Ekpa. You invited him, you invited me, we all discussed, we all did things together, we raised the monies and all that. But Simon Ekpa has been like a wild dog that is not unleashed. And I don't think we've done enough to call him to order. And I'm very concerned about that. I have us to blame, and by extension, the World Igbo Congress. If we are not able to put him under leash, then we don't have any right to come and say that will represent the interest of Igbo people, because every day that passes, this guy just keeps. I know his autopilot people have turned against me because I reported him to the embassy. I called the Finland police on him. And if he was in Canada, it would be the police separating me and him. Honestly speaking, it would. That's the kind of thing that. So, in a nutshell, I am really, really concerned. And I say this with due respect, but I don't think that we have done enough to show Igbo people that we are trying to curtail or contain the excesses of Simon Ekpa. This is what I'm going to say about this.
Thank you so much. I am very, very happy that you brought up our relationship in the past, where you and I have been in the trenches pushing for this issue. Igbo interest is part of what I mentioned earlier, the killing of our people, economic interruption, and so on. I did mention that when Nnamdi Kanu was free, he could listen. You talk to him, he could listen. He's a very reasonable young man. And it was through him that we met Simon Ekpa. And right now, it does appear to me that Simon Ekpa is a different kind of human being. Like I mentioned, we have tried to use our personal relationship with him to make him work more for the interest of the Igbo and not against them, because what he's doing now is against the interest of the Igbo. But it doesn't appear to be working. And we have studied other channels, which involves many people at various levels. We are hoping that before the election gets on the ground, that we'll be able to get him in such a manner that he will see reason and work more for the interests of the people. Again, there are things, and due to the people involved and so on, that I will not be able to share at this point. But have we done enough? We cannot claim we have done enough as long as it's still on the loose. So we continue to work until we bring him under control. Thank you.
Rudolph, just before I go, sir, with this 2023, and if you look at the videos that Rudolph played, things have evolved. And you talked about when Nnamdi Kanu was there. Right now, in this dispensation, what Simon Ekpa is using is social media. He's using it to his advantage. Otherwise, he's just a toothless bulldog. Since we know that he's using social media, I expect the World Igbo Congress to match him force by force. People like me, I talk out there, I take all the bullets. You guys should come. When he just stays in Finland and makes an announcement. You make an announcement too. That's what you should do. Make an announcement on social media, because our people are just tuned to social media. There's poverty, people don't have jobs, they have all the time to be on social media, and this is not putting anybody down. So since they are listening, we need to have a group, maybe inside World Igbo Congress, the younger ones who are computer savvy, go into these places and post the videos that he's going to cut a clip of this video that we're doing right now, and he's going to post it out there. And so there should be also a team that should be doing this kind of thing. Let's get a team inside World Igbo Congress and let them put out statements. You are the leader of Igbo people worldwide. Put out a statement. When it calls for a sit at home, you call for something else.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well taken. And in addition, I will also call you maybe tomorrow, and we'll work out something. But that's a very good idea that we can work with. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Rudolph, for having me.
Dr. Chidi, thank you. Wayne, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Ejiofor. I almost did not have a question because you spoke so well. Then a question came in. I am an Ibibio, and I almost got excited that you were going to extend the territory of Igbo tribe into the Ibibio tribe when you were asked who or what makes a person an Igbo. We are the fourth largest tribe in Nigeria after the Igbos. And in many ways, people look up to the Igbos, the other minority tribes. And what we are seeing is not encouraging. I'm talking from an outsider's perspective. The killings, Igbos killing Igbos. There is no excuse to blame Hausa Fulani men for the killings, because the killings obviously is internal. Time is of the essence. Professor Chidi or Dr. Chidi just made that point. I believe you should have a vehicle in place, or use the Nigerian government. Have you thought of soliciting the National Army or the Nigerian government, as opposed as you may be to some of their ideas and philosophy and feelings towards the Igbos? Have you thought of using law enforcement or appealing to the Nigerian government to help in this matter?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. You are a Ibibio, you said?
Yes.
For your name also suggests that.
Thank you.
And you know, we have a common heritage, a very close relationship. I was talking with the Jews of the rabbinical court, and they told me what they know about our area, including Ibibio country. Let me put it that way. So that relationship is there. It has been there even the time of Emma Okpara and Zik, when Eyoita was in charge of government business in Enugu and so on. So that relationship has been there. I agree with you. You remember when that Tucano aircrafts were ordered and delivered to Nigeria? we made a lot of forays into the State Department and the Senate of the US to see how we can prevent that from being delivered. Unfortunately, the contract had been signed long before we even came into the picture. Now the things were delivered. There are so many things I will not be able to share here that America did as a result of our intervention, even in that delivery that they made. Yes, the federal government, as it stands today, does not, as a matter of principle, want to negotiate with the Igbo in any way. We have tried to reach out to the federal government about this reabsorption of Boko Haram people into the army and the police. We think it is bad. We think it's not acceptable. But they wouldn't even give us a chance to speak with them. Think about Father Archie that was just slaughtered the other day. We have already discussed that with the U.S. Department, State Department. The federal government has done essentially nothing about that, not to talk about Deborah and the other people who have been killed and the thousands of people who are being killed in Igbo land. You mentioned Igbos killing Igbos. That is what I referred to as political gladiators. And that term was given to us by the leadership of Igbo land. When I say leadership, I mean government leadership of Igbo land. They used the term political gladiators because those gladiators, the kingpins who are in various political parties. Unfortunately, Igbo land, the various states are governed by different political parties, and they owe allegiance to their political parties. Now, these leaders in these political parties put Ebubago behind them and use them to fight themselves. That's why we refer to them as political gladiators. We are also talking to the governors to see how they mitigate that. Because if that comes down, the people who present themselves to be the people who do the shooting, unknown gunmen and all that, will die down too if they see that the state governments are working with us. This is going on as I speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Wayne, thank you so much. Can I hear next?
Thank you. Good day, Professor Ejiofor.
Yes.
I appreciate your presence here today.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. So having listened to you, I see you as someone who is using his position as the Igbo leader to push for equity and justice for the Igbos. You have vast knowledge when it comes to political and security activities, especially in the Igbo land. Is something that intrigued me, and I appreciate you for your effort.
Thank you.
However, you know that recently the Nigerian court has been, different court has entered judgment in favor of Nnamdi Kanu, calling for his release. But the federal government is hell-bent and not willing to release Nnamdi Kanu. And I think this is what angers the likes of Simon Ekpa. And Simon Ekpa insisting there won't be election in Anambra State. I, for one, I'm from Anambra in Igbo land. I'm an Igbo guy. I'm from Anambra. I don't support the call for not allowing election in Igbo land. The reason being that we have our brother Peter Obi, who, according to you, and I believe what your judgment is, a front runner when it comes to this current campaign. So I'm of the opinion that Simon Ekpa and his group should allow this election to take place in Southeast. However, recently, the same Simon Ekpa is giving a condition, and that condition is for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. And once Nnamdi Kanu is released, there will be election in Ebola. Now, as the Igbo leader that you are, what effort, though I know that Nigerian government is deaf and dumb, they don't want to listen to your office, but what effort are you pushing or are you putting in place to making sure that the U.S. department, I don't know what department you make reference to, to ensuring that they intervene in this issue and make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is released? Now, your relationship with Dr. Shidi, I don't want to come into that, but I think Dr. Shidi, Dr. Shidi's position is in contrast with your position. For the fact that Dr. Shidi is against Nnamdi Kanu, is also campaigning against Peter Obi. Everyone knows that he's against Simon Ekpa. But for one that is against Nnamdi Kanu and also campaigning against Peter Obi, is here asking you to come in and work with him to discredit Simon Ekpa and his activities. I don't think that will not make sense at all, you having such a relationship with Dr. Shidi. So my question is, what efforts is your group making to make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is released?
Thank you so much. Let me take the last thing out of the way about Chidi. I said I'm going to call him. It's non-committal. I'm going to call him and we'll talk like we used to talk in those days. We haven't been talking in a while, so we'll talk. Whatever will come out of that talk is what will happen. But as of now, I'm not aligning with anybody at this point, okay? About our son, I call him our son, Nnamdi. You remember that even before he was captured, we had a number of Biafra Memorial Day, and that's to honor our fallen heroes and heroines. Nnamdi was there in one of them, and that was the first time I referred to him as our son, because it made a lot of sense because of the issues that we've been talking about, lack of equity, lack of fair play, and all that. Now they have held him. I am very familiar with all the legal issues. I have full documents, full copies of each of the judgments given in Umuahia, in Gambia, in just name it. I have them. And then the ones in Abuja, okay? I am in touch with his legal advisors and the legal team on regular basis. In fact, that's one of the questions I asked Simon Ekpa. When was the last time you communicated with Nnamdi? And what you are doing right now, is Nnamdi aware of it? And I didn't get a clear answer to that because in terms of communication and so on, we are in a better position to talk about what his mindset is at this time. And we have been working. I did mention, again, because of the individuals involved, it's no longer the courts, it's no longer anywhere. Nnamdi has won all the legal battles. We went to Washington, D.C. And had a series of meetings, and we tried to engage the members of the House of Commons in UK from DC. We tried to engage the Black Caucus led by Joyce Beatty to engage, for them to help, because this has become a situation that Nigerian government has plugged its ears, and we think if America makes a solid statement, which was among my closing remarks yesterday when we had that meeting with them, when America makes a solid statement in the air publicly, there is no doubt that Nigerian government will not sit up. But we believe also that the propaganda is very strong from Nigeria. This is why they describe what is happening, the killings, that they say it's herders versus farmers clash. We've made it clear to America, it's not that. This is it's a colonization we are experiencing at this time. So we are making that effort. The current effort we are making right now is what I said, because of the people involved and because it is ongoing. I may not be able to share details of it here, but rest assured that it's going on. I'm also in working with a number of top people outside, not Ohaneze, not governments, but people who, the way our people say it. Our greatest interest is for Nnamdi to be released. In fact, another visit is being arranged to visit him by these top people I'm talking about. And once they visit him, then with the president, who we believe is the Nyabum at this time. Sorry, there are people who don't speak English. like you have yam and you have the knife. Whoever you cut and give, that person gets to partake in the yam that you are sharing. That is ijim majideji. Right now, we believe it is the president, and we want to be able to reach him and be able to tell him why it's important for us that he releases Nnamdi at this time. We are not sleeping over that.
All right, thank you. Ovie, you're next.
Good afternoon, Professor Anthony Ejiofor.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be here with you. Yes. I have two short questions for you. One, it's as a capacity, as a professor. Now, I don't know if you listened to the Dr. Rabiu Kwankwaso's speech at Chatham House, or the controversy that arose from his speech about his qualification as a PhD holder. As someone who has a PhD from University of Nigeria, Nsukka, UNN, what's your take on that? Because 8 years ago, we were actually up in arms about the president who doesn't even have a school start, who has a NEPA bill, as they say then. But today, we are having an argument about somebody who has a PhD, that you want it or not. That's one. My second question is, as in your capacity as a chairman of a World Igbo Congress, how did we get here? When I mean here, at a time whereby every interest in Nigeria, be it youth, women, religious, ethnicity, whatever, are doing everything they can to mobilize and articulate their interests over somebody they believe in, be it Kwankwaso, be it Obi, be it Atiku, be it Tinubu, be it Chowore. And here you are, as a social cultural organization, channel your energy towards even making sure election is held in Igbo land. How did we get here? Is it a deliberate attempt by some interest, or, I mean, how? The time where everybody wants to, push his interest forward, but you guys are, going back and forth on if election is going to hold or not. So, those are my two questions.
All right, thank you so much. About, by the way, all now politics, is that your name?
My name is Ovie, sir. That's my platform name. Yes, sir.
Ovie, that's Delta.
I'm from Edo State.
Okay. So, Edo State, South. That's what I meant to say.
Sir.
Yeah, it's good to meet with you here and rub minds with you. Yes, I have a PhD. You rightly said, from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. But you know that the PhD is, you do research. I'm in the area of industrial microbiology and biotechnology. You do your research and you get your paper. That's what PhD is about. But that paper, the way we see it, is it gives you the opportunity to now embrace the world. Like Archimedes will say, give me a place to stand with a lever and I'll move the world. It gives you the empowerment to move the world, depending on your capacity, depending on your ability to articulate what you studied. You probably did your research in a very small area, but the world is big. Now, some of us take off from getting the paper. I went up, I did research in many parts of the world, at Mount Pleasant in Harare, Zimbabwe, at Ethiopia, in Israel, in Italy, in Germany, in just name it, UK, Canada, and I'm here now, okay, United States, Tennessee State University. They're still practicing my industrial microbiology and brewing, and industrial microbiology and biotechnology. And so that study, that initial study prepares you. You keep learning as you go on, so that you have a degree that's not, it's just a platform on which you stand. So what you become eventually is what you're able to acquire and do with that certificate you got. That is the way I see it. That I'm even involved in this. I'm not a political scientist, but I'm not a social scientist, but I'm involved because of the interest I have and the experience my people have. Therefore, Kwankwaso and the PhD came across to me as being kind of condescending on Peter Obi, that he is a PhD holder and Obi is a trader, we are looking for the dividends of the experiences both men had, not one to be condescending on the other. That is the way it came across to me as an individual, and that is not very good. And you can be sure that Obi will not respond in that way. Obi may respond in a manner that you may not even expect, very cavalierly, just say it in such a manner that you will even you will love the man, and you know, because it's not going to pick a fight for that. Then about from being chairman of World Igbo Congress, how we got to where we are, it is the developing situation in Nigeria that drives us to do what we do. I was, first of all, the chair of Department of Applied Microbiology and Brewing at what is today Nnamdi Kanu University. I was the head of department before I came out here. Okay, I had my own experience interacting with people in Oka, interacting with people in government before I left and came out here. So as things stand today, World Igbo Congress is engaged. It develops its own policies, and it's engaged in what is happening because it was institutionalized in 1993-94 during the Abacha regime, when issues of boundary delineations and so on were going on. And so World Igbo Congress came into the picture and helped to mobilize people who went to national confab and so on. And we have continued to be engaged in that, wherever Igbo people are, whoever Igbo people interact with. Like the meeting we had yesterday, we had people from South-South, people from Southeast, people from Southwest, and people from Middle Belt in it. We interact with them. That means Nigeria becomes our what? Our forum, our arena to unleash whatever we can, whether it is economic, whether it's political, whether it's anything. So, and as Nigeria is going down the downward spiral, we are more sensitized to help Nigeria to cushion that fall and make sure that we get to somewhere. And in the process of getting somewhere, if it fails, remember, the present situation is about, in a month, about the election. That is why the hype is all over the place. When the election, after the election, we still have a program that has been running since 1994. We are pursuing it. If election runs and it's not what the people want, then more actions will follow it. We are not going to go back and rest on our oars. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Austin, you're next.
So I had a question almost similar to what Kenny asked, but I think I'm trying to infer from what you answered. First of all, I want to greet you, Dr. Ejiofor. The question is, you have studied this situation on ground, and you know the situation around the states. Since they gave that judgment at the court that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, since that day, have you tried to talk to the president or his team to make sure that that judgment is effective, especially as you knew, as it is seen that the president is not ready to accept that judgment somehow? I mean, after the judgment, have you talked to them? And secondly, you know the situation on ground. Do you feel that if Nnamdi Kanu is released today, part of the agitation or part of the unrest, the security issues will be dealt with? Then the last thing I want to talk is about the Soludo issue. We hear the way he speaks. I don't know, he has the right to speak whatever he wants to say, he has the right to talk anyhow he wants to say, but as a head of the World Igbo Congress, have you people had a situation where you can talk to Soludo about some of his utterances? Because sometimes, I don't know, personally, I feel that I like constructive criticism, but some of his criticisms are destructive. You say something destructive, you don't even provide a solution to a particular thing, but you just say that it's not good, it's not good, it's not good. Or you just criticize without even a solution. So do you think the activities of Soludo is good enough from your own perspective? And if it's not good enough, have you tried in one way or the other to talk to him?
Thank you so much, Austin. The president, starting from the president, whether the president was accosted on behalf of Nnamdi, and I can say that outright, emphatically, yes. And it's been on a continuous basis. At some point, it became difficult for him to even see us. And when I say us, World Igbo Congress and other highly placed Ndibo at home. who have been making the push. So we have renewed that push. And that time I said it was became difficult. All he told us was that he wants the legal option to be exhausted. At that time, we offered political solution, but one of the conditions was releasing Nnamdi to us, and then we can sit across the table and discuss with you, with the federal government. Because the greatest problem the government has today is their inability to discuss effectively with the people who have agitation. And I don't see anything wrong with agitation. But they do have meetings with people like the Fulani herdsmen, the Macban, and so on, and they pay them compensations. You all know about that. But when it comes to our people, to Nnamdi and the IPOB, they are not willing to do that. We are willing to sit across the table and discuss with them. And I'm very sure Nnamdi himself is very willing and ready for that. Unfortunately, they said, let the courts play out. Now the courts have played out. We returned to them, and we have been tossed from one to the other. Again, I don't want to call names, but this is ongoing right now. We are working with the process of speaking directly with the president by visiting him, not by phone or anything. Okay, so when it comes to Nnamdi himself, from the time he was abducted, we have been very, very active. I just mentioned you will know we are working with, for example, the American veterans of Igbo descent. You know that in the US here, when you say you're a veteran, if you, for example, you wear uniform and come into an aeroplane, everybody will clap for you. Anywhere they say veterans, when they shoot, people rise for them. You see, so we are capitalizing on that. The American veterans of Igbo descent is our tool for going through doors, whether it's the doors of senators, congressmen, House of Rep, or the state department. That's what we use. Yesterday, we had a major meeting involving all the people from all the various. What was it? One of the key points, release of Nnamdi, and that is where we are at this point. So about Soludo, I tell you, ask whether what he says and so on, whether it's all right. I tell you upfront, because I like to, our people will say, Buako Ibonsubwe. Just break the thing right there. Nope, we don't support what Soludo is saying, because it's not in sync with what the Igbo thoughts are at this time. Have we contacted him? Yes, of course. People around him and himself in long conversations on this, and that is why I can tell you outright that at this point he is not going. It's not backing down, and but we will continue to work. The Igbo nation is bigger than any Igbo person, and in due course that will come to fruition. I have talked about social reengineering of Igbo land to be geared towards social values, to be geared towards our economy, to be geared towards political sagacity, to be geared towards security. This is what is coming on, and very soon it will be made available to anybody who is an Igbo person around the world. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Echo, you are next.
Prof, nice to see you. And I want to first of all say thank you for what you have done, what you are doing, and what you will still do. But then I want to say I'm so disappointed that we have calibers of people like you, and we allow our country to be what it is today. I'm so disappointed that we have calibers of you, and Simon Ekpa took decision of sit at home that makes my brothers and sisters to be slaughtered in their own land, and they said they are fighting the cabals, and yet the fight of the cabals are not different from what we just done. So my question on that regard, he has declared another 3 days What are you people going to do so that no single blood is spilled in that land if these 3 days are carried out? That's my first question. We were told when I was small that leaders of children, leaders of tomorrow. And now we are grown. We are not given opportunity to become leaders. And those of you who are leaders, you have led us to become Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, kidnappers, Yahoo boys and girls. And that is our identity in the whole world. And right now, I am ashamed to be in Nigeria. Because you people who claim to become leaders, you led us astray. In the political atmosphere is worse, the church is horrible, and you make us to become what we are not supposed to do. So what are you people doing now? Or what are you going to do to correct this error? Because it needs to be corrected with what they call emergency to dial 911. It needs to be corrected. Then my question.
Echo.
That's my question. Phenomenon, they stop me.
No, Echo, if we let everybody ask more than
people ask 3 questions, you know, interrupt them. So my third question, as a professor, our guests are subject to sex for grade. It has been going on years upon years, and you people have done nothing about it. This has to be stopped. Therefore, you people should use your office to put things in order so that my daughters are not being asked to give sex by those idiotic lecturers for them to get grade. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. H.O., what's the full name?
Hannah Obukoko.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, when I saw you when you were about to, my heart skipped because I watched you. I watched you with Obi. I watched you when you fired. You were shooting from the hip and from all, you know, and my heart skipped. So I'm so happy that you were very gentle this time, you know, compared with what you did with Peter Obi.
Anyway. Dr. Damage, you pressed my button.
Yes. Yeah. On the sit at home, definitely everybody agrees that it's not good for us, and therefore, I did mention we are doing the best we can. I just mentioned that about meetings we've held and are continuing to hold in the hope that at some point, because as far as we are concerned, we do not think that this sit at home is consistent with the original ideas of IPOB and Nnamdi himself. For example, when elections were held in Anambra, we know what we did. We went into the trenches. We knocked on all doors to ensure that the sit-at-home was suspended so that the normal election was held. Otherwise, there would have been another incursion from the north, from APC into Anambra State. That we preempted that. So right now, we're also working in that direction because we do know, I mentioned that in the opening remarks, that part of the consequences of sit-at-home, we mentioned them. This killing, uncontrolled killing of our people is there. Unknown government, they have developed a mind of their own. If you are in Finland, if you are in Nashville, Tennessee, where I live, and you are giving orders for people to sit at home, they get there, they take the opportunity, they arm themselves, and they start killing people. We have no way of controlling it from here. So we want to make sure that there will be public outputs or public statements about that going forward, in addition to what I said we are doing on the ground to control that. Sex for grades, that is a scourge, very big scourge in our universities. It's gotten worse these days. I mean, in our country at this time. But this is why we must do our best to make sure that Peter Obi becomes the president, because he has a very robust program for the academic institutions to ensure both at the primary, secondary, and tertiary level, especially at the tertiary level. He has strategies for making sure that corruption, because that is part of the corruption we're talking about, that corruption is stamped out. So that is it's really unfortunate. I'm sorry about that, but that is the reality of our time. But we are poised now to handle that if Obi becomes president.
All right, thank you, Echo. Thank you so much, Austin. N, you're next.
Austin, you are.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Damages, for giving us this huge platform to discuss our nation and especially our tribe, Igbo. And thank you, Prof, for making yourself available for this engagement. You rightly made the point that engagement is what we lack in our nation, and that is why we're heading to where we're going. But Prof, just a point of reminder, what the question the very first person asked to scribe and which Basi alluded to. I want you to, don't give a comment to it, but think about it. Who is an Igbo? Think about that and work with it, because I have a question around it. The equality of the Igbo person. Well, the support you're getting today, if you're from Abia State, Imo State, will you get the same support? But my questions are, whenever I discuss Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB with people, I'm not his fan. I don't use his methodology. But I have never and I will not condemn him, because he is a creation of failed leadership. If leadership was up and going, Nnamdi Kanu would never emerge. But he came to provide what was not there, and that has also been mismanaged. But my question is, when do we stop being reactive and become proactive? What do we do? Your platform, what do you do in your platform to engage the governors in our area? Because most of these governors are not in touch with the people. They are ultra opposite of the people. And I don't know what goes into their head when they get to that position. And the second question is, Prof, can you please do a research or form a team? When I was growing up, the only drug I knew in Igbo land was goof. Igbo. So how did we get to where we are today? Who introduced that drug? The Mburumi of a thing that have destroyed the Igbo land. These are the areas we can work on to start being proactive. Thank you, Prof.
All right. Thank you so much. I am happy. This other one you said, the first question. By the way, this N, what does it stand for?
Wabara. I'm from Abia State.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Who is an Igbo? What does it take to be Igbo? And so on. Again, you said, think about it. Let me tell you that we have been thinking about it and we have set something in motion for that. Our objective is that for the next generation, I said something here about social reengineering. That will eventually we will end up with what we call the Igbo. I will come back to the title of it. So the problem is, people now, since the war ended, people now go from childbirth till they get out of school, they go into the world, they do what others are doing. And what are others doing? Pursuit of money. And our rivals have used that against us. They take us out one by one and give us money, and they scatter our unity. That is not good. And so, so what World Igbo Congress has done, we have put together a number of people. I mentioned something also about this social reengineering, in which key people in Igbo land have keyed into it, and we are developing the Igbo code. And that means that by the time a child gets to high school, when you graduate, they give you your diploma, they give you the Igbo book. And by then, we will also be able to organize small workshops, small training courses, and so on. Look at where you live. Where do you live, by the way?
I live in Florida.
Okay, it's a big place. Where in Florida?
Gainesville.
Gainesville, Florida. I was there when I was doing research I was a fellow of the World Health Organization then. So in Gainesville, not far, there are Igbos there. And not far from there, we'll also see Igbos in other settlements. Yeah. We are also trying to start this Jewish strategy of having Jewish community centers everywhere they are. And they influence politics in the place, and they inculcate in their young ones what it means to be a Jew. That's exactly what we are heading towards, what it means to be Igbo. I was in Ireland. That was, I think, in October. And to address them over this particular issue. Now, we will develop centers of where Igbo people are. If I think I'm going to go back tomorrow, or our children will go, it will be difficult. So now we dig in where we are, influence things there, and then help develop an Igbo for the next generations to come. That is the kind of thing we have in mind, and we believe we are going to achieve that. On being reactive or slash proactive, it's unfortunate that that is what is happening to us at this time since the war ended. And this is part of the reason we are now going back to develop this Igbo-ness in us. And we believe that if we develop this Igbo-ness and we're able to run it through, all the traditional rulers will be involved, all the clergy will be involved, and we ramify the entire society of Igbo land and be able to, give it another 10 years or 15 years, you will have true Igbo people come out who have Igbo values. You cannot joke with a Jew anywhere in the world. And that is the kind of thing, we have the kind of power and capacity to hold even people to ransom until they listen to us. We want to tap into that. That is what this is about. About Miri, I must confess that I cannot tell you where it's coming from. This is a smuggling thing. This is something that is not legal. And because it is not legal, and I don't have my nose in illegal environments or domains, I may not be able to provide you with information on that. But I think it's something that is worth looking into so that we'll be able to curtail it and make sure that it doesn't spoil our society. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Austin. Prof, let me read you a question on the comment section. Some people are posting questions there too. I don't want to leave them out entirely. Before you take on the next person, this question is from CM. He said, Ojukwu said that, this is a quote, "It is not the Igbo that we are that is causing the problem, but the Igbo that other people see us to be." How far is this opinion correct? So you can answer it now or when you take the next question, whichever way you prefer.
It is very correct, if you ask me. It's very, very correct. The Igbo is a good person. The Igbo believes in hard work. The Igbo believes in Onyala Nwanneya. Don't leave no one behind. The Igbo believes in Ebonye Bikona Awach, the environment where he is. He develops it. And that development even affects those who are non-Igbos who are living with them. But unfortunately, those who are not Igbos, in the process of doing this, those who are not Igbos see them as being bossy, interjecting themselves into other communities and taking over, or that they're a threat to the people. And therefore, and that is seen, that is made worse by how the government is painting us. They are painting us very bad. And that goes back to what I had said, that the problem we have today in the space called Nigeria, now said to be about 211 million people, is a problem that came in 1804 with the jihad. And that problem, that plan has not ended. It's still going on. Therefore, the way they say it, call a dog a bad name in order to hang it. The Igbo appear to be the ones standing in this jihadist movement to the sea, and therefore must be taken out. Therefore, must be given a bad name. And therefore, the government gives, even if they don't say it, body language we don't trust these people. They cannot occupy this position. They cannot occupy that position. Before you know it, that way of thinking about us permeates the entire Nigerian society, and they see us as a threat to them. Come close to an Igbo person, you will find he's a nice person. You will find he's a sweet person. You will find he's an accommodating person. You will find he's a man of the people. That is what Igbos are. And it's unfortunate. So that statement is correct.
All right. Thank you. Okija, you're next.
Good day, Professor. Nice to meet you. At least talk to you. I think I first met you when you're at Nnamdi University. I went to Nnamdi. I think my department and your department were, next to each other. I was in geological sciences. When Dr. Menweke and
Professor
Eboka or Rajiaka.
Rajiaka eventually became the
VC.
The VC at Anambra State University.
Yes.
And by the way, Eboka, both of us co-published. It came from geological aspect, I came from microbiology, and we published in respectable journals.
Yes. Yeah, nice to meet you, sir. I appreciate what you are doing with World Igbo Congress, and actually, I've been thinking about since I came to US, I've been thinking about how would Ndibo link, because I had a coworker, and one day she started telling me about yam. She was gonna cook Igbo yam. I was like, what did I hear? Igbo yam. What? I said, what is Igbo yam? He said yam. I say yam. So why do you call it Igbo yam? He said, oh, that they from Igbo, and they had respect for yam, the way we had respect for yam. So I was like, but I don't know how most of them they were having a volcanic eruption. So I don't know how the island is right now. But I mean, let's see, there are so many Igbos scattered all over the place. People is it Gabon or and people in Equatorial Guinea? I think Equatorial Guinea, they have a big community. So yeah, so you guys have a lot of work, cut out for you.
Thank you.
I don't know. So strategy, because even though I'm a trader, I know like Peter Obi, I believe in strategy. So traders, they have strategies too. I don't know, but I don't know. It seems like the strategy is now to calm him down instead of because I really don't believe that. Yeah, it's good to agitate and do all those things, but once you start being an obstacle to the development and improvement of your people, then you are doing something else. You are becoming you have to be contained. I think the strategy has to evolve instead of trying to contain him or calm him down. It has to be to give take the war to him. I remember when what's this guy? One guy from Yoruba land, somebody grandson, and when he started disseminating information, saying making threats. I know some of them, like some of us, we gathered and we called MI5, MI6, CIA. We kept sending the videos to him, to them about this guy, and eventually, he was they raided him. The Metropolitan Police raided him, and I think he's still in jail today. So the strategy has to be, to take the war to him, probably, like contacting them, involving our senators here, because I think you guys going to the State Department, but I think they have influence. But I think when senators and the House of Rep members here calling them, telling them this, my constituent, this is what they are telling me, and when they start hearing from maybe about 30 senators, telling them the same thing. So they're gonna, they're gonna, shape up and do something about it, and because we have to give them money, contribute to their campaigns and things like that. So that's about it. So with strategy has to evolve, like dealing with it. But again, like my question is this: like I said, I'm some strategy like Igbo in the night when the Igbo people came. In 1917s and all the time, before 1930 or so, the administrators, people who were civil servants, they were not Igbo. They imported them from Sierra Leone, Gambia, some other places that had independence. That had free people that went to school. So they brought them to Igbo land. Even Ijaw people were clerks, in administrative offices in eastern Nigeria. So the Igbos were looked down upon that, they had nothing, they were nothing, they were timid people. And then now, just like you guys have World Igbo Congress now, Igbo Union, came up, and then they developed strategy. They started, you have to go to school, you have to join the army, you have to join the police, So just before before independence, Igbo people started controlling the civil service in Nigeria. So many government offices, the military. So then, okay, the war, after the war, whatever, and the Igbo people, they had this strategy before the war, but after the war, they started, they expanded upon it. People would take someone from their village or, one near or whatever cousin, they take them to, boy, apprenticeship, and they, teach them the business, and they settle them. So it was all over Igbo land, and then, but now, things have changed. Okay, Igbos, they don't control the business like they used to, because Chinese now, before like Igbo business started, Igbos were used to go to like Taiwan, Japan, all of a sudden, China, Korea even before China. So, but things have changed now. Chinese, they come to Nigeria, they do business in Nigeria, they bring their factories, they bring their goods, and other things are coming. Walmart will come. Dollar Tree or whatever, all those dollar stores, they will come into Nigeria. I'm actually one started in Newi, something like a dollar store started in Newi. So the strategy Igbos, they've because what is happening in Ebola right now, where you have a lot of Igbo guys. Like I remember, I was born and raised in Onitsha. Like during April, like after school, when I was primary secondary school, my father would take me to Okija, stay there and farm the land. Give me the whole from Onitsha. Not I do nothing. So I what there were no boys in the village because they were going to business. People were taking them to Lagos, to Kanu, to places. But now you go to village, you see so many of them because that system kind of collapsed. So what like people who are, I just like that's why sometimes like I look at these people who are fighting Biafra. And I don't know, I don't have respect for them, to be honest with you. Because, like we have to develop strategy. It's not like running away from Nigeria. I don't believe in running away from Nigeria. You can't run away. You can't be defeated. If you run away, that you are defeated. You can't run away. You say the Hausa people, Hausa Fulani, you condemn them, say they are not educated, and then you want to run away from them. People who who are not educated, they are winning over you. So I don't believe in that. I believe we're saying Nigeria develop strategy. So what strategy can we develop so that to change Igbo land again, so that what Igbo Union did, is it Igbo Union, what they did in the 30s, 40s, and 60s, 50s and 60s, and then what our apprenticeship scheme did to promote Igbos. What strategy, what Igbo Congress, what are they developing, to re-engineer the Igbo land, maybe in business, in academic, or whatever. I mean, like probably maybe tech hub in Igbo land, in Onitsha, whatever. So something like that. So I want to hear about that, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I can actually put this together. You said quite a lot. You covered a whole lot of grounds. You covered what our ailment is, and gave pointers as to direction to go. Let me start with that of Simon Ekpa. I think we have dealt with that extensively, and I've told you the number of things that are going on that will happen between now and in the next 1 month. And the question of looking down on Igbos is still a part of what we had said before, based on the statement of Ojukwu, how the people outside perceive us. But right now, as things stand, considering the academic attainments, the commercial attainments of the Igbo, anyone who looks down on us or disregards us will be doing so at his own peril. I can guarantee that. The other thing is the title, the caption I was looking for when I was speaking about it, the social re-engineering of the Igbo community, is Igbo Charter. We have a committee working on that right now, made up of people from here in the diaspora and also in Nigeria, Igbo Charter. And that Igbo Charter goes through every aspect of Igbo life, and including development. I'm sure that you are aware of the initiative called SENEC, Southeastern Economic Commission, engineered or led by Engineer Chris Okoye. We are part of that. And that cuts across the entire Igbo land. You know that today, for example, rail lines are running, crisscrossing Nigeria. Igbo land is removed as a separate concession. Nothing is happening in Igbo land in terms of development of all that. Look at the road networks. Look at the airports and so on. They're not developing. And sometimes we wonder, are we going to continue to wait for the federal government that is not ruled by people who don't like us? So we have to have a way. You will be part of it. All of us will be part of it. The same thing with the Igbo Stabilization Fund, which has also concluded its work. World Igbo Congress was part of it. I chaired the subcommittee on sustainability, and that takes into account everything about development in Igbo land. And we will make sure that there is security, because without security, you will not be able to put these templates on the ground. And let me round up this comment with one of the last things you said. You said tech hub and so on. I want you to know that World Igbo Congress has been cashing in on the blockchain technology, and we are now developing what we call IgboTech Hub. IgboTech Hub will be launched very soon. And why are we doing that? I mentioned to you that $29 billion are being remitted to Nigeria every year, and this is what was remitted this 2022. And the Igbo can get all the commissions, either Western Union, either the banks, or so they take all the commissions. It doesn't come to Igbo land. It doesn't contribute to the development of Igbo land. So now we developed IgboTech Hub, which will use that technology and develop even this Bitcoin thing and so on. We have Akwibo and so on. So that somebody can, you're from Okija, right? Somebody can be in Okija market by that road, Owerri Road, be there, take his or her phone, regardless of what the person is, press and order things in Japan, in China, and it will come. You don't have to go to the bank. And the Igbo benefits from it. So we are looking at all that, and we are developing all that, and you will get to know about it when it comes on stream. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Akija. I know that I agreed with Prof that he will spend 2 hours with us. We've done 2 hours. We are going to take all the questions from everybody who is here, but I will hear from him, whether he wants to continue after that. But in the meantime, I think maybe we should take 2 minutes break, and we'll come back so that he can stretch. When we come back, we take everybody's question. I promise you that. If he wants to stay longer, we will also take questions from other people who might want to join us. I'm getting a lot of people telling me they want to, they've not been able to come into the studio. So let's take just 2 minutes break, and we'll be right back.
All politics, tomorrow is eternity. Nobody will tell you that I've completed the plan to win election or completed a plan to get support. Things can change, but the truth of the matter is that Igbo have a convincing argument to present before the country. And for those who are willing and open-minded, they will understand how indeed compellingly reasonable it is for them to support Southeast to produce the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria the next time around. A sense of balance, a sense of belonging is extremely important in a federation. In fact, when people talk about justice or injustice, it's because it hasn't affected you. You think it will not come to you. In 2013, I had an interview. I said that the injustice method for Igbos will be going around. I also wrote why the Igbo youths are angry. Today, all youths in Nigeria are angry. They're angry because what affected one group and everybody, it was like an isolated case, has become a plague. So what do you do? So no, the Igbos are getting ready and they are fighting. Like every battle, you need a few good men to win. It takes a few to achieve victory for many. Speaking with one word, one voice. That is not political now. One voice is dictatorial. One voice is unacceptable in a plural society, especially irrepressible pluralistic society like Nigeria. Certainly irrepressible individualists like Igbos. Now, my friend, what are Igbos bringing? In fact, they are bringing visible and conspicuous achievement, capacity to turn difficulties, to turn these national difficulties into dividends for Nigeria, obstacles into opportunities. Let me tell you the truth. Nations are saved by two kinds of events, either through leadership or through structure, none of which has worked in Nigeria. The Igbo man can change it. He's not a greedy man. He is also not a lazy man. Forget every perception you may have about the Igbos. The Igbos know how to share things and let others begin to take. And he's willing to take the last. Just as we are taking the last of all the zones in Nigeria for presidency. You will see a difference, my friend. The difference will be clear. The difference will be that the country will be stable because you are getting a government that will embrace justice, equity, and fairness. Charity to all and malice towards none. We are the federating people in Nigeria. Yes. If Nigerians live in the moon, the Igbo man is there. He is there. The truth of the matter is that you just don't want to use their talent. But it is your own loss. Look at it. I went to South Korea in the 80s. South Korea was developed within 10 years. One of the advisors, economic advisor that the World Bank sent there was Kalu de Kakal. Go and ask. So, what are we talking about there? Speaking with one voice. My friend, we will not speak with one voice. We are not mumu. Igbos will speak with different voices, reasonable different voices, then articulated by a leadership that has a sense of direction and knows what matters. Indeed, with this question of one voice, look at where one voice has kept us. No voice anymore. Come on, my friend. Don't provoke me with your voice.
We can't hear you, Doc. Something is wrong with the sound. If you can hear me, we can't hear you.
All right. Sorry. I said welcome back. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for staying. That was George Obiozo, the last Ohanese president. So we're going to continue. Professor Ejiofor has 30 more minutes. So we are going to quickly, when we call you, please go straight to the question so that we get everybody here. And then, just 30 more minutes. Samuel, you're next. Unmute yourself, Samuel, please.
Prof, thank you, sir. Let me greet our father. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing. We truly respect you as a father. Let me start by a book a Nigerian wrote, and a clergyman. He wrote in his book and titled it, "What is Wrong with Being Black?" That's an interesting book. The man who wrote it is Matthew Ashimolowo. He's a clergyman. He's a Nigerian. He has done well for himself. And following the title of that book, I'm also tempted to ask, what is wrong with being an Igbo man? And I have only one question for you, but let me quickly touch some of the things that you addressed in terms of Black Americans identifying as Igbos. So many of them very prominent. I'll give another example. The globally acclaimed Bishop T.D. Jakes in many fora has publicly, say that he's Igbo man because of the ancestry that he did. Such a man, and everything about him actually speaks Igbo. Beyond him being a pastor, his business acumen will honestly betray him as an Igbo man. You will have to be an Igbo man to have this kind of business sense, beyond him being a pastor. And World Igbo Congress, reaching out to such a person and maybe even honoring him, drawing him in, suggesting might be something beautiful to consider. Now, leaving that immediately, I will come to Simon Ekpa and then I ask my question. If we have provided Simon Ekpa content, we have made him relevant, how that in this talk, we have mentioned him many, many times over. But look at what the last video Dr. played said. You can't say we have one voice. No, we don't have one voice. We have many voices. That's what makes us Igbos. That's what makes us democratic. But the man said we have a constructive leadership who can galvanize these many voices together and provide solid leadership. I think in the matter of Simon Ekpa, we might desist from saying it publicly. He is a son of Igbo. He is a son of the soil. He has traction. We might not like him. He might have his own personality, like all of us that have children. Our children have their personality. Some are very stubborn, but as an elder, we know how to, handle even those stubborn children and put them in line. But to bring it open where everybody's listening, I don't think is very advisable. Why did I say so? Simon has traction. He says it at home. Funny enough, people obey. A man who has such command should be treated differently. He has his own voice. Like the man alluded in his video, Igbo people have different voices. He has his own voice. He's commanding some respect. We have to rethink the way we approach Simon. There's a way we will approach him. It will be like pouring fire into fuel. And my question to you, my elder prof, is there anything wrong with being our own people, having our own nation? Since this world started, nations have emerged from nations. Why is Biafra emerging as a nation a taboo? Because many things we have said in this video shows to our marginalization, and it will not stop. It will not stop. We used to have an Igbo man who has a solid cement company, but now in Nigeria, we have one man who supplies everything to everybody. They have killed all our businesses. They have killed our identity. They have lied to us. They say to us, they have said many things to us. Can we just accept that? I just feel it's a matter of time. Prof, finally to what you said, that the physical Biafra ended 1970. When you use that word in your opening remark, physical Biafra, it quickly takes my head thinking that there's another Biafra, maybe psychological Biafra. And in the subconsciousness of an average Igbo man, even the one in the womb, there is that Biafran thing behind our mind. I was not here when they did the war, but when I was born in the early 80s, and I heard that there was a war against my people, from that time till now, that spirit jumped on me. If it is not Simon today, it will be somebody else tomorrow. But we cannot bury Biafra. I don't think that can be buried. So we have to start thinking of, is there anything wrong if we become our own nation? Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Samuel. Prof, before you answer, let me say this. Samuel, thank you. Just for the purpose of people who are coming next, if we allow everybody to spend 5 minutes or so asking questions, there won't be time for the prof to finish before he leaves. So please, I know that I allow Samuel. I don't want anybody to tell me, oh, you allowed Samuel 5 minutes, I have to stay 5 minutes. Please, just a question, okay? So that we can get this done. Prof, go ahead. Oh, you're muted. Hold on now. Prof, let me unmute you. I think when I went off, okay, go ahead.
I've unmuted myself.
All right, go ahead.
What is wrong with the Igbo? Again, we touched on this a little bit, that since the war ended, that things have not been the same again for the Igbo. The Igbo Union that you have made reference to started 1935, and by 1966, 67, it lost its power because of the war. So since then, it has been a struggle for the Igbo to come together to speak with one voice. Igbo Union actually provided one voice at that time. So let me go back to a little bit what you said about prominent blacks. This Labor Day weekend this year, we are going to have a whole lengthy list of people to be honored, and TDJX is one of them. We are negotiating on that. And that tells you that I did mention at some point that even DNA studies are being held to make sure that we'll be able to raise a community of African Americans or other Black people outside Nigeria who have identities with the Igbo by DNA and so on. Even they are given Igbo names these days. Traditional rulers come from Igbo land to help hold such ceremonies. We have said enough about Simon Ekpa for today, but if it becomes necessary, we will revisit that. But let me say this about Biafra, my dear Samuel. Biafra, the physical Biafra we mentioned, was the Biafra that was declared by Ojukwu, that held from May 30th, 1967, and ended January 15. That does not mean that there is no room for people to self-actualize. The United Nations in 2007 had a resolution, and they called it United Nations Declaration A-Res 61-295 in 2007. It is about the inalienable right of all indigenous peoples of this world to self-determination. Ndị Igbo in Biafra land have that self-determination rights at any time. And this is why we said we endorse all efforts that will come legitimately, which Nnamdi himself had propounded at some point. Referendum. He talked about restructuring. He talked about referendum. He talked about things like that. And there are absolutely nothing wrong with that. Where there's a problem is, for example, when you declare an area to be an entity of yourself, and the people, other entities who are not like you, who are not Igbo, are telling you, oh, don't include us. That means the strategy that Okija is talking about has not taken place. There has to be a deliberate attempt to unify and make sure that everybody in the territory being talked about is carried along. I mentioned meetings we've held recently in which you have people from Middle Belt, from Southeast, from South, and Southwest coming together and making such declarations. I mean, taking such stands that will help them. Yoruba people are ready for their own emancipation and self-determination. So are we. But as long as it does not involve killing people, because the other war was fought on Igbo land. We are not interested in having another war on Igbo land. Therefore, there has to be a way of arriving at whatever we aim for in self-determination without having to shed Igbo blood again. This is what this is about. But to talk and not have control over what you unleash could be dangerous to us. And that is where we are coming when it concerns Maazi Simon Ekpa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go to Isimili in London. You're next.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and welcome, Prof. Anthony. We appreciate your presence here. My questions, I have two questions, but I'm going to be brief. One of them is that, is there any education in place in Igbo land that would educate the young Igbo child growing up to know their history, taught in school with politics as well? Because I, for one, I started getting into politics about, let's say maybe 3-4 years ago when I had a voice crying in the wilderness, and you know who. That brought me to where I'm here now today. As well, when an Igbo person gets into a position of power, is there a way to hold them accountable, the politicians, when they go to dialogue on our behalf, that when they take the wrong step, they will be brought to book for justice, so that there will be equity and cleansing in Igbo land in a rightful way? That is one. And my last question is that, is there any plans to secure an Igbo person wherever they are in Nigeria, that they are not going to be marginalized on that day when they want to vote, regardless where they are in Nigeria, that they must cast their vote just like every other person in Nigeria? Anything in place for that? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. I will take the first one on education and the second one, accountability, together, because it's all part of what I had said here that is coming out very soon. The Igbo Charter. Remember I mentioned Igbo Charter. Igbo Charter has strategies for bringing up our children to know what it means to be Igbo. By the time you graduate from high school, you know what it means to be Igbo. You work in that direction. About accountability, it's been said right here, and everybody is familiar with the fact that our political leaders are leading us astray. They are not really leading us. We are hoping that a new crop will come in and do the right thing. And that hope is anchored on what we have in the Igbo Charter, which will be made available to everybody once it is formally launched. What it means is, in fact, at some point, we even included something. I'm happy it's a lady that asked that question. We remember the good old days of the Aba riots. There was the women that championed it, our Amazons. And if you go to our traditional settings, you'll find that a lot of discipline is carried out by women, and so on. They have their own way of instilling discipline in the environment, and we also are cashing into that, so that if somebody comes up tomorrow and says, "I want to be a governor, I want to be a council member," and so on, it has to be someone who is groomed to be an Igbo, and that is where we are headed. Yes, that is in the pipeline, and hopefully we'll be able to execute it accordingly.
And lastly, the marginalization of our Igbo votes all across Nigeria, whether by violence or by tricks, crook and hooks.
Yes, that's what. That's the one I was coming to. The last one that I was coming to. We have received all kinds of information on what is going on. Registration of 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds in other places. Difficulty in releasing the PVCs of Igbo people where they live, even in Lagos or Kota area and so on. You know, this when they talk about, and I'm not scared about saying that, Tagaban, when they talk about it, it was successful in Lagos, and it has area boys, and they are doing things that are despicable in the area. They go to where Igbo people are and prevent them from collecting their. So all those, we have them, we have documented them, we have analyzed them, and we have developed strategies for combating it to ensure that that Igbo votes are counted. Besides, we are also aware that the Labour Party is ensuring that for every polling booth there will be 15 people watching the place, and so it's a good thing that it's a national movement. That is the Peter Obi thing. It's a national movement. So people are volunteering. They don't. You don't have to pay them. They volunteer. They use their resources. At least 15 people will be in every polling booth to ensure that votes cast are counted. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Eddie, you're next. Make it.
Dr. Damage, can I speak?
No.
I mean, my thing keep on moving because I have a problem with my stuff.
Yeah, I know. You have to wait.
Good evening, Doctor.
Yeah, Eddie, go ahead.
Dr. Damage, and good evening, Prof. My questions are just simple. You think if you should have an Igbo leader, say for instance, if Obi should win, just do you think the agitation for the Igbo agitation will cease? And secondly, what's the opinion about a couple of weeks ago, we've had people come on this show, intellects come on this show, and some of them, they said, they were saying, they were towing the line of that you need, for Igbos to actualize their liberation, they need to work with the people from the north, the people from the middle belt, the people from the south, because everybody is feeling this. Everybody is also feeling marginalized, not just the Igbos. So, what is your opinion? What is your take on that? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Eddie. Will agitation cease? I will toe the line of Peter Obi. He said, and also Wike has, Wike has become our new dancer and songwriter. He said, "Inyendieba, inyendieba." You know that song, right? Inyendieba, inyendieba. When you do that, agitation will die by itself, not only in Igbo land but elsewhere. But what we are saying is that if that playing field is not even, then I like I said, if by election we don't have what we are looking for, the struggle continues. We're not going to put down our oars. So, but the important thing here is inyendieba, inyendieba. That is very important. On the other question on alignments with the North, to tell you quite frankly, the way I see it, we are good to be on our own. We don't need all those alignments. So if we cannot get the equity we are looking for in Nigeria, then we go our separate ways. It's allowed in the world. Yugoslavia does not exist today. Czechoslovakia does not exist today. They have all gone their separate ways in little independent countries. Nothing is wrong with that. Yoruba people are ready to go. We are ready if it comes to that. So those alignments, if you ask me, are not necessary. The alignment is a figment of the Fulani domination. That is what it is. And as long as that exists, then it will be difficult for Igbo to rise because of that. But once we are in a position to shake it off, and when we shake it off, we'll be on our own, and we don't need all those alignments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eddie. So what we're going to do, I'll skip. Elsie, I'll come back to you. I know you're there. I think you're home today, so I'm not worried so much about you. Let me come to Man of Prestige because of his internet problems, so he will get a chance. I don't want the prof will leave, and then tomorrow I will hear from Man of Prestige. So Man of Prestige, you're next.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Professor Anthony. I know you're going to ask me why you bearing Man of Prestige. Can you hear me?
Of course.
Because I'm Igbo now. My name now is Zodema, so I'm only going to say Zodema because I don't want to say my last name. I'm a critic of some Ekpa, so I don't want to bring out my last name. But having said that, it's nice to have you on this platform. I'm just going to be very brief. I'm going to condense my question into it's two questions, but I'm going to put them together. My first question is about the way the Eastern Network started, the unknown government and all that kind of things. I'm never a proponent of non-state actor. I mean, I can understand where they are coming from, because they are trying to protect our land. That's true. But the way this Eastern Security Network emancipated, I think that's where everything is probably run down, So I don't like it. Like I said, I'm never a proponent of non-state actor. So I have a problem with that. I mean, there's nothing wrong. I know we have been subjugated, There's no doubt about that. But they should have done it peacefully, in my own opinion. What is peaceful, I don't know. But going to this way has been right now. That's what got us to where we are. So my second question is that if you can elaborate on that, how did that started? Do you think it was the right idea? In my opinion, it wasn't a right idea to do it that way. They should have started the way the Yoruba nation is doing it peacefully. Go to the United Nations or something like that. That would have been the right way because there's no way we're going to actualize Biafra through war. Go and bury it. There's no way. You can't do that. That's not going to happen because they're operating like a non-state actor. My second question is that
this is the third one. A Man of Prestige. This is the third one now. We said,
okay. No, let me just put it
just
together.
think about it. There are people, he has to go. We have less than 10 minutes.
Okay, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So, Prof, go ahead.
About ESN and their strategy. Actually, you talked about Amotekun. That was the original idea. But like we have said here, Enugu State, Ebonyi State, and the other states that are led by PDP. You also have Ebonyi State eventually switched and became what was it? The Tinubu party. Then you have APGA. You have all sorts of parties in Igbo land, and they don't agree among themselves. Sometimes we wonder, who are they working for? So the time that a common security network was envisaged, like you have Amotekun. Amotekun is supported by the state governors, and is supported by state governments. But in our own, it becomes something different. It has become absolutely difficult to bring our governors, even on the governors forum, to work together to protect our people. Even the conversation that is going on right now to provide, which the lady from UK asked about, to provide security for what is going on in Igbo land, we are working on it and trying to group in the governors also to help. To use the vigilante, enhance their capability to ensure that they're able to do that. Don't ask me details of what those enhancements are. But the state governments are not having any part of it. They prefer to have their own. You have Ebubago in Ebonyi. You have Ebubago in forest rangers in Enugu. You have all kinds of people, all kinds of organizations. So it's difficult for them to work together. But then all these ones that are created, if they are protecting the people, then it becomes understandable. But they are not, because now they are using them for political thuggery. And if they use them for political thuggery, the people of Igbo land are left, the common people of Igbo land are left unprotected. That was the situation at the time, my understanding, that the ESN was formed. And ESM was not for war. The way I understand it, was not designed for war. They are designed just to protect people against the marauders. That is the Fulani herdsmen in the forest and so on. That was you are right that we will not wait for. We don't need war. We say we don't want another war on Igbo soil. We don't want to spill another Igbo blood. In order to achieve our objective. We will achieve our objective, but as we also agreed here, it has to be done strategically. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I will skip Yossi one more time. Let me go to Moriye because he's been in and out also. I know he's been here before most people. Moriye, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. My voice is even has always been bad. It's even worse today. Professor, thank you for coming aboard. It's a privilege to have you here. The last time we met was in Houston, Texas. Thank you for that panadium you bought for me. How is Madam? How is the family?
She's doing fine. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you, sir. So, I thank you for your sense of humility. And I wasn't around when you started your submission, but from the feelings I'm getting from your answers to the various questions that have been put forward to you, I want to feel you do not subscribe to the sit at home and the killing of our people. We cannot be killing the same people we try to protect. I think I thank you for that. And again, another thing I want to quickly look into is this idea of you've given us so much characteristics of the Igbo man. And again, there are certain things we still have to work, on ourselves I know a lot of things have transpired in the past. The civil war, the experience of the civil war, the marginalization, the injustice in the land is making most of our boys to be, radicals. I don't know if there's a way we can, we must, there is a saying according to Martin Kanu, he said, darkness cannot drive away darkness, only light can. And the kind of Nigerian I want, I'm from Edo, I believe in freedom, I believe in justice. I don't believe in one Nigeria of injustice as we have it today. The factors, the reasons that led us into the Nigerian civil war of 1967 are still much better with us today. They're even worse than it was then. Then my question here is, instead of Igbo man seeing me as a dumb man, as an enemy, the Yoruba man, he's this, I'm full of man, he condemns every other person except the Igbo man. Whereas I'm also a victim of the Nigerian system that is not working. My people were killed, and I don't want to go back to the mistakes that were made and during the civil war. Well, were there reasons were there injustice in the land? Yes, of course. Were there marginalization and oppression in the land? Yes, of course. But could the war have been averted? I 100% think it would have been averted. It would have been an advantage to even, negotiate for a stronger and a better system. But the war has come and gone. And then they came up with the issues of principle of reconciliation, rehabilitation, and what they call the 4 arrows: reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. They have not really done any of those. So we still have the same problem with us. Is there any way we can work together to defeat our common enemy, or to understand the fact that we have a common enemy to fight? Instead of seeing an Igbo man and a dumb man as your enemy, anyway, saying things like any Igbo man that goes to Yoruba man church is a fool. These things will not help us. I want in Nigeria where a governor of Western region of Yoruba extraction was willing to die for a seal of Igbo extraction, who was in his house. He preferred to die, to lay down his life for his CNC, instead of allowing his CNC to be killed under his watch. And that was the ultimate price he paid. This is my kind of one Nigeria I preach. It's not as if, I support. We must not continue to make the mistake of, if a leader is bad, like Buhari is bad, he has been bad, and he will always be bad. We should not mistake Nigeria as a Buhari. We should not mistake Nigeria as a Obasanjo. And we must not mistake a Nigeria for any leader that is bad. I want to strongly believe that if we come together as a united people, we can defeat our common enemy who are not up to 1%. We cannot run away from our land because of this common enemy. And again, I think from what you have answered, I want to believe that you don't subscribe to the killing of our people. And again, now, there's a movement. I don't call it a beast movement. I see it as a national movement, as a people's movement. I think we can take advantage of this movement. We might not be where we ought to be, but things are no longer what it used to be. I think we are gradually getting there. Can we take advantage of this electionary period? Instead of some people holding meeting, recruiting some boys, buying gun for them to say there is no election. Those boys have no capacity to stop election. Again, it's like sending them into a suicide mission. And again, I want to say that we can leverage on this movement and see what happens. There's nobody that can kill the movement. The Biafra movement is a spirit. If you kill 100 Nnamdi Kanu, the spirit remains. If you kill 100 Omoruis, the spirit remains. Nobody can stop an idea whose time has come. So long as injustice remains in Nigeria, the movement, agitation will continue to be on. Can we take advantage of this between our February and let them to shield their sword so that we can have an election and see? People, just look at the way people, if you conduct election today in Edo, I'm sure Obi will win. I'm not sure of Anambra State, but I'm sure of Edo State. Can we work on those people to lay down their arms so that peace can reign in our land? Thank you very much.
Maury, thank you so much. Prof.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maury. It was in August that we met in Texas, right? Yeah. Am I okay? All right. What Omori was describing, if you ask me, you can sum it up as new Nigeria. new Nigeria. Peter Obi said it is possible. He's using that as a thematic way of letting people know that there's a new kid in the block. And that new Nigeria will have to build on what holds us together. You know, the greatest problem we have today in Nigeria is there's no patriotism, because different units, different ethnic nationalities believe in themselves and nothing patriotic about Nigeria. Even the anthem, no matter what the anthem says, people don't act accordingly. Every group has its own agenda, except especially the group that is attempting to dominate and grab the lands of other indigenous people. Yes, we can capitalize on that with PO's national movement. And what do I mean by that? The chances are, if you look at northwestern and northeastern areas, okay, he's making inroads, all right, but his greatest inroads are being made in the middle belt area, in the southeast, south, and southwest. In the north middle belt area is making a whole lot of inroads. And all the representations will go to Washington, D.C. You have people from these areas. These 4 zones put together contribute about 145 to 160 million people out of the 211 million people in Nigeria. What that says to us is, when we consolidate whatever we find in those areas, our PVCs and so on, and make sure we have people to monitor all the polling stations, we have enough votes in those areas to put Peter Obi in the Aso Rock. The only problem, therefore, is the mago-mago that is going on already, and which I mentioned earlier that we are fighting against. Again, sometimes the strategies are not divulged on forums like this, but we are working on that. Yes, the answer is yes, we can cash in on that and build a new Nigeria. Thank you, Amari.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Prof, you
just one question more, so I can catch up with my
Rudolph, please, you have to let me. I know I've been back and forth.
Yeah, but you you've been here. You've asked your question before.
Yeah, please, if you don't, guys, please, I'm very, very sorry for that.
Chidi, okay, I'll plead with the professor. You and OC, I have to get OC in. OC has been here too. Okay. That's what I've been saying. If people just ask questions, they won't.
Chidi has his number now, so Chidi can always.
Okay. No. I want to correct an impression. It's a quick one. You see, because they are mischief people, like that your Kenneth guy. That it's because this is Prof's interview. I didn't want to turn it to anything, but it's wrong, and that's what we are talking about. He comes here, he says Dr. Chidi is not a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu, and then begins to play on. Look, Prof, Prof is on another level. Prof is not old, and I'm not too young, but Prof, because of your position, you are an elder. But we are in our level, and we fight this fight on our level. Because I was a bit concerned when Prof came back, and Prof was like, when we meet, we will talk. There's nothing hidden about me and Prof meeting and talking. We know what we are going to talk. We know our interest. It has not changed, and it is people like Simon Ekpa that are distorting the whole thing. Our mission is still what it is. That I'm a member of AAC and I support Omoyele Sowore. It is because of the interest that I feel that Omoyele Sowore has for even Igbo people. So when Kenneth comes and sows those kind of seed, it is something that we must discourage. The union of Igbo people is intact. Me and Prof, we know what we stand for. We'll keep fighting this fight, albeit on different fronts. But the mission is still the same thing. So I'm warning people like Kenneth not to bring their mischief into a brotherly discussion. Peter Obi is running under Labour Party. I am in this election running with Omoyele Sowore under African Action Congress. And so Igbo people are very independent. That is what people fear about us. If you tell an Igbo man to jump up, he will ask you why. We ask questions. We have our own minds, and we're not cowards. So if he's a coward and he doesn't have principles and what he believes in, he should get out of the kitchen if it's too hot for him. But Prof, respect as always, and Dr. Damages, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Chidi.
Dr. Chidi. Yes, you are very correct. And we said we will talk. And I won't take that back, because we have been talking and we will continue to talk for the betterment of our people. Now, again, you remember, I refuse to be boxed into whatever differences he thinks or you all have. I will refuse to be boxed into that, and nothing is committed until I speak with you. That is sure. Something we have been speaking together, and we'll continue to speak in order to achieve our objectives. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Bye.
Prof, one more.
Okay.
I know. And this is, I want to go to Basil. The reason I'm going to Basil is he's here. I know that he's your PRO, yeah, of World Igbo Congress. Mm-hmm. So Basil, where is he? Oh, okay, he said. Okay, okay, Basil, yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah. What you have to say? What you want to say?
Yes, Dr. Damages, thank you so much. I had waited for some time. I thought maybe you will not let me say a word of thank you to my prof, the chairman of World Igbo Congress. He has given us what leadership is all about, and we thank God for him to be in this position at this particular time of our generation. A lot of people don't know what he is seeing and what he knows that is happening. So we are so glad he has given you a clear picture, and sometimes a lot of people would always have their way of understanding words when you speak. But for some of us who are very close, we know what actually is going on. And we are so glad that he has made a time out like this to talk to us and talk to us very clearly. He's one of those voices now that you can't get anyhow in Igbo land. And we are so glad he is here. And to many of us who are still having problem that what is going on is partly the result of Igbos killing Igbos, I am going to make it clearly to you all today that there is nothing like that going on. Prof has already said it, that political problem we have in Igbo land is general contributor to this development. And to some of them who want to capture Igbo land at all costs, with all their money, with all their practices, we are all watching at them. And for you who want to castigate Simon Ekpa for what he's doing or what he's doing, we have gotten him to a point that he is getting down, and he has given us an option. Let all us now go out and work on his option and see the election go through. But don't always complain, condemn, without working on what you can do. We are asking them, now is the time. Get Nnamdi Kanu out, and we will know that the rules and regulation of the election is something they would want to obey. If they don't want to obey anything, and we are here complaining, and we complain to any length we want, nothing is going to change. So we have to work and get things work for ourselves. Thank you, my chairman, and thank you, Dr. Damages. God bless us.
All right, thank you, Basil. Prof, we are going to let Prof go. We'll continue the conversation. Basil, if you want to hang out, you can hang out. But Prof had to go. I understand that he tried. He did very well. We signed up for less than 2 hours, and he's been here for more than that.
1 second.
You said what?
Yeah,
you want to say something?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Osi, let me take Osi. Osi has been here. Has been a very, very cool guy.
Yeah. Thank you. But
Prof, before you go, Igbo Basics is here.
Yeah, it's actually not a question, but I just want to thank Prof. Actually, I've had occasions to actually meet with you. First time was when Chief Osi Chidoka came to Houston to give his talk. And then the other time was when Patrick Okibo also came. But incidentally, all those times I was in Nigeria, so I couldn't make it. But I actually believe that our organization, which is the Kenga Media and Cultural Awareness Initiative, we have a lot of things in common, and we actually can work together with the Igbo Congress. So I'm looking at at the time that you live in Houston, right?
No, I live in Nashville, Tennessee, but I come to Houston very often.
Okay, maybe offline. I'll get your contact.
Get my contact from. You have my permission to give you my contact, and we'll work on that. Okay.
Okay, I'm not going to keep you longer than that. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Igbo Basics is a think tank, and let me hear from him, and then I will say choose according to Germans.
Okay. All right. Igbo Basic.
Thank you so very much, our dear brother Rudolph Okonkwo, Dr. Damages. Professor Ejiofor.
Yes, sir. Amen.
Glory be to God.
Amen.
The bone has risen again in you.
We thank God. Thank you.
Before next time we say the bone shall rise again, but now the bone has risen in you.
Thank you.
A couple of things I've listened along, and specifically on the issue of our brother Simon Ekpa. Just one comment. Do we know who is funding him? That's one. My other question is, with things going on in Igbo land as it stands right now, we know Austin Egwon, former chairman of World Igbo Congress.
Of course.
He traveled home. He ended up at a wedding. He never got to his village. That just happened. They also burnt down the house of his junior brother, Manuel. This all happened at Ihube. What am I trying to say here is this. The issue of Tija, turning Igbo land into the Japan of Africa, you can address to that. And then also the issue of self-community help. I'm quite sure you can address that. What I'm trying to bring into fore, I'm from Ibere. Prior to now, communities know who is in a community. It doesn't matter what town in Igbo land. In Ibere, we know the bad people, we know the good people. The way that our leaders who originally infiltrated World Igbo Congress, the way they have carried on is all to themselves. Every governor to himself. And that's why we have been so scattered. We talked about Omoteku and the way they organize themselves. Does anybody know who brought military police, the one they call Mopo, into Nigeria? Think about Dr. M. Ayakbara. And then as it stands, I'm going to land on the issue of community protection. Personally, when I go home, I go beyond the village, I go into the bushes, and I see a lot of what's going on there. In our most sacred water, I find that Nama has taken up the place and shitting it up. So what am I trying to say is that what are we doing as far as the palaces are concerned, because that's the area through which we've been working to make sure that things happen accordingly. What are we doing network-wise to make sure that through the Obi of Onitsha, through the rest of the Council of Ndiezes, all around Igbo land, that every traditional ruler is able to contain his community, particularly. And then let me land on the issue of our brother Peter Obi, who is out there running to be president of Nigeria. Fairness is fairness. Some of us believe that if this election is held fair and square, Peter Obi would emerge as the next president of Nigeria, and there will be development all over the place. Some of us also believe that if by any chance he is rigged out, as they are continuing to try to do, that Nigeria will be no longer what we know it to be. Mark our word. And I make bold to say also, I said it again before, that Peter Obi will be the next president of Nigeria. We have people in Nigeria right now who have come from here, volunteered themselves, spent their money, and they're on ground. You know what the problem they're having right now? Yesterday, went out in Lagos to get gas, cannot get gas. Today, spent all day trying to get gas, they can't get gas. And landing on a soft pedal, what are they trying to do? To frustrate you out so that you can leave, because you want to bring a change.
Igbo Basic, thank you.
What can we do? Community-wise, that's where I'm landing at. Community-wise, what is the WIC doing to make sure that each and every one of these traditional rulers are held accountable for their own community, so that me and you can go home and be able to go to our villages?
All right, thank you, Prof. Before you answer, Igbo Basic, I wanted to clear something. You said something happened to Egwon.
That's where I wanted to start. Go ahead, please.
What did you say? What happened?
I said that Austin Egwon went home, and he ended up in a wedding and could not go to his village, Ako.
Oh, okay.
But it was not harmed in any way.
No. He ended up. Right. I'm saying that it's like you going home and you end up at Enugu and never go to Nobi.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Because of the destruction there.
All right.
The hoodlums have taken over the place. The bad boys who are known from that place have taken over.
Okay. Thank you. He has to go. Let's let him just.
To tell you the truth, there are even instances this past Christmas time when people travel from here and they wanted to do traditional wedding of their children, and they ended up doing it in Lagos and Abuja and didn't go to the east because of that same situation you are describing. Let's look at a few things that you mentioned. So we've cleared that of Egwon. You talked about infiltration of weak. You and I know, by the way, just like I talked about with Mori, Igbo Basics, I needed to work together in various ways. So again, you can also get my, I'm sure you have my information, but otherwise, Rudolph will give it to you, okay? So that we can open avenues that we can work together in. So then when it comes to the getting down to the community level, community-wide security and so on, like the kind of thing that happened to Egwon. So World Igbo Congress is doing so many things that we don't announce. Okay, you talked about traditional rulers. We have a body right now, especially since Ohaneze went moribund. There's a body right now. You've seen a whole lot of releases from them, the joint body, as well as Anyandibo, led by Engineer Koye. Joint body, you mentioned specifically the Obi of Onitsha. He is there chairing that group with another prominent traditional ruler in Igbo land. Again, I don't want to be calling names. And then you have some clergy, archbishops, representatives of archbishops, because these archbishops, they have control of the masses. They go to church and so on, all the denominations. We have a group of bishops and archbishops representing all the denominations in Igbo land right now that we are working with. And we have these people representing them. So what we are describing is already on the plate of this group. And with this group and Anyandibo working together, they work with town unions as well as the security. I remember that I did use the word enhancement enhancement of their capability. This is what this is about. We are hoping we'll be able to develop something and execute something that is tangible before the election starts. So let us rub minds on this and share in greater details the things we know that don't need to be talked about here. And finally, there's something I want to talk about that I did not talk about while making the general comment, and it's about our son, Nnamdi. You all know that recently, there are talks about his medications, his state of health, and all that. It gives us trouble. It troubles us in the mind, and we have not slept since then. Right now, we are working with the International Red Cross because efforts in the past to get people to visit him have been blocked. Efforts to provide funds for his food and his medicine have been rebuffed. So we're trying to get International Red Cross involved so that we want to see exactly what is happening there. And of course, you know, he gets out about 2 visits per week. And those visits, we get also information about them. So we think we are all together as a people. I like the comments that I've heard. I like everything that has been said here. And what I can assure you is that Basil and others, the PRO of World Igbo Congress, I thank you so much. And everybody who has contributed in no small measure to the liveliness of this session we've had in the past exactly 3 hours. I thank you so much. And Dr. Damages, I come back to what I normally say. Your other people, other doctors, hang a stethoscope on their neck, but you hang stethoscope. So I'm worried. I don't want to come to your clinic, but whatever the case may be, you are doing a great job for our people. You cannot quantify what you are doing for our people. So I do appreciate the opportunity to be here. And for all of you who are all over the place, YouTube, Facebook, and so on, I say thank you for watching and listening to us. May God bless you all. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
We are going to continue the conversation. Prof will leave us for now, and we are going to continue the conversation.
I'm so, Prof.
Yeah.
Thank
you, everybody. Let's take just 30 seconds a break. Yeah, that's it. Okay, it won't allow me because there are a lot of people in the studio.
You can take me off then.
All right, yeah, let me do that. Okay. All right.
Like that, bro. I just want to get my perfume and get the fuck out of here. I think I should just start.
Welcome back, everybody. Who is giving perfume? I don't know. I had someone. All right. So I'm sorry for those that didn't have the chance to get involved and weigh in. And I know you wanted to say something.
Yes, please.
But before. Okay, go ahead, Ekene.
Okay.
I've been here
so
since.
I really want to clarify some things over what Dr. Shidi said against me. I understand Dr. Shidi. He's just playing the doing his business as a politician that he is. However, there is something that I want him to understand. Professor Ejiofor is a leader of the Igbo World Congress. And I believe that one of the primary objectives of those Igbo Congress is to protect the interests of the Igbos. And Nnamdi Kanu, of which Nnamdi Kanu was doing before he was apprehended. And what is his name? Simon Ekpa took over from him. And as far as I'm concerned, I've not seen anything wrong that Simon Ekpa is doing. My reason for saying that is because the Nigerian courts has entered judgment for the release of Nnamdi Kanu several times. And Nigerian government refused to release him. Now you refuse to release him and nobody is speaking against that. Not even Dr. Shidi. I've never heard Dr. Shidi calling for justice, calling for equity when it comes to Igbo race. This guy has been on his platform disparaging the Igbos, saying all manner of negative things against the Igbos and especially against IPOB. And he's here trying to play along with Professor Ejiofor. No, they are in contrast. What Dr. Odiofor represents isn't what Dr. Shidi is representing. Dr. Shidi is on a different lane altogether. Professor Ejiofor is protecting the interests of the Igbos. And here we are, he is also supporting Peter Obi, being his Igbo brother. Dr. Shidi, on the other hand, is against Peter Obi. So everything that Dr. Shidi is doing, both on his platform and whatever that he's doing for Showore, is against the interests of the Igbo. So they have nothing in common. So you shouldn't come here and trying to woo Professor Ejiofor. So my clarification here is Dr. Shidi should mind his lane. His lane is against the Igbo. We all understand that. So let him focus on that. Shouldn't come here and be trying to speak for the Igbos. The same Igbos that he's condemning.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Kenneth. For the rest of the conversation, I will plead everybody, make it not more than 2 minutes. You can say anything you want to say in 2 minutes. If you can't say it in 2 minutes, then you didn't think about it very well before you started. The priest of peace, you are next.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Professor Ejiofor one or two questions. One of those two questions are, number one, is there any plan for giving the Igbos an identity within the framework of Nigeria? Because the Igbos don't have identity. And what is also the role of Igbo tradition in harnessing that identity to make sure that Igbos, are at par with every other indigenous people within the framework of Nigeria? Those are the two questions I wanted to ask him. Again, with due respect to Prof, I called him and I introduced myself to him. I said, Prof, there is something I wanted to do, which I'm not going to divulge here, and I need him to work with. I want to work with World Igbo Congress. He said I should send the details to him. I did that, but I didn't get anything back. This is what I think. This is my opinion. I said, with due respect, my opinion is that I see World Igbo Congress as what Oliver the Cook sang in his song. I believe in Ebisenda Mariha Gemechi. I believe in that is every organization that is in the United States and the Ohanese and Igbo. That is what it is. They don't have our interest at heart. If you remember, Nnamdi Kanu went on Igbo World Congress and requested their support. They blocked him. And now he is coming to talk about their concerns about Nnamdi Kanu. That being said, you see, when we talk about Simon Ekpa, it boils my blood. I don't even want to hear that guy's name. And for Kenneth to always come here to defend this guy that is killing our people back home, if I don't want to use a harsh word on Kenneth, we are my brother, we are Igbos. But it is high time you stop talking about Simon Ekpa. It is high time you stop, because that guy doesn't have one bit of Igbo's interest. One bit. Because if he has one, he wouldn't be telling us to sit at home. And do what? For how long do you want to sit at home? You are destroying. See, what he has done, I have said it on this platform, is leading the Igbos to self-destruct. And it is happening in our eyes. This organ now, Igbo Basic, I believe he's in Nigeria now, or I believe if he's it. And look at what he's telling us. It is not a fluke. It is not fake. It is happening. Not only in Igbo, but it is worse in Igbo land. I came back in early November. I stayed almost 2 months. and I firsthand I know what was going on. So it is unconscionable for people like Prof to start coming now and telling us no, it doesn't make sense. It should have started long time ago. And Mazen Nnamdi Kanu shouldn't be where he is today. And that is a fact.
Thank you.
So
Dr. Damages, can I
finally,
talk on the question of the young man just posed on World Igbo Congress?
Thank you so much. Go ahead. I'm done. I'm done for now.
Okay, let me.
Dr. Beverages.
No, Ekene, no.
No, he's my brother. I just want to
Ekene, don't talk. You don't need to say anything. I don't even want to hear.
We are saying the same thing.
Who's welcome to the show? We have to be fair to people who are here. Who's welcome to the show? Unmute yourself, Uzo. Can I just reserve your thoughts? When I come back to you, you can say. It doesn't have to be back and forth. Yeah. Uzo, we're not hearing you. All right. Let me go to Osi. Osi. Yeah. Go ahead, Osi.
Unmute me. Unmute.
Oh, who I did? No, Osi. No, I didn't mute you.
Oh, okay. It's up now. It's up now. Yeah. There's too many things to unpack here, but I just wanted to touch on, what has been talked about the problem of the Igbo people in Nigeria and everywhere. I just had a discussion with a friend of mine who is from the Middle Belt, and he basically unloaded on what he believes is a problem they're having with the Nigerian state. So what am I saying? The problem of the Igbo man is not unique to the Igbos. It's almost like every component of Nigeria is having the same problem. And I think we've been so consumed with this idea, feeling that we are victims. Of course, there's no gainsaying the fact that there are many areas where, the Igbo man is particularly disadvantaged, but I think if we have to grade our problem, I would say that 99% of it is from us, not from the outside. I probably, many people probably will not agree with me on that, but I believe that the problem we have in Igbo land is a gross deficiency in leadership. Nigeria is a country of multiple sub-nationalities. And like every nation like that, what you find is a situation whereby all the component parts are trying to negotiate in such a way that it benefits their people. And so when a Yoruba man is doing what he can to make sure that the Yorubas get their own fair share of Nigeria, you can't blame him. And so is the Hausa, so is the Fulani and all those kind of things. So what we as a people should do is to come back home, sit down, and think about what is it that we are doing that we are not doing right? What is it how can we improve on ourselves so that we'll be on a good pedestal to negotiate for better terms with the other ethnic nationalities in Nigeria? I think that's what should be, bothering us. And I mentioned, leadership problems. The prof was just talking about, how the governors were not able to come together and form a security network, just like the Yorubas did with the Amotekun. But we also forgot the fact that the man who's currently even heading the Eastern Governors Forum is Governor Mahe, who, of course, we know his antecedents. He has done everything in his power to frustrate anything that has to do with the goodwill of the Igbos. Why? Because we all know that all of them have one kind of political ambition or the other. For some reason, he believes that, he was going to somehow, the APC is going to zone the presidency to the Igbos, and then he will naturally be his choice. And so, even when his brother was built to head the Ebubago, the original Ebubago, he made sure that organization was starved of funds from day one, and it never kicked off. Now, what did we do in Ebola, and what are the Igbos doing? Basically nothing. So what we have is a situation whereby people who should be representing our interests are there, doing whatever they like, sabotaging our efforts, but we don't do anything. If we have to do anything, he's shouting about somebody who is in Katsina or somebody who is in Abuja, while the low-hanging fruits at home that we should be able to take care of, we haven't been able to do that. Many of us, I mean, we all have, our thoughts about IPOB and the rest of them. Somebody like one thing I've always suggested is that IPOB has a large following in Igbo land. The biggest problem we have in Igbo land is leadership. What if IPOB in one way or the other can tap into the popularity that they have and try to address those leadership issues, starting from, for example, Abia State, where the leader, Nnamdi Kanu, is from. Abia State is the poster child of good governance in Nigeria. But the governor is there, doing even worse and worse. And you could extrapolate it to Enugu, Anambra, and the rest of them. Have we ever done anything to bring these people into account? So we are leaving the thieves that are right there stealing in our house. But we are crying about the thief who is in far away Abuja, who, even though with all the things we have, we probably will not be able to make any dent or even bring, do anything that will change our fate. So the moment we start looking back home and start to address those fundamental things is the moment that our fate will start to change. And I'm almost done, Dr. Damages. I know I'm encroaching on your time. Now, people have always said that, that you get, every society get the kind of leadership they deserve. And there is a sense to it, because people we have as our leaders are just, some of us. And I'm here to tell you that there is a crisis of identity. There's a crisis of value in Igbo land, which is part of the reason why we're having all those kind of leaders, representing, who are supposed to represent us, but they are doing whatever they can to actually pull us down so much, and there are many reasons to that, starting from, even during the Civil War and all those things. I know we came out from that war, everybody with 20 pounds. And so it was more like a rat race trying to put food on the table. So our people were ready to do whatever it takes. And when that happened, then, of course, all the values came crashing down. And that is when it now becomes that nobody cares if you're a professor or whatever knowledge you have. As long as you don't have money to give to the people and feed them, they don't care about you. If it doesn't matter that you're a professor, nobody cares about that. That's when our values started to really, really, really tank down. And if you look at the Igbo land, people who we are looking up to, most of the people that are very prominent, you find out that they are very, very morally bankrupt. Anyway, I don't want to take so much time, but I just wanted to hint on some of these things. Otherwise, we can't go home today.
All right. Thank you, Osi. Thank you so much. Yeah. So this is what I'm going to do. We're going to go back to our regular program, but I want to hear from an outsider, which is, the only outsider I see here is Ovie. There's something that one man wrote in the comment section, which was that this is like listening into a village meeting. So for Ovie, listening in, and what is your take on as an outsider? Then I'll call on Basil to comment on a World Igbo Congress. There's something that the priest of priests said, which is about people outside always say that these organizations are useless and they are just there to do party and celebrate. I want to hear from someone who is inside what you think about that impression. Why is it that people who have not come close always feel that there's nothing going on? And then I'll let Kene do his thing. So Ovie, I'll start with you. Yeah. Uzo, I don't know if you can hear, so that's why I skipped you.
I've been warned at the comment section not to interfere in a family matter.
No, forget about it. Actually, I think this is my personal view. I think if the Hausa, whatever group, Ijo, Fulani, whatever group, if they are having this kind of conversation as it connects to them and Nigeria, I would want to listen, and because I want to understand, and I want to understand what people are thinking from a place that I'm not from. So I'm thinking that's the role you are playing. I mean, you are here, you're listening. I want to hear what you think, the reflection of what you had, because it might be different from what I think I'm hearing from everybody.
I mean, even though my ex-girlfriend Amaka is from Kolomovia village,
there you go.
in Kolomovia village near Kaititi, But still.
Did you say Mili village?
Golomofia.
Okay, Titi. Okay, Titi.
You know, after I know.
All right, go ahead.
You know. Yeah, but I actually wanted to ask the prof before he left. It was making reference to what we can always sing with in the Mbele or something like that. So he was saying something around that. Okay, for me paraphrasing, like if Obi wins, then okay, maybe the struggle will goes down. If it doesn't, struggle continues. So my question, to him wanted to be, so is this all about power? There are people who believe that this is the cheapest way of looking for power, through this agitation and all that. So when it was along that line, that actually just come to us, okay, is this all about power? So if let's say Obi wins, then everything goes like that. Then what about people who just fall victim of losing their life, along like, even though people always accuse me of seeing it as a game that people are dying. Yes, now people go die because now people they play the game. But so that was where I was actually with what I wanted. So, and again, I think a lot of people share that opinion with him too. So is this all about power? So if he wins and that's it, or that's just my own seeing it from outside. That was what I was curious about, because actually some people, when all this Nnamdi Kanu with inside there, some people believe that yes, it's just this is the cheapest way of looking for power.
All right.
A lot of people don't see it like that.
All right, thank you. So where did I say I was going next?
You said you were going to Basil.
Oh, Basil. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can hear Uzo. Uzo, can we hear you? All right, Uzo, we can hear you. Basil, you're next. Unmute yourself, Basil, please.
All right. Please refresh my memory on what you want me to talk about.
No, I was saying that the priest of peace essentially said that the weak is not doing anything.
Okay.
And no, it's not the only one. There on the comment, there are people who basically, apart from people calling all of us comedians and.
Sorry, Rudolph. But Mr. Bessie, before you start, you are talking about if you want other people, they have kind of this conversation like that. You go. My platform, I have a lot of Hausa people follow and Hausa guests to come into their own opinion, and you'll be amazed when you hear your own part of the whole, with the other perspective about what we talk about every day. So it's called On Our Politics. That's just the platform, by the way.
All right, thank you, Obi. It's also connected to some of the comments I see. People say, "Oh, why don't you bring these people and bring these people?" We don't bring anybody here. People decide. People see, and they say they want to come. We don't pick people that will come in here. So for those who think that we select Obi all the time, we don't select Obi. We don't select anybody. You decide to come, and you come and you join the conversation. All right, Basil, go ahead. So there are people, Basil, there are people on the comments too who believe that we are just, all of you are weak. You guys are just clowns. You are making noise. There's something you are doing. Just briefly, just remind them, that, go ahead.
Yes, I don't blame them because when you are not there, you always feel that it's as easy as what you perceive. And especially in World Igbo Congress, we have association of over, I would say, to be conservative, 20 groups. And these 20 groups are like, in Nigeria, you would say like it's each African country is one group. Each African country is one group. So if you see how we operate more, it's not as easy as you look at it. We come to a decision based on each of these groups taking a part in their own input. We don't come to condemn or accept or take decisions lightly. because any group that is not represented in any of our decision taking will always strike back against us or have a way to come back against us for what we did. So it's not as easy as those who are outside says it. And it's not like a race. You will get started and get finished at the time. It's not that swift. We have to really do the arithmetic and geometry that is involved in order to reach to a decision. And when we reach to that decision, we can take it to the bank. Any one of us will stand by it, knowing that everybody must have participated in that decision. It's not that easy. So what I would suggest to anyone who think we are just fooling or playing or doing whatever you might do, come in, participate, take a part, or look for those who are in, join them, contribute your own ideas. Participation is very, very important. So you can, like the other gentleman who said that he gave information to the chairman and the chairman has not come to him, and it could be possible. The chairman cannot take this in and run by it. He has to table it. He has to go through process. So if he's not taken today, it might be taken tomorrow. It's not it's something you will say you've lost interest in this group because your decision was not taking the front road that is supposed to. So let nobody lose hope. We are only the people that can say what it is, no matter whose horse is beaten. Very freely, it doesn't matter whatever it is. So don't lose hope. Keep pushing. Thank you.
If I may back up my brother Basil on this issue of World Igbo Congress, let me say to all of us who are here and those of the people who are making comments out there, World Igbo Congress, at the height of its existence, Nigerian government, and that's during the time of Abacha, which was everybody feared. If World Igbo Congress sneezed, Abacha shook. This is a fact. That was World Igbo Congress. The person who is leading the Nigerian government now, in the name of Muhammadu Buhari, in 2004, he came to Newark, New Jersey, to seek for what? A vote of the World Igbo Congress, so that he can become president. That was 2004. I was the person who welcomed him when he stepped out of his car. I met him again in 2005 in my hometown in Ibere. That was the last time I met the man. Let me point something to all of us so that we may not be dreaming. The man who is in charge of Nigerian government now has every right on his own to grant clemency, if you so decide, call it that, to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But mark my word, the man seemed to acquire Binazo. He has no intention of letting the man go, at least before the election that is coming up. Put that there. If you listen carefully when I said something, when Professor Ejiofor was here, I said the bone has risen again in the person of Ejiofor, because he has been in the fight all along. My humble self, who is here, the publication that I started all the way in 1995, at some point, by 1997, people thought that Igbo Basics was actually a publication of World Igbo Congress. It was not. It's an independent, very independent voice, and remains an independent voice. Right now, I work with an organization that is called Foundation Democracy Initiative. FoundationDemocracyInitiative.com is there. Our main aim is to see to it that there is a level playing field. What am I bringing back to the table here? My brother, the priest of peace. I am trying for you to take a step back. For instance, whatever you have sent to Ejiofor, those things will be addressed. Nobody is going to put some things aside. But also bear in mind the statement that I made now. What has happened is that the Nigerian governors, the Igbo governors, they started coming to World Igbo Congress. Some of them were funding themselves. Some of them were being funded by the government, which is why Buhari ended up being here. What have they done? They come, they scatter a group that was so strong, that was really a backbone of what's happening at Igbo. I remember George Ezekiel in New York carrying a placard saying, Igbos, stop kissing Hausa asses. Those are strong statements that we make. So all hope is not lost. Those who are at home, including the governors, if you are outside, they don't really want you to come there and make your change. And for some reason, it looks like any of them, particularly the 5 Eastern governors, I'm not talking about the North or the West, I'm talking about the East. It looks like they're all power drunk. Somebody gets in there, he wants everything to himself. He fails to realize that the simple Onyagala Nwanneya is always been the man of Ndibo. And if we do that, we will be just fine. So don't give up. The priest of peace, we will address your issue, get across to Rudolph, and then we'll be able to take care of whatever the situation is. Thank you for my submission.
All right, thank you.
It's not about to be released.
All right, thank you. Can I?
Yeah, thank you. My brother, Prince of Peace, I don't know why you sound so hot against Simon Ekpa. See, everybody must not be the same. The way you pursue your agenda might not be the same way the other person will. Nnamdi Kanu was on his lane. He was doing his things until he was arrested, and the court also grant his release, but Buhari refused to release him. So Simon Ekpa is calling for release of Nnamdi Kanu. He's doing that in his own way, and I'm not in the right position to condemn Simon Ekpa. What he's doing is right in his own understanding, and what I'm doing by supporting Peter Obi right now is right on my own perspective. My father, Igbo Basics, I would like to correct one impression. We don't need clemency from Buhari on Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu was never convicted of any crime, so there's no need for call for clemency, on him. He should be released without any biases. So clemency is not in the picture right now, so he should be released. And again, my brother, the Prince of Peace, what I understand Igbo World Congress doing is protecting the interests of Ndibo. The Professor Ejiofor that I know back then in UNIZIC, if Professor Ejiofor had changed, I don't know, but from what I've known so far since 2020 or 21, that they've been calling for justice and equity, and since Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, they have been pushing for his release. So I don't know where you're coming with all these baseless accusation against this group. I've not seen anything wrong that they've done so far. If there is one, I don't know. You are here. You can say it for everybody to hear. So please, I know that you have your own agenda. You and your DOS, you have your own way of pursuing for Biafra agitation. Please go ahead with that. I'm not against you. I will never be against you, and I will never be against Simon Ekpa. However, I don't support the call for not allowing election, for election in Igbo State. Election should be allowed, because if you are there calling for there will not be election in Igbo State, in Igbo land, the election will come and go, and your own person is going to lose. So why not just calm down for now, support your person, or even if you don't want to support, allow the election to be held, stay on your own side, let those that are willing to vote, people like us, however, we are not even allowed to vote because we are in diaspora. So allow the people that are willing to vote for the person they have interest on. So please, let's, like somebody advised here, let's come together as Igbo and protect our own interests. Let's stop this division.
All right.
And again, Dr. Damages, let me correct one impression. This group is not for a clan. You know, according to what is it called, what they call it, one man show or one man went to do whatever. This group, this guy was here. Omori, John Abba was here. Madam Esho was here, and all the politics. So it's a free group. Everybody can call in. Be you Fulani, Jukun, be you Hausa, Tiv. You can call in. It's free for everybody. Come here and express yourself. After all, it is called have your say, right? Say the way you feel, but please be respectful of others. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Please let me correct Kenneth. When I talked about clemency,
can
I say something? The man
no, hold on. Igbo Basic, hold on. This is
let me say something.
There are so many corrections to be made, and it's not important. The world will not end. Whatever is wrong. Uzo, welcome to the show.
Don't come back. I have to log out my phone.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Keep on damaging.
Yeah,
I wanted to answer Prof. Some questions. You know, I met him so many times.
Yes,
and here in Houston, he do come here, and so my uncle is his vice.
Oh, okay.
If he's here, he know me. So I be follow him. And so I pay my dues from my own meeting where I belong to. I people don't know what a week is all about. A group of like I have my own meeting from my own community. So we pay dues through my own community. It's like I already follow them for. I know the problem with some IPOB members is I remember when they kind of went to armed ammunitions, and that was 7 years ago, 2015. They challenged him that what he need ammunition for. You know, that has been has been angry about that. And after like 3 years, now they are not asking if you can defend the Igbo state. So that had been an issue. But before I talk about ESM or all those stuff, all of us know how ESM started. Is a open like the Eastern part was so open that if you guys remember, a woman will go to farm, they will behead woman in the farm. They will cut the hand, they will do this. That didn't happen anymore. What is the reason? Is it the government that did that solved it? No. It's an ESM that did that to work. That's where it was from. Which everybody in the diaspora, most of us, put our money to make sure that ESM come to pass. But what happened after the same way after Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, the government know that after Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, that where the problem of ESM, people infected ESM, bad eggs, everything was like rubbish right now. Which if you support that, none of them support that. So I would just say on this group we are, this is not a village meeting that anybody says something, somebody has to reply. This is how you say. Everybody have this to say whatever you want. But let's not try to reply whatever I think that whatever I think that is not good on my own side. I say this, somebody else will come and reply me. You know, that is not fair that way. I just say whatever I feel that is, say it. It may be good to me, it may not be good to you. So that's why I feel my own. I'm with the Igbo people here. They are weak. All of us here, none of us belong to the weak. If you belong to Igbo organizations, we start from our roots, you know. We are United States, we start from our roots. If something a village meeting, a community meeting, how can you contribute on the country concerning the Igbo people? You have to start, if every Igbo organization here have a representative in the week. So how can you even contribute if you don't even belong to your own village meeting? We work with the Igbo people here. I just advise everybody hearing me, try to, you know, belong to your own village so it can be a voice speaking out there. The problem with weak and Igbo people is the governors. They will come here, they will sit down and pay the service like pay. Like after they like bring everything and they say these are what we want, they will support them. They will go back there. They will send somebody else to organize the whole group because they don't want somebody to control them from the diaspora. So please, my own advice for we the Igbo people is that let's stop attacking each other here. That's why other people look at us as if we are not serious. If a Benin guy do it, it's normal. Outside person is normal. Remember, the Igbo guy do something, it's not normal anymore. You know, if an Igbo guy say Obi is not good, it's not normal. But if a Yoruba man say Tinubu is not good, it's no more. So we all know where it belongs. So let's be careful and know how to put ourselves together. That's just my own little contribution. And
I have
also
something to say. I have a say.
Yeah, everybody person.
No, you have no more say. Hold on. I want to hear from Donatus and Henry briefly for 1 minute, and then we change the topic. We have other things to discuss. Donatus, go ahead. I know you've been trying to.
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. I'm calling from Nigeria. I'm speaking from Nigeria. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're in Nigeria.
I appreciate what you people are discussing and talking about how Igbo land is okay. I'm an Igbo man. So, and I'm grateful for what you people are doing. Because for our place to be at peace, all hands must be on deck. But I want to tell you people, one thing I want to suggest is this. Our Ade used to say, our father used to tell me that we must be like a broom. We must not be scattered. That if a broom is scattered, it is easy to be broken. But when they are together, no matter how you want to break that broom can never be broken in pieces. But what I see among ourselves is surprising me. It's just like, see, our leader is for our interest. Nnamdi Kanu is for the interest of the Igbos. It's because of the love he has for our people that made him to find himself where he found himself today. It's not for his own self. It's not for his own selfish interest. It's for the benefit of every one of us to see how Igbo land will be at peace. For me and you to be free. To see that we go and rule ourselves and make sure that we do things accordingly and in order. But one thing I experienced is that the same our people is the one that gang up against him, the governor, Eastern governors and the politician. I have seen a lot of effort can be playing to make sure that he unites everybody. But what is the disease we have in us is what is disturbing us. We always attacking each other. We does not believe in ourselves. We does not acknowledge our brothers. We does not regard ourselves. We hate ourselves. That's the problem. Hate ourselves to the core. And that is what an Hausa man cannot do. That's why they're united. Even if they have problem among themselves, when they come outside, you see them uniting. But look at it. If Hausa man happen to be the one in prison, no other person will come out to validate Nigeria. None of their brother will come out to validate the people that the country that are fighting against. None of their people will come out to validate Nigeria. But look at us. They have used Obi to come and validate Nigeria to make sure that we silence him and they cannot forget about what is as if he's fighting for his own self. Even our own brother, somebody like Chid, talking against somebody who is fighting for him. Even this our brother here, talking against Simon Ekpa. Are they not fighting for our own good? It's for our own good. Why are we always attacking ourselves? Why do we always hate ourselves to the core? This is what Hausa man cannot do. And that is why you see where they are taking us at third class. We are not even third class. We are going to fourth class because our habits have bring us low. And that is why you see God forgetting and keeping us looking at us. Because we are not united. United will stand. But this disunity will fall, scattered will fall. But what I say among ourselves is disunity. And the cause of it is greed. We are selfish. Interest is what is killing us. We are always looking at more what we can gain and not what everybody can gain. Not what will favor everybody, but what our personal interests, what we will get as a profit, personal profit. That's what is killing us. Why will Obi come and validate Nigeria that is killing his brother when his brother is in prison? Abubakar committed crime and he was justified. They were ready to defend him. That is how it has been happening. And look at our brother is there. Instead of us talking on how to make our brother to come out, but look at it. One of our brother was sentenced to hanging in Lagos State. And their brother had been committing crime. Somebody that killed somebody even in Sokoto, and they justified. They come out in mass to defend their brother. But look at ourselves. Look at us. We are so wretched. We are so wretched. I'm even ashamed of our people because we end up attacking ourselves, exposing our knowledge to the public. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And even as I'm speaking, I'm not happy of what is happening. This is what is happening where I find myself in the north. Look at, they have Igwe, they want to do Igwe, and look at another group, from their group attacking that one. That is what has been happening. Let us see from this kind of a thing. That's just what I want. And anybody attacking Simon Ekpa should desist from that. Let us team together and see how we make things to happen for our own good. That is all I want to say. When you are attacking Simon Ekpa, you are attacking yourself. When you are attacking Nnamdi Kanu, you are attacking yourself. And I want to drop this thing to anyone who are attacking Simon Ekpa or attacking Nnamdi Kanu. God's judgment is going to rest on them. As it rests on those that attack Moses, that is how God's judgment is going to rest upon them. And God is going to punish all of them because all of them are not for the interest of the people. Look at our people dying, poor masses, no job, no.
Dr. Damage.
You're muted. You're muted.
Donatus, thank you so much for your
time.
I really I had to stop you because you can't be talking without listening to me. There has to be kind of control.
A dialogue.
But I appreciate your inputs, and we could actually interrogate your submission, but there's no time for that. We really have to move to other things. But we appreciate you. African Queen, welcome to the show.
Thank you, everyone.
It's always nice to see African Queen.
Nice to see you. You've been away for a long time.
Somebody provoked her down to come on and
exactly. It's only way she gets provoked today.
So welcome. There was somebody I wanted to get to, but I think he's gone now, Justice. But the notice was talking. I wanted to hear him. He's been trying to join us. African Queen, welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah. So yeah, have your say. Anything you want to say before we try to go to
it's me. It's my turn to talk now.
Oh, Henry. Yeah, Henry. Yeah. Henry. I see. Okay, African Queen. Hold on. Okay, let's hear from Henry. Henry, welcome to the show.
Good evening. I'm from Germany. Meanwhile, I'm not an Igbo guy. I'm a Benin by tribe, but I'm a Nigerian. First of all, let me stop what Donatus was saying about Peter Obi. What he was saying something nice before, but it come on Peter Obi that Peter Obi, they brought Peter Obi to come and distract Nnamdi Kanu because of Nnamdi Kanu. I supported Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu it's not a criminal. Tomorrow is not a criminal. You understand what I'm saying? So when he come bring Peter Obi to this issue of Nnamdi Kanu, he made a mistake there. So that was it. What I'm trying to say, is it not time for the Igbos to come together as one, to stand as a force, to make sure Peter Obi come and change things in the East? The Igbos have the power, they have the mechanism to turn things around from the eastern part. But I'm just seeing them fighting Peter Obi for no reasons. Let's first of all look at Soludo. I don't even know Soludo before, except when he come back to Aga as governor. Nobody knows him. But now he's talking shit, sorry to use this language, talking shit about Peter Obi. Look at Toeze, who is benefiting from, they call him Eda, who benefit from all this corrupt system because he's enjoying this corrupt system. He's an old man. For him to come to support his own son, he's saying it's not Obi's turn to become president. It's not Igbo's turn to become president. I'm ashamed as in Nigeria. I'm not an Igbo. I'm ashamed to see so-called elders. They call the Igbo elders. These are not supposed to be called elders. It's not time for the Igbos to come together as one to support Peter Obi. At the beginning, they said Peter Obi, he cannot win the election, he cannot be this. But now, it's the first force. They are ashamed now. They are shaking. Because if Peter Obi come to be president, he's going to turn things around. From all those corrupt criminals in the East who call themselves elders. Just like Opus Zodima killing his people. I'm not an Igbo man. But I'm ashamed seeing them killing Igbos, killing their own blood because of one thing or another. Who is sponsoring this unknown gunmen? Who is doing this? They brought Ibubu Agu for what? Killing the same people. But people will not accept this, what I'm saying, but it's the fact. But when I see news every time, killing, okay, sit at home. Is it not time for the Igbo to mobilize themselves to say the government of Nigeria should accept the court order to release Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. He was kidnapped from Kenya. If you people forgot, he was not arrested, kidnapped. But people, all Igbos are sitting down quietly, feeling good. Nobody come out in mass because they are scared to die. The Hausas, the Fulanis will not keep quiet like this. But we talk, the Igbos are intellectual, they are this, they are productive, they are this, but their own son is dying in prison. He did not commit any crime, he didn't kill nobody. Why the federal government of Nigeria are releasing Boko Haram, Fulani S-men, the killer, those who kill people, when they when they make a call, they release them from police station. But Igbos are there, quiet, looking their own people killing themselves and their own innocent brother dying in prison. Nnamdi Kanu did not kill nobody. You people should wake up for your slumber. You should wake up. Forget about how many professors you have in your eastern part. If they're not doing anything to change things in their eastern part, they are not. They are zero.
All right.
We have too much professors, too much in Nigeria.
Henry,
but they're not doing nothing to change things. I'm just sad.
Henry,
Nnamdi Kanu was supporting Nigerian before he become a decision from Biafra. I saw the whole video of him when it was demonstration. It was the most big demonstration in UK when he was supporting Nigeria. But now he said he want because of the killing. He want to say okay, they want to go get their independence from Nigeria. It's not a crime, but they forgot the whole video was supporting Nigeria then. They forgot this video about when he was talking about one Nigeria then. But I will not be quiet to see the Igbos still fighting themselves in tomorrow. Wake up and support Peter Obi now to change things around. Period.
All right. Henry, thank you so much.
Can I do submission before I leave, sir?
No. I'm so sorry. No, I have to get to Justice really before African Queen, then I can see if we'll have space for you. Justice, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, for your good work. I really appreciate this platform. I have tried a lot to enter, but it's difficult. But thank you for allowing me in. One thing I want to say here is simple. Anybody that is talking about Nigeria doesn't love his people as Nigeria is construed today. Because what Nigeria represents is death. Let's get that fact straight. So if you are in any way or any form or shape trying to keep Nigeria alive, you don't like your own people. That's the truth everybody should know. Since I was born, now I'm 46 years old. What Nigeria have done is to kill, and kill. If he cannot kill you, he will chase you away. Or if he cannot kill you, he will turn you to a bandit, a criminal, or any sort of criminality that you can think of. That's all Nigeria do. That is why today, Nigeria is going in election, whereby the whole representative, all of them, none of them is clean. They can say Obi is this and that. He ruled Anambra for 8 years. Did Anambra turn to London? The answer is no. Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State. Lagos State is a shithole. What of Atiku? Atiku was vice president of Nigeria for 8 years. Does he change dollar from being 750 naira? The answer is no. So why we want to keep a colonial construct that is killing our own people? Like Ojukwu said, we have tried all we can to leave this country prepared by Britain and handed over to us. We have even gone for a civil war. We kill our own people. Still, Nigeria have not changed. Even the things that make that war to happen have doubled 10 times. And we still want to keep this country and continue killing our people. 3 million people are in the IDP camp in a country that there's no war. Some people are seeking refuge in Benin Republic, in a country that is no war, a country that does not even obey their court order. And we still want to keep this country together. That is a shame. And secondly, what I want to say here is that anybody condemning Simon Ekpa, first of all, condemning Nnamdi Kanu. If you cannot come here and say, oh, I like Nnamdi Kanu, but I condemn Simon Ekpa, you are a hypocrite. Because I have listened to Nnamdi Kanu, I have also listened to Simon Ekpa. There's nothing different from what two of them are doing. And they are the only people that are standing for Igbos now. If not, by now, we have IDP camps in our land. I want people to get that fact. Secondly, I want to end by talking to my brother Henry that speaks. Now you want everybody to come together, but you want us to support Obi. Have you asked yourself, have Obi talked about releasing Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu commit no crime. Why is he going for presidency? Why his brother is in jail for not committing crime? But is Peter Obi not an Igbo man? Can't he come together and lead the fight like Soludo a few days ago, trying to lead the fight to release Nnamdi Kanu? Why you be not speaking about his brother being denied justice? I remember that Dr. Bazulika Meji, a 95-year-old man, went to Abuja, kneeled down before Buhari, begged him to give him Nnamdi Kanu as a birthday gift. This man said, no, I will not interfere. Let the justice take his course. And justice take his course, and this man was set free, and nobody is speaking. Even the Obi want us to support. Why should I support somebody who cannot speak for me when I'm in grave? Peter Obi have never one day said, Nigerian government, this guy has been given justice, as you said to the elders of Igbos. Because Mbazulike, Ezife, all of them went to Abuja. Buhari told them that he's not going to interfere. Let the court do the justice. After the court do the justice, what happened? Peter Obi have not condemned it. But Peter Obi is not an Igbo man. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We cannot continue like this. The only solution to Nigeria, let Nigeria disintegrate, let everybody go their way. You can pretend as long as you want. You can make as if you don't understand what is going on. The truth remains simple. As long as Nigeria remains, the Fulani have restructured Nigeria to the point. What they have fought for how many years? You think you can, Obi will change it in 8 years. Go and ask Jonathan. If you think Obi will change it, go and ask Jonathan. So let's stop deceiving ourselves. And people like Henry, don't tell us to unite. Why
Rudolph, let me reply in one shot. 1 minute. Let me reply in 1 minute.
Justice, hold on. Thank you so much.
1 minute. Let me reply in 1 minute.
Henry, okay, 1 minute.
Justin, I want to ask you, Justice, I want to ask you, where are you living now at the moment? Are you in Nigeria? I don't
that bed doesn't look like Nigeria bed.
So you're just having a big mouth. People are dying in the east. You're having a big mouth.
No,
are you happy for the killings?
I'm taking for
Are you happy for the killings in the east?
And forget about
ashamed of yourself.
Nigeria has been killing.
I'm not an Igbo man, but I'm ashamed of yourself. Supporting the killing in the east. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm not supporting any killing. Don't
move your head and go to the east.
No,
go and fight for Biafra.
Justice. You have to
young like you. Thank you.
All right, Henry, thank you so much. I don't think we want to do this back and forth.
Just give me 1 minute. I want to make something clear.
First of all, 1 minute, just 1 minute.
First of all, I didn't support any killing. If anybody is supporting killing, it's Nigerian government. Since I was born, since 1925, Nigeria has been killing people for no reason. You can be arrested today and being killed. They can crop out charges on you and kill you without any. So when you want to talk about killing, let's focus on people who are doing the killing. Nigerian government is the one responsible for every killing that is happening in Nigeria today. That is a fact. And you said that, where am I living? You too, you are not living in Nigeria. What I'm saying is to your point. You say Igbo should come together and try to support Peter Obi. Why is Peter Obi not supporting Nnamdi Kanu, for Nnamdi Kanu to be free? Why is he not speaking? Is he not an Igbo man? So let's stop deceiving ourselves. Don't be hypocrites. That's what I'm trying to let you know. If we want to speak as one, Peter Obi is an Igbo, I'm an Igbo man. All of us should come together.
All right, thank you, Justice. 1 minute is over. We have.
Can I say something on it?
No, nobody says anything on anything. No, please. I can't let anybody else speak on
the question.
No, because it will lead to other people wanting to say. Let me remind people that we have topics that we were going to discuss today. We just had this 2 hour. We initially allotted 2 hours to Professor Ejiofor, and it's been dragging. The election is going to happen, so whenever we have to get to other topics. African Queen, you have the floor for 2 minutes or more. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rudolph, for this opportunity. Hi, Ovie. Hi, Kulata. Kulata, I see you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to take this opportunity because I've not been listening all through. So I just joined not too long ago, and I heard some things from Igbo Basics and some other people that spoke, and our brother Osi and Kenneth. I wish Kenneth was here. I saw him the other day, what he said about myself and blessed. So I want to actually talk to Justice, my brother. And my question to him is, do you know that there's hunger in the land, with or without Biafra? Not just in Biafra land, in Nigeria as a whole. You know, and when you say somebody talking about Nnamdi Kanu and liking Nnamdi Kanu and not liking Simon Ekpa, the person is a hypocrite. No, they are not. I for one, I never used to listen to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. I never used to listen to Nnamdi Kanu because he used to put me off. Even as an Igbo, he was fighting for something, but he used to put me off. Why? Because of his mode of communication. And over time, he actually honed into that skill and he improved. And it was when he improved his way of communication, that was when he could break the barriers, reach out to people like Henry who are not Igbos. And make other people that are not Igbos and also Igbos listen to him. That's communication is effective communication. So when you're fighting for something, you have to start even in your home, start learning how to communicate, because that's how where you start getting people to listen to you. So there's a world of difference between Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is very crass, for lack of a better word. I cannot listen to him for the life of me. And if he's the kind of people that want to give me Biafra, I'd rather not have it. Because they are so crude and unrefined. He will be ghetto. Do you understand? Ghetto through and through. So he is not even quality. He doesn't even have a good leadership quality. And if you watch, I'm sorry to say this, if you watch the caliber of people that run to him, my dear, nobody that's worth their salt in Igbo land will go to Simon Ekpa. Let me tell you something. I was ready to, okay, we're on public forum, but supporting Nnamdi Kanu, oh my God, I will stay hours and listen when he started speaking. Because before he wasn't speaking, when he started speaking, I would listen. And I encourage people to listen to him too. But immediately he got caught up into all these things. I was so sad. I was heartbroken. But for Simon Ekpa, I can never for the life of me. If this is the Biafra he's bringing, my brother, I do not want it. So now, Simon Ekpa has no empathy. Nnamdi Kanu has empathy for his people. Simon has no empathy. No, hold on, my darling. I watched Simon Ekpa come on this forum. He was asked questions by Madam Echo. Even if, see, that's the communication I mean. You think you love your people, but in fighting for their freedom, as you claim, you should also endeavor to protect your old and your weak. Do you protect your old and your weak? Are you a leader then? What sort of a leader are you? You look at you are here. You are talking, someone is asking you who is not an Igbo, telling you about Igbos dying. You flipped it off and you want Biafra. Biafra of dead bodies? Biafra of corpses? What Biafra are you looking for? So that is the problem I have with the likes of you and Simon Ekpa. I'm sorry to say this, my brother. You have to go back and introspect and really think of what you're fighting for. Obi and Kamson Igbo, as in Igbo Snana Jubu. Let me ask you, where is this going to lead to? What you're doing? Where is people plan with a goal, having an endpoint. What is your goal? Smart? Is it smart? Is it a smart goal? Okay, now look at Nnamdi Kanu. As big as he was, as big as he grew, he's still in that dungeon. So what? You are fighting, you're fighting. You are frustrating your people. You are making the hungry hungrier in your land. Have you gone to bring him out since you people are so strong? What have you done? What have you done for our people? What has your struggle given our people? Has it given us peace? Do you know that I heard that some of these so-called boys that are now, because I call them autopilot boys, I don't even like calling them ESN, because when Nnamdi Kanu was actually trying to bring ESN on board, I was actually in support, because we knew there was this girl that was killed in Anambra. We knew what was going on then. These people have derailed from the original agenda. These people kidnap our people for money. So they're using their money to fund whatever they're doing. Have you heard about that? That is what you get under a leader that has no empathy. Because the leader has to have it first to be able to, for it to stream down to his followers. Simon Ekpa does not have it. I'm sorry to say this. I'm so sorry to say this, my brother. So look at our people. You know, I'm also on Mayego's show. I see them come together, try to put something together for the less privileged, the people that are hungry in the land. I've never heard Simon say, we have old people that cannot farm, that cannot go to their farms. Can we please raise something? Let's find some people that have a welfare that can take care of those people that are weak, that have nobody. I've not heard that. Is it only by blood spilling? Okay, why are you letting the blood? You are fighting. Fighting who? The politicians are still sharing their money in Abuja. Don't you know that? They have beautiful homes here in overseas. Don't you know that? Their children are here in overseas. Don't you know that? Do you think they are suffering? Who do you think is suffering in this your quest for Biafra? Who do you think is suffering? There are people that are suffering. Is it the Hausa that is suffering? Is it the Fulani that is suffering? Is the Yoruba man suffering? Can't we all reason? Look at Obi. I got interested in. I was so all Biafra, really, and I'll probably say it because I saw what was happening in my land. But I'm someone that's willing to give Nigeria a chance, because the only reason why we got here was because, first of all, we ended the war for a reason. The reason why we got here was because of the injustice in the land. If things could be done appropriately, we can be independent and still be in one country. It's possible, my brother. It is possible. So now I saw Obi, a man that has done something, a man that fought the Anambra cabal. You know what it means to, you try to dismiss that man. Do you know what it means to fight in Anambra State and still, as a governor that didn't have anybody in the legislature, that didn't have anybody, he was in ABGA, or it was all PDP house members? Do you know what it meant to make impact in his people's life, even in that kind of situation, where Anambra had godfathers that can kidnap a sitting governor? Ask Ngige, he will tell you. And you dismiss him. Now he's an honest man. He's a man that's tried. He's not a perfect man. That is even loved, even beyond Igbo land. What are you fighting? Why don't you give him a chance? What you have done since, my brother, it has not gained us anything. We are losing lives. We are using young men. You open the door for people to come and use any excuse to kill our people. So why don't you support your brother? Let's do this one. Let it not work. Then we'll say, okay, we've tried everything. We gave it a chance. Are you trying to bring war down? You think that the West is coming to help you? Hello? No, they are not coming. The West is not coming. The West is not coming. So you think that, why haven't they come from Nnamdi Kanu? He's a British citizen, isn't he? So if you think they're doing all this to rile up the West to come to our aid, forget it. Nobody's coming. So why can't we re-strategize? Look at our brother who has actually made considerable difference in his state. And people love him, not just us. What are you fighting? Why are you fighting him? That's why I want to know, where is the goal? Where are we heading to with all these things? Because I've not seen any endpoint. I don't see anything. The people you are trying to get your attention, nobody, Igbos that are dying. Nobody's coming. So why don't we give Obi a chance?
All right. Thank you, African Queen.
Thank you, everyone.
Rudolph, I want to say something to her for he become.
Wait, but Rudolph, please, Justice, don't be annoyed. But please, the private comments is getting a little bit
Oh, I haven't even looked at it.
Yes, yes, yes.
Unappropriate.
Please go there.
Please.
Justice is messing up there.
Please.
No,
please.
I'm not messing up. It was
No.
I'm
I'm not accusing you of messing up, but I'm just.
It was Henry that is saying stuff to
I
you.
understand. I understand.
And you hear it. You didn't
But
correct him.
what I'm want to appeal to you is to pedal down a little bit, please.
Yeah, he should stop insulting me.
No, wait. Do you want to win it? Because calm down, because.
I've not seen what's going on.
No, excuse me. Justice, you call me ignorant. No, my brother. You're quite ignorant.
Yes,
see, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I saw about. No, hold on. You don't communicate like that, my darling. The same way.
Rudolph, this is what I foresaw, and that's why I was trying to.
This is the same way, right? This is the same way that I made a comment on. I saw what's this guy? Your Simon Ekpa. If you see the kind of things this guy wrote to me on Twitter, just because I made a comment, do you know he said? He even said, "Oh, the Biafra they want is not for sugar daddies, it's not for people giving you money, it's not for abortions, it's not." Oh my God, you need to see what he wrote. This is the person you want me to listen to. I just reported that account to Twitter with all pleasure, and they just held his account for a bit. So you sitting there, Justice, calling me ignorant. You should actually go and introspect. I asked you to do something. Take time. It's not about calling names. Take time, go and introspect the kind of Biafra you want. Is it the Biafra that people just talk? People are so callous and crass and so unrefined. Is that what you want? And you want people like you think? Okay, I'll start saying I'll be on Twitter and I'll start exchanging words with the likes of Simon Ekpa. Yes, you call me an Igbo. I'm an Igbo daughter. Listen,
when I made my submission, I didn't
mention Listen, no, hold on. You mentioned my name. I saw you in the chat. You mentioned
I mentioned it in the chat when you are calling me.
No. I'm telling you something, my brother. So as at the level I am, you think I'll come and reduce myself to start binding words with Simon Ekpa and actually exchanging those not even a meaningful conversation, not a meaningful exchange.
No. You came here. Very
nasty exchange.
Okay, African Queen, hold on. Justice. This is how things should work. I hope. When I've not called your name to speak and you keep interjecting, so please let me direct things here. All right. I didn't know what was going on in the private chat, so I was busy with other things. I want to hear from Lucky. Lucky, welcome to the show. Lucky, unmute yourself, please.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi, Lucky. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. My name is Lucky. I'm calling from Dakar, Senegal.
Good. Maybe you speak French, and that will calm down things. Go ahead.
Est-ce que vous comprenez français?
Ouais, ma comprends pas français un peu. Ça va?
Ça va bien.
Ça va tout le monde, ça va bien. Please, I thank you, madam. This is my first time seeing this woman, but thank you very much for your explanation, and your contribution is very, very expensive. I don't believe I can pay for it. Please, yesterday, something like this happened. They have one guy in Canada, they call it Dr. Chidi. The same thing. Ranting, try to explain what you'll be said, what you'll be not said, what you'll be said, what you'll be not said. I call him. I say, just tell me where are you going to? If they bring Tinubu, bring Atiku, and there will be who you will vote for. For all this explanation now, try to describe to be who you will vote for. Enough you answer. I say, see all this kind of life. You be. I'm not from Igbo, from Edo State. But all these Igbo guys, some Igbo guys, no, it's a shame. It's a shame. Upon these Fulani people destroy Nigeria and rich. You don't see Atiku. He condemned Buhari one day. Either Kwankwaso condemn anybody. Obi never hurt fly. But you will see some Igbo guys. He said because he says so. Okay, because he says so. That is why you cannot trust him with the president. Only one person the whole world is proud to see. That it's only Igbo people try to bring him down. Some Igbo people, not everybody, some Igbo people. All these bastard millionaires, when they don't say they don't know where they want to use their money for. Eh? See this guy. Ask you a question. This woman ask you a question. What is your goal by killing people up or down? Is that the Biafra you are looking for? Okay, let's talk about. Let's leave Biafra first. This is an election which everybody is crowding to show say we survive. Nigeria even survive first. Obi explained all these things several times. I explained it. If everybody is comfortable, I'm living here. I don't even know whether you are Senegalese, whether you are Nigerian, whether you are a pastor, whether you are a Muslim. Everybody do the same thing. Whether they are doing Christmas, Muslim and Christian, even the key goat this Christmas. So mostly the key goat. When they are doing Salah, Christians key goat. Nigerians just living like say they are white, they are deaf and dumb. Some people, guys, that they are man. I'm very sorry, but God, I'm annoying. At those states, even PDP, IP cannot even get one vote. Obaseki is not saying anything today because you don't have right to say anything because we are the one voting. But you go to Igbo people when if Oshomole come and say Oshomole is better. Obi Oshomole cannot even step where Obi step. If Oshomole come out today and say, those states will crowd, everybody will march follow him. But nobody will talk with all the info, all the insult, all the lie when they lie self. But nobody will talk about that first. They will still crowd follow him, shout follow him. But see people try to bring their own down. I don't know where they are going to. I don't know what they are trying to do and what they want to get. I don't know. But that Chidi yesterday, I insulted and so he cut me off.
Bros Lucky.
Thank you, Lucky.
You say
if
you don't need to pay full. You don't need to pay full. If you pay half, now maybe the agent. Now maybe our agent.
Yeah, if you I see you don't watch your man campaign. The all they drop cap for Atiku.
Oh, Shari.
That they define your number, sir. That they define your number. Make I call you for this.
All right, Lucky. Thank you so much. Let me hear from the priest of peace before he leaves. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. You see, first of all, I want to thank African Queen for your submission. It's so beautiful because you are very, very objective and you are on point. That being said, it still brings me back to what the question that I wanted to ask Prof. That question is the Igbo identity. Number one, Nigeria has not given anybody an identity. Whether we like it or not, we all are ethnically biased in our whatever position you are in Nigeria. As far as Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria has not given us that identity. As much as Peter Obi, and I have said it here on your platform, that he has what it takes. But the issue of Nigeria is going to be frustrating for Peter Obi. Like my sister said here, I am willing to give Nigeria another chance. But how will I give Nigeria another chance? One, let there be a referendum that will bring every ethnicity, every indigenous person to the table of brotherhood, so that we will forge ahead and make a Nigeria that we want, that we can bequeath to our children. Listen, I am 50 years old. 50. How many years will it remain for me to go? How many years? In the next 20 years, 10 years, if God permits. I am talking from the point of humanity. The best thing, it is not, for me, this election shouldn't happen at all. We shouldn't even go into this election for any reason whatsoever. What we should do is to identify the problem, which is the constitution. Give Nigerians a constitution that is befitting, so that we can sit down. If you are an Igbo man, you are an Igbo man. If you're a Yoruba man, you're a Yoruba man. If you are not, then you are a Nigerian proper. Take away the ethnicity, take away your Igbo-ness, and we become Nigerians. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to tradition, we cannot take it away from us. It is one of the basic things that has frustrated the Igbo race because we have left our tradition. Like I said, all these people, with due respect, what they are doing is I believe Ebisiando, Amari Gemechi. We have passed that stage now. For Peter Obi, I bless him. I always pray for him. Say, God, let it happen. But if we look at what has happened in 2020, it is an eye-opener. Sorry, yes, 2020 NSAS. It's an eye-opener for every Nigerian. The establishment never thought that such a thing could happen. But the point is, this movement that is championed at the back of Peter Obi, are they going to be willing? Because whether we like it or not, this election is going to blow up. I thank you guys. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And God bless you all. Have a wonderful day.
All right. Thank you, the priest of peace, for joining us. Just as I see you, but hold on. Okay. Osi, well, what do you think? Your what? Osi. Who is meeting you? It's not me.
Osi, yes.
Okay.
Are you using the browser?
Can you hear me now? I don't know what the problem. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's usually a problem. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Maybe it's from my own end. Yeah, so thank you for the contributors. I've actually listened to it very attentively, and I think everybody's making sense. Justice. I think my own is a little bit directed to you, because I could see the passion. And this passion is not just shared by you, it's shared by all of us. We all want Igbo land and by extension Nigeria to be good, because we want a place that we can all be proud of. Now, I could tell you that in principle, we're all in tune with what Nnamdi Kanu is doing, and maybe probably what Simon Ekpa wants to do, But one thing you have to know is that you can have the best of intention, but go about it the wrong way. And that is the difference, and that is the difference why a lot of people are against what Simon Ekpa is doing, Now, I tell you this, as you are now, let's say a 7-foot giant with a gun comes and slap you. You have two options. You can decide to, try to fight him, knowing that you have no fighting chance, and that even if you try to hit back, he might end up blinding your eyes. But that's an option that some people might do, probably because people by the side will say, oh, this guy is a brave man. Look, he's fighting back. That is one option. But you can also decide to be a little bit more creative and use your brain more by probably even sometimes pretending like you're not hurt, but you go about, trying to meet some other people you feel like you can bring to the table that can make you and help you do the fight. So if you're a rational human being, you have to consider both options. Because, it's very easy for us, especially when you feel that somebody is against you, somebody has wronged you, for you to just get up on the spur of the moment and try to act. But that hasn't helped. That hasn't helped. That doesn't necessarily help. Because if you remember, even during the Nigerian Civil War, Nigeria, we were on the right. The Igbos were on the right. A lot of our people were killed. But at the end of the day, did that hand us victory? Of course not. It did not. Because in relationship, especially when it comes to states, being on the right does not hand you victory. What hands you victory is being strategic in your planning to make sure that you're not just doing something because you want to go with your heart, you actually want to use your brain. Now, we're talking about how the Simon Ekpa faction is going about these things. we are feeling that our people are suffering from what is going on in Nigeria. Now, the same people that are being crushed under that weight every morning, every Monday morning, you tell them that they cannot go out. And if they try to go out to make a living, you send the thugs and go and kill them. What are we trying to achieve by that? Do you think that by doing that, in some way, you're going to convince somebody in Abuja to let Nnamdi Kanu go? You're not. If anything, you have to understand that in Nigeria, there are so many conflict spots. People are dying in thousands in the northeast and by Boko Haram, and also in the northwest by the headers. The federal government can't even they can't even deal with that. And you think that of all those things going on, they will just focus on the fact that you, for some reason, decide that you're going to lock your people down and they can't do anything. Because that's the way you feel like you're going to help this guy come out. And let me tell you this. Even within IPOB, if you've been following the news, you'll find out that Imapa Alfla and his group has actually instituted a legal action against the Simon Ekpa fraction. Because they are basically going against the mainstream IPOB, who have said and have listened to a lot of people by the fact that this stay at home is not doing anybody any good. We are losing. Igbo guys are you are in a foreign land. But if you've gone home, you understand there are people who are actually living every day by what they can make. There's such thing like Obama, people who just come out every day and try to see if there's somebody who can give them a job to eke out a living. Those are the kind of people that you are locking down every Monday morning. And even outside of that, now every once in a while we have a 5-day stretch of lockdown and all those things. There's this saying in our place now, how do they say it? You think by doing that you are punishing somebody in Katsina or Abuja or somewhere else. My brother, that does not work. Okay, so I mean, we have to think about all these things, and I take time to explain all these things to you because most of the things, the weapon and all those things that these people are using to wreak havoc in Igbo land, is actually coming from people like you. I don't know you, so probably not you, but there's a lot of disgruntled, senseless people in the diaspora who think that by funding those kind of operations, that helping with Igbo liberation. No, it's exactly the opposite. You're actually killing us, So I know other people have a lot of things to say, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to take more time.
Can I quickly just follow up, OC, please? Justice Ojimadu Nana understand that yes, the IPOB factions, they might feel that, for the non-Igbo speakers, what I said is who thinks that he pins someone down is also pinning himself to the floor. So for this our IPOB thing, the question I asked early was, if IPOB started as a political party, would the idea and the route would have it been different? And the reason I asked that question was because I just felt like the idea, just like African Queen said, when Nnamdi saw that he wasn't reaching as far with his strategy, he had to rebrand himself and look, and then he saw the other side of things. And so sometimes when you go on a course, just like what Osi said, you might be in the right, but once you start doing your stuff, the antecedents that you do after you were right might just kick you out totally if you're not strategic with the vision and going there. And this is why I see in IPOB, no one is against your agitation. No one is saying that what you guys are fighting for is wrong. But the thing is that, isn't it time that you people just take a break and just say, okay, let's review everything that has happened previously, and then let's say, okay, hang on, which direction do we actually have to go? Nigeria is going to, newsflash, Nigeria is going to stay. Even if this election, Obi doesn't win, we've been hearing this thing from, at least from when I started hearing also Abiola or something like that, Abiola's time. It just feels like Nigeria is about to blow. Nigeria is about to blow. Every time. Every election, it's like Nigeria is about to blow. Nothing's going to happen. Okay? Nigeria is going to stay. It's still going to stay, even if Tinubu wins or Atiku wins. Those are, one way or the other, Nigeria is going to figure out something, and it's going to stay. So you better just understand that. Stop these shenanigans. In my own French, apologies, but stop this thing. Reverse. Look at what is actually concretely on the floor. Look at what Ato Eze is doing to Obi, for example. Understand that there are things that are already established, enshrined, that most of us don't know about, right? These guys are not just coming out and doing anything that they're doing. So understand it that whatever you guys are doing, it's not really going to work out well. You might start just like the Bolshevik Revolution. You might start with good intentions, then you end up, blowing everything apart. And then one more thing I want to say about this Igbo Enweze something. I think sometimes, especially I want to speak to our non-Igbo brothers. Igbo people don't fight themselves. We love ourselves very, very much, but most times people don't understand our historical background and in our purest state before the white man came. We were egalitarians. Most people don't understand it. It's our strength that we're fighting, that we're challenging, that what Soludo did that day. It's actually a strength of the Igbo man. Most people don't really understand. I see it as a strength. So sometimes when people are always saying, oh, Igbo people are fighting themselves, no, not necessarily. We do love ourselves, but the only thing is that we are, in our DNA, we are comfortable with challenging each other. Iron sharpened iron. It's a core. It goes back to my question: what does it mean for you to be an Igbo? And in my research, it is all about procreative energy, and procreative energy therefore suggests that it is all about iron sharpening iron. So it's not, in my view, it's not foreign that when you see an Igbo person criticizing each other, that means that they absolutely hate themselves. Maybe in other climes, but not in the Igbo climb.
All right, thank you.
Well, I was about to finish. 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Because it cut me off, yeah.
Sorry, I cut you off. I thought you finished.
What I wanted to remind Justice is just the fact that if we all love Nnamdi Kanu to come out, which I believe we do, the surest, biggest guarantee is for Obi to win. Now we can't guarantee that. But it's very, very obvious that the current government under Buhari, they're not interested in letting the guy go. So what are the options? Okay? So if you're interested in having this guy come out, then work towards Obi's success. Because if Obi gets here, we're 100% sure that the next thing is Nnamdi Kanu will come out. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. Hold on, everybody. So on this note, Justice has just become our accidental guest. So we are going to channel questions to him, and then he will answer it at one go so that we don't go back to this. Justice, let me just say this. I'm happy you're here. And I want to talk to people on the comment section who disagree essentially with what we're doing here. It's always important to engage people in conversations. I believe that part of our problem is that people stay in their own world and don't hear what the other people are talking about. So that's why this forum is open to anybody. We don't decide who comes in here. We don't decide who shouldn't be here. Anybody comes here, we listen to you. In some cases, we challenge you. Hopefully we learn from you. You learn from us. And like Lupita said, every dream is valid. Every position, opinion is valid. But I find difficult is when people dismiss other people without hearing them, when they don't want to listen to anything different from what they are used to, what they believe. You don't grow that way. You don't grow. You can stay in your room and write your books and read it yourself. But until you want to publish it and it goes through the publishing process, someone edits it, that's when it gets better. Anyway, Austin, go ahead. So Justin, you are going to answer when we're done. Okay.
So I wanted to tell you this story. I used to say that I think I told the story before. I served in Bauchi. So that was in 2015 when Buhari recently won the election. That was a peak of the Boko Haram during the Jonathan's period. We have this place where they call it Coppers family houses. That's in Fada Mamada. I served in the military barracks at the Obieno Barracks in Bauchi. Since I was the Kalik Corpus housemaster, I used to come to the Kalik Corpus house in Fada Mamada, then go back to the barracks to do my duty before the general of the army says, no, it's either you stay here permanently so that we know that we are protecting you or not. So I had to transfer and go there. There was this option where I think the thing looked glim, but there was this option where this suspected Boko Haram member was being chased. So he had to jump a fence and enter inside the house, inside a compound. So these military men got into that compound and they said somebody came and produced him. Do you know the people of that house said nobody entered that house, and they vowed it's not true that nobody entered. And there is some rules. You can't just, if I don't permit you to search my house, you can't search my house. So there was only one option: go your way. Whenever you see him next time, you chase him. Now, what am I trying to say? Boko Haram proliferated because the people supported them. The way we are doing this unknown government IPOB, if your people don't support you the way it is going now, you will still fail. That's what I'm trying to say. As we put the sit at home always, people start starving of food. Who is starving you? I can't go out. Who made it? Unknown government or this or that. The unknown government becomes the enemy in such a way that the same Fulani you think you are fighting, if they say what is happening, they will say, I know the boy. He's staying in that house. And there's one thing you need to know. Even if you are the darkest of the dark, go anywhere, hide anywhere. Even by 12 o'clock midnight, you want to go and do evil. One person must see you. One must see you. I don't care. Somebody will come out to urinate at night and see you passing and say that is Mr. Okori going that way. And he will just keep it in his mind. The day they said something, a goat got missing the next morning in the other house. He said, hey, I remember. Oh, I saw Okoye at midnight. So what I'm trying to say is that if you keep on like me, disband the sit at home. Let the people come out and do their business. Let the economy thrive. Then you now have pity from the locals. If you don't have pity from your locals, you are not going anywhere. And I'll tell you, those guys out there in Abuja have the superior weapons. And all they need is to point at this person. And I'll tell you, they know everybody. In the community, they know everybody. So please reconsider the sit at home again and the force. The problem is not about going and getting Biafra. The problem is about sharing the loot after you have gotten it. We have governors, they have messed up. You and I know that. We have senators, they have messed up. Are they Hausa, Yoruba, or Fulani people? No, they are our own people. Buhari was complaining that those in the Niger Delta, just in the Niger Delta as a whole, they gave them their 13% derivation. Even us, they gave us our own money. What did our governor do with it? They stole the money, consume it, and ate it up. So if we say we want to do it ourselves, come on, we have the resources to do it. All we need is that good mentality to do it. So please, I think the way we are going is not the best for me. Don't forget, you need the support of the local people. If you don't have their support, trust me, it will never work.
All right.
That's what I have to say. Maybe next time I'll talk with John Abba. There's something you said before. I want to reply to it. They're not now.
Okay.
I have a question for the house.
Okay, go ahead.
2 questions, right? I thought the primaries were over. Because as if Obi is as if what I'm seeing is as if you guys are still deciding whether it's Obi or Simon Ekpa before the general election. That's the question I asked the prof too. I mean, at this point, everybody's strategizing how to put their interests forward. Now, they strategize where the election go or not. So you guys are seeing the primary mood. Now, also, my second question is about strength that Mr. Scribe is talking about. That challenging, each other is a strength. Oh, I agree. But when this challenge will stop, then go into competition mode. Because you are in front of war, you see the challenge captains, Alpha. You will not be blown away. So if it's a strength, but at one point we'll go pause break, then say, okay, let's now use the strengths. What we learn from the strengths. So those are my 2 questions.
All right, thank you. Janaba, is it connected to what we're talking about, or you have some?
So you think me, I don't have anything to say?
It's a man of God. It's being led by the Spirit. Whatever the Spirit led.
I come here. Okay, let us not waste time now. Who is talking now again?
Henry.
No, Henry, no, not yet. Let me hear Janaba. And then there's Benedict. Go ahead.
Freedom is not for the coward. And if you are not a coward, you should know what it takes to lead. And you have no strategies, you have no plan, you are enemy of yourself. If you have to come to the house with a flower when it's not Valentine, you are a suspect. If you have to come and tell us here that you love yourself, with the non-Igbo should know that this is iron sharpened iron. Oh, my brother, I love you. Not all that is BS. Love yourself, then organize yourself, and then end of the day, we see how it plays out in the East. That is not how love yourself is. You can't have it in both ways. If we believe all Igbos are king and they don't have a loyalist, then let's believe that. But you can't have it in both ways that, we love ourselves, we are just talking to, no, you are killing yourself. Don't love yourself. So try not to play that politics on this platform. This is have your say. And to those that believe that they are championing a good cause in the East or in Nigeria, it's baloney. You are not championing any good cause. You are a coward. A coward come and say things that they want to take advantage of those that even trust them. You know, the people you betray most in life, the people that trust you. So, and this is what you guys are doing, wasting their energy. And since the gap of no leadership, whether in the whole Nigeria, that is become the way church is full, mosque is full. Now everybody is looking for who they will colonize their mind and take advantage of them. And this is what they are making themselves to become popular. People that under normal circumstances, for God's sake, cannot even walk on the streets with ass in their hand. Now a champion from their bedroom because they can run their mouth. And thank God for internet. Then everybody can go and post anything they're going to post. And I don't blame them. Have yourselves to have created a platform where we all can come and drop our jargon. Go sit down. You are not helping yourself. If you want to help yourself, let 2023 election end in the next few weeks, which is February 25th. After that, we all come back and see. All the hell will break loose. Nothing is going to break loose. When it's going to break loose, you will break loose, not Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Okay, African Queen. Okay.
Dr. Damages, I actually wanted to speak because I've seen the comment section. There's one boy bank 350.
I know.
I see you, my brother, but you are one of the type. I say I wish you are not even Igbo. You are not qualified. Please, yes, you're not qualified to be an Igbo man. I'm thinking, because you look at their leader, you see how they treat women, how they talk to women. That is actually people that have no decency, no decorum. That is what we're talking about. So when you see me say, right, and Simon Ekpa to bring Biafra for me, I'll do without it. This is because of people like you. People like you that you don't think about our people. Am I not an Igbo daughter? Why? What have I said wrong? That I mean our people are suffering. That look at how you are attacking me because I'm a wife, I'm a mother. I'm sad that there are some aged women that are people that are dying and they are killing senselessly. That even the politicians, you're making people sit at home. People that you are making, even when they sit at home, these are people that on a regular day, they're not even paid salaries. People will go to government work, they owe them for a year. They owe them for 11 months. Do you think these so-called politicians care? These politicians, I've never seen them with this year and said make life miserable for the government. Are they insane? The people are okay. The politicians are doing very well. They go to Abuja and share this money. Don't you people understand it? The woman that needs to sell the small ogu that she plucked from her farm to be able to buy salt and pepper, she can't sell it. Her farm produce will rot away in the house. Politician is busy in his house. They've shared the money in Abuja. They've imported their toilet paper that they are using in their houses. You think that's who you are affecting? These people are not thinking. How do you think it's affecting them? The sit at home, I am for Monday sit at home for Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, it's a message. I never fought. Yes, my brother. You don't even know me. Don't worry. It's not here. I'll come and tell you who I am. You don't know me at all. That's why I laugh at some of you. You don't know me. So now I am for that. But for Simon to come and tell me 5 days sit at home is insane. There's 15 days sit at home. That's foolishness in the highest order. Who is sitting at home? Whose income is being affected? Listen, what idea do you generate for your state? What do you generate for your state? The bulk of the money that the state receives, where does it come from? Does it come from the farms? So they'll still share this money and eat it. They'll still be okay, my brother. Their children's school fees will still be paid overseas. You keep our people at home. You keep our aged women at home. The person that struggle to farm, that manage to go to farm, the produce will spoil and they will rot away. They rot away in the house because they can't sell, and they don't have money to pay for their hospital. Listen, my darling, I'm a medical doctor. If you want to see poverty enter the hospitals, you dare not do what you're doing. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you're doing? And someone will sit there calling somebody, calling a woman a shower, and that's all you're good for. Nothing else to offer.
Thank you, African Queen.
So this is the issue. People try to put it in a very, very good way to communicate in a very so that people can understand. But sometimes I think they don't understand it. You think you are more Igbo than I am? No, you are not. You think I like Igbos being marginalized? No, I don't. Do you think I'm in the United States? Do you think I don't have family members? I don't have family members who are back home? No, yes, I do. Do I care about my Igbo land? Yes, I do. The people outside Igbo land, they are being affected by all these things? No, they are not, my brother. They are not affected. That is the bottom line. They are not affected. So at the end of the day, what is the game plan? Where are we going with this? I still say this. I've never seen, even Nnamdi Kanu would protect our people, even in all he was doing. He was still making efforts to protect our people. And now I see some people that say they're autopilot, they kidnap people and take our people ransom from our people to fund their agenda. What are you saying? We are breeding a monster on our own land. We're breeding a monster at home. That's what we're doing. We're breeding a monster at home. And you don't want to say we're breeding a monster in our own home, our consumers.
All right.
So at the end of the day, we really have to rethink our strategy. Rethink the strategy. Who is suffering the most? My brother, I'm not saying that fighting for Biafra is a bad thing, but rethink the strategy. Simon Ekpa has never, on this platform, Madam Ejo asked him about the hunger, everything. Nigeria is bad, even on its own. Forget Ebola. Nigeria is bad. We're not even the poorest part of the country. We are not. But imagine that Nigeria, there's hunger in the land. He couldn't even, I was listening to hear something that he wasn't even empathetic towards his people. Are you telling me about people that are coming to kill you? Okay, why don't you focus on, why don't you leave your people to vote if they want to vote? Why are you forcing it? Is this how you communicate with people? Honestly, I don't understand why we are doing this. I saw a video that had one of our brothers in Nigeria. He had the Peter Obi cap or something on, and they look at what they did to him. Is that how you get your people to support you? Are you now going to be terrorizing your own people? How? Okay, me that used to support the idea of Biafra, now I've gone back. Because what I'm seeing is not good. It's not a decent approach.
All right, African Queen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have to find a way to round up this. We have Godwin Emefiele as one of the topics we should talk about.
Can I say something now?
No.
I just enter, you go say no, sir, I'm not go talk.
Yeah,
No.
because there are people who are yet to
Rudolph,
speak.
let me say something. I want to go now.
No,
I want to
no.
go. Let me say something
Not
first.
that.
Nobody's going.
Because I want to answer justice when they laugh. Like person when they say,
Rudolph, let me say something. I want to go.
Romance
hold on. Who is going? Henry, hold
because
on.
I see no reason why you'll be laughing at my sister.
Echo. I have to call your name before you speak now. Benedict, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you.
See, he's been quiet, and all of you are just overshadowing the guy. He's a nice guy. I know him from a long time ago. Benedict, what do you have to say?
Yeah. Okay. My name is Benedict Olomu. First of all, I am not Igbo.
so before we speak now, we have to say we are not Igbo. Next time I speak, I will make sure.
So you can understand my perspective.
Okay, good.
I am actually Urobo.
Okay.
But my wife is Igbo. My wife is from Imo State.
Okay.
So by marriage, you could say that I'm Igbo. So I have gotten to see and experience the things that happen in the Southeast firsthand. And I want to ask a question. This Biafra thing, I want to think, correct me if I'm wrong, that the whole essence of having the Biafra thing or calling for the Biafra thing is because of marginalization. And marginalization by way of, the development in the Southeast, opportunities. The Southeast feels like, okay, they are being marginalized. They are not getting as much of the national cake as some other tribes or geopolitical zones are getting. Okay, so they feel marginalized. I believe that is the basis upon which the Biafra movement is based. If that is the basis upon which it is based, you want better conditions of living for your people. Then I want to ask, is oppressing your people the right strategy to achieving that? Because I want to believe that if you ask the average Southeasterners right now, that they should choose, if you give them free will, that they should choose between IPOB and, choose between Biafra now and choose between Buhari, so to speak. As far as the effect of this sit at home is concerned, if you give them the free will to choose, a lot of them will not choose the Biafra and this sit at home thing. And then you are now forcing them. And then I want to ask, which is now worse? You have a Nigeria that you feel is oppressing you, that is seated in Abuja, is far away from you and using all your resources, but does not stop you from getting your day-to-day food. And then you have some people that are Biafra that are close to you, but they are stopping you from earning your day-to-day food, as bad as the situation is. Which would you choose? So it begins to look to me as though two things. One, I think that this fight for Biafra, this whole movement is looking at things from the wrong direction. Because if the idea is to create opportunities in the Southeast, I want to call your attention to something. The whole 5 states in the Southeast, they are not up to the size of Minna. The whole 5 states of the Southeast is smaller in geographical size to Minna. Now, every month, the whole 5 states of the Southeast, they get federal allocation. The local governments get. Why don't the 5 governors of the Southeast take these monies that they get to develop the Southeast, which is almost like 5 times of what a state like Minna will get? So if Minna has to spend money to build 100 kilometers of road, and they get allocation for 1 state, the whole Southeast has allocation for 5 states, and it means that they have to spend less to contribute to that 100 kilometers of road. So I believe that this fight for Biafra should start from the Southeast. Ask your governors questions. That's where it should start. Ask your local government chairman questions. The monies that the 5 states of the Southeast have gotten as allocation since 1999, that money can develop the Southeast to become better than Dubai without getting anything extra. And if you decide to do it, it will be done. Right now, people are shouting, oh, the Constitution is the problem, Constitution is the problem. The Constitution does not stop the governors of the Southeast from developing the Southeast right now. The Constitution does not stop the governors of the Southeast from generating electricity from the Southeast. There is a bar, they can do 10 megawatts in each local government. The Constitution does not stop the governors of the Southeast from creating job employment opportunities. It does not stop them from revamping what is supposed to be going on in Aba. So I believe that this whole Biafra thing, the whole attempt is looking at it from the wrong direction, in the sense that you are now punishing your own people. Right now, for the past 2-3 years, normally I used to take my wife and my family, and we take them to the Southeast, to my in-laws' house every December, every Easter. I take them home, and they stay there 1 month, sometimes 2 months, and then they come back. Right now, for the past 2-3 years, I can't send them there. I cannot, because of the insecurity and the devastation that is going on in the Southeast. So I want to ask, will it not be better if the whole Biafra thing looks at and say, okay, let's even just focus on the ones that we're getting, the resources that we're getting now. Let's use it to develop the Southeast. Use it to create industries. Use it to create job opportunities. Use it to build roads. Create employment for the Southeasterners. Then when we see that the Southeast is working, it is other people that will not be even saying that, if you don't give us, we want to go. If you don't give us, we want to go. That is my take on this. This whole thing is looking at it from the wrong perspective. We are supposed to be focused on the governors and the senators and the commissioners, the local government chairman, and fighting to make life better for our people. You people say you are marginalized. You are Igbo. I am Urobo. At every point in time in Nigeria, there are at least 5 Igbo governors. At every time, right now, there is no Urobo governor in Nigeria. And there is no Tiv governor. There is, well, there's Tiv. There are other tribes, 250 of us, that do not have governors at any point in time. So when we're talking marginalization, there are people who are more marginalized than the Igbos. In Nigeria, the Shakiris are there. Do you understand? So if you are going to fight for Biafra, and the whole essence of it is to make life better for your people, the direction to look is the state governors. It's not about saying election will not hold, or whether, if you break Biafra right now, if we say, okay, if I were the president and I decide that Biafra, okay, take Biafra and go, the people that are causing the problem in the Southeast will still be in the Southeast. If Southeast were a country right now, the problems will still be there. The corruption will still be there. The people are not going to all of a sudden disappear. The ways they are already used to corruption, those ways, they will still manifest it there. And it's not like the Southeast is even monolith. The rivalries between the Anambras and the Imos, the Oweris, the Enugus, it will come up. So shouting Biafra and then punishing Biafrans in the name of, in an attempt to think that you are punishing Buhari, he's just looking at you. He told you are just a dot in a circle. At the end of the day, you are the one that is punishing your own people. So asking them to sit at home, what does that do? What does that achieve?
All right. Benedict.
I just want to quickly add to what he said. What he said about the airport. No. All the money that it's not the fault of this agitation. The governor, is it the fault of the point that he made about infrastructure? Is it not the governor that built a very shabby airport compared to what was supposed to be done? So I just want to say this, and also when I was listening to you, it just re-echoed the Willings Minority Report that gave birth to the Midwestern states. So I just want to thank you very much for speaking very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let me go to Henry. Henry. All right. Henry. After Henry, then H.O. and then that's it.
First of all, let me respond to Mr. Scrabby when he said the Igbo, they are showing strength. Yeah? Showing strength, clear your own brother, is that how to show strength?
No, please understand the context. Wait.
No,
wait. Wait. Let me explain something. Wait. Let me explain something. No. Wait. Please, wait. Calm down.
Forget about it. Don't go there.
Listen. When I said it's straight, you didn't listen very well. I said in our purest state, in our egalitarian state, pre-colonial 1440, you would understand if you examine the Igbo man. I didn't say kill. I said arguments.
I am saying
please
it now.
Listen to my words well. Listen to my words very carefully.
No, I didn't say you said it. I am saying it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You said they are showing strength. Showing strength in East, killing their people, is that to show strength? This was the question I was asking.
No, that's not what I was referring to. Please.
Yeah. Okay,
don't get me wrong. I was talking about arguments.
Let's keep aside.
Pre-existing arrangements.
Mr. Scribe, that's enough.
So I have a question for Mr. Justice.
Yeah.
You people are only sit at home every week. What about sit at home for the governors, the senators, the House of Reps? Why you don't put sit at home to them? You people are scared. You are scared to go to the governor to intimidate the governor. Why are people scared to go to intimidate the governors in the East? Why the under Biafrans? Why? If you people are strong enough, are powerful enough, take your aggression to the governors, to the senators, to the House of Reps. I see some of you are coward because you stay in Europe, you stay in Western country, you are pushing, you are creating havoc in the East.
Thank you.
I'll ask you a question now. You said no election in the East, no Peter Obi, whatever. So what is your plan for Biafra to come from now to 2023 ending? I challenge you right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Justice will now respond, but let me just say this for all the people who have been making comments, just in general. I know that I care, but I just want to make sure you understand. Apart from saying that anybody can come here anytime and say what they want to say, I want to also point to people that providing a forum. Somebody said something about providing a forum for Igbo people to bash Igbo people. You in the comment section, if you think you really have something important to say that we are not saying, that we are so dumb and stupid here, come on and say it. That's what I encourage people to always do. Don't stay out there with your wonderful ideas and great mind, and we here just struggling. We are trying, we are trying to to come up with a solution. And you are very smart. You are in the comment section abusing everybody. You don't even use their real name. I mean, that's also one of the things I wonder about these things. Like people come here and say, I am this. This is my face, and I'm saying this. And you, full of knowledge, and you are out there hiding under fake name and writing whatever. You can't even come out, and you are the powerful guy. You are the brave guy. And anyway, let me not go there. Justice, it's up to you. I'll give you 3 minutes. So answer, then we have to move on. Who let him in? Mr. Scribe, we're not letting new people in. We want to hear from Justice. Justice, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought I could.
Okay, he's here now. Kings, welcome. Go ahead, Justice.
Oh, thank you.
Somebody said, if our agitation are getting local support, the truth of the matter, the agitation is getting local support. 100%. It's not about what people are saying. It doesn't matter what you say or what you think. Nigeria have not been fed to us since 1925. And it's not going to change tomorrow. So we have come, even all of us that are fighting for Biafra today, most of us are one Nigerianists. Some people come here and they talk, go political process. They don't know how far I have gone in my life. Try to be part of it. Can somebody need to mute? So I'm getting a feedback.
Okay, go ahead. I'll figure out.
They don't know how far we have gone for political process. Nnamdi Kanu have done political process. Till 2019, with this Peter Obi, he negotiated with Peter Obi and called off the election boycott. Did we get it? The answer is no. And when people try to jump on no government with ESN, it's a lie. Some of us here knows that every electoral cycle, there's a violence. the politicians kill themselves. And when Nnamdi Kanu formed ESN, he make it clear what is their duty. And they have never stopped from that duty. And even before he did it, he made the Igbo governors to understand. He let them know what this thing is all about. And the Igbo governor didn't do anything before he come up with Eastern Security Network. That is one. And two, somebody trying to paint Simon as the one responsible for the crisis going on in Nigeria, you are being disingenuous. Because Simon was, and some people will come and say, oh, social media have made us popular, this and that. Simon you are talking about was a one Nigerianist. Simon represented Nigeria in local and international competitions. He became an Igbo leader in Finland. He even tell people not to even mention Biafra before him. But today, Simon is now the face of the struggle. What does that tell you? That Nigeria failed. Most of us, we are strong politicians. We wanted to participate. We want to change the whole system. But what did they do to us? They chased us away because Nigeria breeds criminality. As soon as you want to do the right thing, you are putting your head for death. We have seen it. Nigeria proved it over and over again that whenever you want to do the right thing, you are putting your life in danger. That's the truth. That is why all the political class, you must have to demonstrate that ability to be a criminal for you to participate in any Nigeria politics. So why are we pretending as if it's not there? And I want to make a very correction here. When people is telling me, I have survived Nigeria. You people don't know what I took me to survive Nigeria. Since I was born. Now I'm 46 years old. I have gone through even during 1993 election, CSDP and NRC, where Abiola came from. That election was stamped as one of the free and fairness elections Nigeria have ever conducted. Did he give us good governance? The answer is no. So what I want to tell some of our Igbo brothers, they are misinterpreting what we are doing. Because when you tell me that I'm fighting for Biafra because of marginalization, you are making a very big mistake. Even though Igbos have been marginalized in Nigeria, if you go and check the poverty ratio, Igbos are not the most poorest people in Nigeria, no matter the marginalization. But one thing we are fighting for is what is called self-preservation. You have to be alive to build the best economy. You have to be alive to build road. You have to be alive. Right now, we are facing death on all of us. And Fulani have bring this death on our doorstep. And if we will not fight it out, we are going to be in danger, no matter who becomes the president. So this thing is something that was planned long time ago. You can't come here and tell me it's because of marginalization. Because why I'm fighting for Biafra, people like Catalonians, do they don't have electricity? They're fighting for safety. Why can't we go back to who we are before the British come? I keep saying it. The problem you are seeing in Nigeria today is the chain of the colonial masters on top of our neck. Till you remove that chain, you will never have peace. Till you remove that chain. And which chain they used to chain all of us is this so-called unity. We are deceiving ourselves. We come here, we try to preach unity. Unity that does not exist. It's the only in Nigeria that you will hear one Nigeria. Have you heard one China? Have you heard one America? Have you heard one Singapore? Have you heard one? Everything is one Nigeria because they know that unity does not exist. It's a fake unity. And the devastating part of it is that we have a dangerous diversity. People that believe that they can marry 12-year-old girl. People that believe they can kill you when you mention blood of Jesus. And people who believe that they are living in a secular state. How does that too match? So when we continue deceiving ourselves, try to preach unity, to me, when you kill 3 million of us, and you want us to become united, how is it going to work? When you have never even come for reconciliation, when you have not even compensated those people and apologized to the families that suffer these casualties, and you are preaching unity, you must be a hypocrite to say that. And when somebody come and tell you, oh, he cannot take his children to Igbo land because he's this and that, who are they? But we are not in a war. But every checkpoint you go, you will see military checkpoint. Yesterday, there's a report in the Sahara Reporters. At least Rudolph, you are part of Sahara Reporters. In the Sahara Reporter, telling you that the military and the naval people are the one causing kidnapping in Nigeria. They were being catched every day. But we have been saying this thing for the past 6 months. Nobody believe it. But Sahara reporter carried it yesterday that the naval officers are the one doing the kidnapping. They are the one causing insecurity. Many people have, the police have even killed some of them and find out that it was DSS people that are doing this thing. But you people will come here, they will now try to nail it on the agitators. They will try to hang it on the people that are agitated for their freedom. What we are fighting for is self-preservation. When we get Biafra, we can have disagreement, which happen in every country. But one thing, the self-determination will do for us first, it will preserve our life. We can be able to control our system. Somebody cannot come. We are not talking here. If not for the seat at home, Soludo will not be talking about releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Few days later, Soludo has said he has sent a letter to Abuja to release Nnamdi. If we were not for seat at home, do you think Soludo will be talking about releasing Nnamdi Kanu? When people were killing Amufu, how many people there? How many people come here and put a statement and said, this cannot continue? So when we are talking about all these things, we should bear in mind that we are not talking about marginalization. We want to preserve the life of us and that of our children.
Justice, thank you. We have to end it here. Thank you so much. No. I don't want us to go back. I want to change.
You never let me talk, or you say, no, do I say I don't understand? Where is my turn?
Echo, I think we missed you. It's unfortunate.
You jumped me.
Next topic, we start with you.
Okay. Justice. You see this fight when you want fight, it good though. But carry your load.
Madam, don't get high blood pressure.
Wait, I'm not
No. He have told you, don't respond. Just keep quiet.
I'm not going to talk. When you they talk, I mature no, so you mature no when I they talk.
Okay.
As you want Biafra.
Hold on, Echo. Hold on. I didn't even say that you should talk. I said when we start the next topic, I will invite you, Echo. We have to, please help me. People are watching at home. There are kids who are watching. They think this is how African adults.
My voice, it don't become a atomic bomb. Once I open, everybody even your guys say, even they fear when I go do ataka as I do Obi.
Okay, Echo, hold on. Everybody, calm down.
Madam, all of us have big voice. We can shout from night to tomorrow.
That's how you raise voice for my sister just now. This is not see when you insult her. Match your break.
I've been on other platforms. When I'm muted, I don't unmute myself and speak. I don't know how people think it's okay to do that, and they do it quite often and happily. I don't understand that. It baffles me. Sometimes I look at people, I'll be laughing like, how can I be like these people? Why did I miss it? What did my parents do that made me think? If I'm in a platform, I'm not called to speak, I should speak. I don't understand that. It baffles me. It's like a movie. All right, Kings.
That less is only available to do stuff.
You jump me, they go King. I never do my talk, you they go. No, it's not gonna happen. Riot go take place here. Let me talk my own talk. How you go just jump me, they go King? That is not allowed.
The funny thing is that I can actually move HO to the purgatory and keep her there, but I'm not going to do that.
If you talk when I never talk, we go fight. Just let me talk my talk.
Rudolph, Umwapu has had the verdict. Please, Anoma, you're listen to Umwapu.
Dr. Rudolph,
leave HO, please. Let's hear HO. Please, let's hear HO.
Okay, HO, go ahead.
Please.
I wanted to let you see when we do the rants.
I want make we go fight this Biafra war.
But if you mention my name, I'm going to respond.
Wait,
so you cannot come here and
you go carry all your family from America. Go village. If you not carry your family from America, go village. You can't sit down for America, be wherever you there. You can't they Bugatti this nonsense talk, eh? You I say your score head not correct. You they say make my mama and my papa make their dead village. Make their dress sit at home. Food do not give them. Medical provision do not give them. Emergency do not give them. Una they wherever you there, they enjoy life, they talk bullshit. If una do another sit at home and one single fly, he die for Biafra land. Abba, The kind when I go do to now, 2023 go reject now. I don't tell you now. Having said that,
I thought you were over and you ended it. I was going to say that was good.
Now you now give her. See, where they fight. It be like say we not they think. We only get two major tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. What are we not understanding? When they talk say, the one even call they vex me. Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. Now call una say major tribe. And now they call they fight like chicken and agbado. Now they fight. All of us when come from the other side. We just they watch now. Now just they fight on ourselves. And yet now us now they marginalize first. When they qualify now to become the majority. And yet when not they give us one that call minority. When not they give us any example at all. It is a shame. They could all of them make sure there are only two tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. Until we get that into our head. So that we that are oppressed will team up and fight these monsters that have turned us to this. We will go nowhere. When they cry for referendum. Now inside your living room when you did there, Mr. Justice. Now that they get a referendum. I mean, I don't say somebody must be up there in Nassau Rock when you go allow referendum to take place before we go do referendum. I been at your beer parlor when they sip wine. Now that they get referendum. I been another even you and your wife before now get to now referendum. You must settle madam before I go answer you. You and your madam, if you not settle madam well, you know they follow you, they do referendum for your house. Talk less of a whole country. Now won't do referendum by killing my brothers and sisters, starving them for 5 days. They're not going to do market. And some of them, now the water leave. And you go when they sell every day. Now that they eat. Now that they pay school fees. Now that they buy their medication. Una there for Western world, they buga, they talk nonsense. Make all of them make sure no. Any of them when you want to Biafra sit at home, pack all your family, go sit down for Nigeria. Until you get Biafra, not come to this Western world. If you don't do that, you come this social media space. Come they demand this nonsense. And they make my people they suffer for Biafra land. No, like I go do more than Obi to you. And social media go carry me and you like this. Your heart self to go wrong, come out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Echo. Alex, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damage.
Yeah. How are you? How are you?
Thank you for a wonderful job you are doing.
I don't know anymore. I lost control. I was actually thinking that maybe part of what happened today is that we didn't do the rant. People didn't get a chance to rant, and now they are putting it in every conversation. Oh, King is here. I've not even. Did we hear from you, King? Is it? I'm not in it. Right.
So should I wait I should fire down.
Hold on. Let's King. Yeah. Go ahead, Kings. Unmute yourself, please.
Am I coming out clear?
Who is speaking? King. Yeah, you're coming out clear. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for your wonderful work. I appreciate you. That's nice of you. Or I have a question to ask. Two questions to ask African Queen and HO.
Go ahead.
Yeah, HO. Good evening, ma.
She had you.
Good evening, sir. I throw a salute.
Yeah. Okay, my question is this. Let's assume that Peter Obi wins the election and become the president. How is he going to change things in Nigeria? As you know, as you know, we are in democratic rule, and before a president can do anything, he must pass through the Senate, and Senate have to approve things before it will happen. And we all know very well that the Northerners, the Fulanis, are the majority in Senate. So how is Peter Obi going to change the constitution, the 1999 constitution that is holding us down? How is he going to what if Peter Obi becomes the president within 4 years and the Fulanis push him out as they did to Jonathan? What are we going to do as the Nigerians? Again, what if they impeach Peter Obi? Because when Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State, he was impeached 3 good times. And this is federal level, it's not state level. Cabals are many there in Abuja who don't want Nigeria to work to develop.
Okay, thank you.
So, and you know, when a president wants to make anything, it must pass Senate, and Senate must approve, and majority are Fulanis at the Senate. So how is he going to make it?
Okay, Kings, thank you. Hold on.
This guy be like Dr. Oyeka.
Yeah. No. Hecho, don't answer. Not yet. Kings, what question do you have for African Queen?
The second question I have for African Queen, we all know that Singapore separated from Malaysia, right? And they are doing wonderfully well today. Is it a crime for Nigeria to...
Go ahead.
Yeah. Is it a crime for Nigeria to separate and everybody goes their own ways to develop their places? And I think that is the best option, because we wasn't one Nigeria when the British came. All of us, we are in our own regions. Okay? And this Singapore separated with from Malaysia. Why didn't Singapore insisted to continue with Malaysia?
All right, Kings, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
So can I answer
Dr.
the
Rudolph?
question?
Dr. Rudolph, King sound and look like
Can I answer the question?
The other game that you brought the last time.
Make I answer your question when he...
No. It's not all questions that I want you to answer. Hold on. I want to say something before you. I'll come to you. I'll come to you. I wanted to say, someone said something interesting, that I'm the one that brought Kings online by telling him to. This is the point. I wanted to mention that Kings, I understand that we all are different places in this political conversation that we're having, and we appreciate everybody coming in and weighing in. I felt like saying that there's no need for HO to answer your question, because Peter Obi himself answered this question, exact question, at Chatham House. But I don't think, probably you did not watch his presentation there. And that's why sometimes people, I want people who want to engage in political conversation to, get involved in it and listen also.
Okay.
No, hold on. I've not finished, Kings. When I finish,
all right.
So to get involved in it, and when you talk, we don't want to calling HO to answer a question that Peter Obi himself was asked and he answered it. It doesn't serve the purpose of, So HO, it's not anything to do with you. I mean, I know you can answer it. I know you are an apostle of Peter Obi. Your children follow Peter Obi. You follow Peter Obi too. So let's go to African Queen. About Singapore. I don't actually know what she said that made you feel that she has to answer that question, but I think she can handle it. African Queen, go ahead.
Okay, I'm muted. Hello, Kings, my brother. Yes, it's not a crime for the Biafrans to want to be on their own. It's not a crime for the Oduduwas to want to be on their own. It's not a crime for anybody to want to be on their own. The only crime is when the pattern with which you are going about your struggle. That's the only crime. I'm not against, and if you were listening before now, I said there was a time I was pro-Biafra. But after Nnamdi Kanu was captured, I have dumped everything about that. And I repeat, if the Biafra that is going to come is this one with Simon Ekpa, no, I'm afraid of that Biafra. I'm sorry. Because, he calls this, he has Emperor TV. Emperor, right? TV. He's an emperor. He's an emperor. He's a tyrant. I'm sorry. I mean, tyranny comes with, it's about the leader that lacks empathy. Do you understand? So that is the thing.
But freedom is not giving, but it's taking.
That's the Biafra I do not want. So in answering your question, I'm not against anybody wanting to be on their own. But in trying to be on your own, please, can you take care of your people? So did Singapore kill their people? Did they cause mayhem in their land? As some of our brothers have mentioned, have we bothered going after the people that are our own sons? When you want to do cleanup, you start in a clean house. Do you know that if we clean our house, do you know 50% of our problem is solved? Do you know that? People don't know that. Simon Ekpa still made a great impact as a governor. Simon Ekpa still made great impact as a governor under the same Nigeria you're talking about. In the old Imo state, he was called the crying governor for a reason. Go and look at what he did. With how much, man?
All right.
You're telling me about fighting people. Start cleaning your own house. Clean your house first. Because when there's cankerworms and nastiness in your house, the rodents will enter your house and feast in your house. So if we have rodents at home, it's because we have dirt at home. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, my brother? I am all for that. I don't have any problem with that. But please, let us introspect. Huh? Because yes, Madam Eto said something. It's a war of class. And those like class, the elites, unfortunately, Igbos are part of them. And just as my brother, you keep mentioning Soludo. It's so funny. Soludo is using Biafra to chase clout and you're not seeing it. You think that he's actually for you? You don't know what he's doing? Soludo is only pandering to that part section of Igbo because he knows that he has committed. The other section, they don't want to see him at all. What has he actually done for Biafra as a cause? And in order to come and do film shooting.
He's calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not interested in what he's doing. He's calling for the.
Forget it. He's not coming nowhere. Forget it, my brother. He's supposed to go to.
You say you support Nnamdi Kanu. You want him to die instead.
Justice.
I don't want to. Don't even say that, my brother.
That's what you are doing.
Justice.
You don't know nothing about Nnamdi. You don't know who Nnamdi is before.
I don't want to know. I want him to be free.
I know Nnamdi.
I'm talking about.
Do you understand that?
Okay.
I knew Nnamdi as a child, so don't even go there.
African
You
Queen.
don't love him more than I do.
Hold on.
What you're doing, whatever is happening now, is not even in his best interest. Do you know that? Do you know that this guy is making trouble? The bad tag they've been trying to give IPOB since that they could not. Do you know that Simon Ekpa is succeeding to put that bad tag on IPOB? They say in Igbo, and they say when you want actually people want to when you want to give a dog, you give it a bad name first before
The
you
one you
it.
are giving Simon now, giving Nnamdi Kanu.
Simon is giving IPOB a bad name. Stop
You
that.
are the one giving us a bad name, not Simon.
My
You are the one doing it.
Simon made so much effort in this struggle.
Why are you criticizing?
Simon is not doing a good job.
African Queen, hold on, okay. Justice. Does it look nice to you that when you were talking, people were quietly listening to you? Why do you have to? Why are people like this? Why? And I've said this before. Is it because I was laughing? I meant it. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't say not a good thing about you. All right. Justice, I have questions that people sent to me that I should ask you. That's why and please just be brief. This is one question. It says, why is it that Igbo people outside Igbo land are not participating in the sit at home? Why is it that it's only enforced? You, for instance, wherever in the world you are, if you want to tell people in the villages that you are paying a price, we have to pay a price for whatever. Why are you going to work? Why are Igbo people in Lagos, in Abidjan, in London, in New York? Why don't you force them to also do that? That's when you have common sacrifice. That's a question for you. Why is that not happening? Now, before you answer, I think there's another one I don't remember. You guys just threw me off balance. I don't remember what that guy is saying, but I'm getting some questions from different platforms too. But in general, who has not spoken? Because we have to round up in another. Okay, Alex, I saw you. Alex, so I saw you. So maybe I remember that one alone. Justice, you can do justice to that one, and maybe next time I want to see. Okay, this is another thing, another one. I'm just paraphrasing. Someone said in his question, he was saying that this kind of behavior that we get from, I mean, most of the time it comes from people. We're all passionate about what we believe in. But this idea of interruption, using languages, and maybe what I'm missing is, or what we're missing is that we may be individuals, but we're also representing whoever the people were. And if you're an Igbo person, you know that Igbo people have paid a price before for what few people did. The people that planned the coup of January 15th, 1966, they did not consult Igbo people when they planned the coup. They decided to plan a coup, did what they wanted to do, made their own mistakes. Igbo people paid a price for that. And for you, Justice, I'm talking to you, but not just you, all the people I see on the comment section who I think the same way. I don't think they ever think that what they are doing could be interpreted to mean this is a representation of who you are, where you come from. And that's why sometimes I see this kind of reaction where somebody is talking, the kind of people that interject and won't just care to wait until it's their turn. Why? I'm Igbo too. I don't understand it. What's wrong with us? All right, answer the question, and we'll go to who is Alex? Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, but just 1 minute, please. Don't go into tangents. Just
no. I'm not going to take too much time. One, I'll start with what you said about interjection. Nigeria have created monster. Nigeria have made us angry. You don't know what we have lost being Nigerians.
Hold on. Justice, hold on. You see, this is the thing. When you say these things, it sounds very good in your mind. Are you the only Nigerian? Are you? Hold on. Igbo people are not the people suffering more than any other people in Nigeria. Look at Yoruba people. They are killing them too. The Fulanis are in their forest. the way they approached it is different from the way we are approaching it. And you don't think you think we are the smartest. You think that is the best way. And now look at let me tell you, I have not aired my view on this. And I don't want, it's not this platform. I have my own platform where I will air my view. But we have to be careful. We have to be careful. All right, let me not do it here. Go ahead.
Rufus, you know, you people keep making this assertion of it's only Igbo that are suffering, or it's only Igbo that are suffering. We are telling you our personal experience. You can't take it away from us. We have personal experience apart from Igbo generally. We have known what we suffer because we are doing business all over the places in Nigeria. And each time our welfare come along, the first thing they will present to us is that, oh, Igbos are everywhere. They are the one holding business everywhere. That is without exchange to our life. You cannot compare anything freedom to all these things we are talking about. I can be a Pawan Tapa in my village than this depression we are all suffering in the Western world. You might be the happiest man being a Pawan Tapa. This my sister that is talking here is a medical doctor. Why is he not practicing it in Nigeria? Why did he left? All of us run away because Nigeria is about to kill us. Even when we run away, Nigeria is still chasing us. Because you can't have brothers and sisters back in Nigeria and you come abroad, drive a car, live in a good house, and you keep quiet. You have to work 3-4 jobs. Because only one job can keep you in America, but only one job cannot give you money to give to your people back home. So you have to work 3-4 jobs. This is what Nigeria is doing to all of us. So it doesn't matter where you are. So coming to when people ask you, why are you not sitting at home? This is where the white people are different from the black people. Because they have conditioned our stomach to be what controls what you think for your future. Because they know that our side, we don't have that mental toughness to solve our problem. They have known that they will always keep the bread away for you. So they will show you so you can dive on it. Sit at home is a civil disobedient. People went to Lekki Tollgate. They were killed. Now we said we don't want our people to go to the street anymore. This is a part of our protest. What is wrong with it? Now Nigeria turn it around, try to use it as a blackmail. When you say let people stay at home, nobody should come out. They now turn it as a blackmail. But in America, we are living today. There was what is called civil disobedience. When the civil rights movement was going on, people deprived themselves of entering the bus. Coming to the question of we in our diaspora, why are we not sitting down? The state of Israel, people that restore it, go and read that history. This one we are fighting. Everybody, they know what they did to us. And they know what we are doing. The enemy knows. They know that they have made it for us to understand. Anytime anybody writes from Igbo session to stand about his people, the first thing they will remind you that they starve you to death. They will remind you, we starve you to death. If you do it again, we're going to starve you to death. Then we want to tell them that as it stands now, death is no more because we're already dead. So when we tell them that, keep that your money, keep that your food, let's die hunger, they could not even allow us to sit at our home and die. They will now bring that divide and conquer. So that some of people will come and say, why are you not still? We know what Nigeria is about to do to us. And if we allow them, because we are afraid we are going to go hungry, Nigeria is going to kill all of us. So when you ask us in diaspora, we in diaspora are doing our part, and people home are doing their own. And anybody think that...
How you want?
I'm getting feedback.
Yeah.
Let me round up. I know everybody's itching to talk, but let me round up. When you come to say why people diaspora are not still at home, you are not being disingenuous, because you know that civil disobedience anywhere in the world is obtainable. Sitting at home, we are not forcing anybody. We are not forcing anybody. And we that
right, Justice,
some of us people sit at home.
Justice, thank you so much. Okay. There is no need. This is what the final thing I will say. I'm happy we had this conversation today. It's almost 8 hours. This is not what we set out to do today. But I hope that tomorrow somebody will not come here and say, nobody's talking about this. Nobody's talking about, I hear this from everybody. Nobody's talking about this. We spent 8 hours today talking about this. We hope to do it another time, but this is not the only thing we talk about. But it's important that we give people a chance to hear other people's viewpoints, and hopefully we learn from it. Freedom, if you have something different from this topic, we can hear you. Otherwise, I want us to go to, Alex, I'm so sorry. Next time wear red or something so that I can see you and remember that you are there. I think, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Now you are. Now you.
Alex is the character.
Can I comment?
Hold on. That what you're wearing, that reminds me. Tomorrow on the show we have Omoya coming. So for those who we want to, because I hear that also, that's another group of people I hear from. Why is it that you guys don't talk about Shore? He's coming tomorrow, so come tomorrow. Let's talk about him. Go ahead, Alexa.
Okay, I greet everybody. I've been watching you people for some hours now, but my name is Alex. My native name is Tega. I'm from Robo, Delta State. I am fully in support of Biafra 247. Now, what I must say, the reason I came into this show, I heard somebody talk about Peter Obi emerging as the president, and after that, we bring out Nnamdi Kanu. I have to run to the toilet and throw up. I was like, this was not very great. I have to throw up in the toilet when I heard that word. Because maybe that person is the biggest dreamer I've ever seen. Because there's no way these Fulani people will allow Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria. For the Fulani to allow Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria, with the mindset of a lot of people have for Peter Obi as a new deliverer, as a new messiah, they rather divide this country for everybody to run their domain. Because the Fulani will never bow down to any Igbo man, any Robo man, or any other tribe, because they believe the Nigeria is their property, was given to them to use to play Golo the way they want. So anybody supporting Peter Obi, my support, if I wanted to be a supporter of this election, I would support Amole Sowore, because Sowore has not been tested in politics. For me, Peter Obi is a hardened criminal, which is his father is articulated, because Peter Obi said, "You see Atiku, you see me." A lot of people condemn articulated. In 2019, if articulated happened to be the president of Nigeria, will Peter Obi not be assistant to criminal, or will not be assistant to? So why people separating Peter Obi from articulated? And there's no way you can separate Peter Obi from articulated, because they are collude. They work together. They go in to do things. Let me shock you guys. Anytime for Peter Obi can even decamp to articulate and become his vice, that is politics for you, because all they want is your interest. Everything is interest. Peter Obi is not running an election to win. He's just there to. Peter is a show promoter. If you want to have more view, invite Peter Obi to this your show. You have not let that 500K for view watching you right now. If you damn me, invite Peter Obi tomorrow. Peter Obi is a show promoter. Peter Obi is not a presidential candidate. He's not contesting.
All right.
He's still a candidate. Yeah.
Alexi, thank you so much.
No, I'm not done now. They say something about that. I've done them surrender to 1 minute. Wait till it happen now.
Oh, you're rounding up. Oh, hold on. We are rounding up. We have to leave by in the next.
I want to say that time I but they are talking about.
You don't understand us, Shari.
Huh?
No,
let me speak now. This one.
No, Alexi, hold on. Okay, we're running out of time. Freedom.
Let me just speak about time for 1 minute, because you are talking about Samo.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute. Go ahead.
Now, people are talking about sit at home in Nigeria. Now, as I'm talking to you now, Simon Ekpa is doing fundraising. The fundraising Simon Ekpa is doing is for those in diaspora. Those in Nigeria are not contributing. And I can hear people saying that Simon Ekpa is doing sit at home, that those in diaspora should be doing sit at home also. But right now, those in diaspora are doing fundraising. They are contributing money to help the ESM, safeguarding the parents so that they can go to farm. Yesterday in Nnamdi University, 9 people were raped by the Fulani men, including a virgin. She lost her virginity to this Fulani. The reason why Nnamdi Kanu created the Eastern Security Network is because of this domain, this terrorist Fulani men. If not, what is man going to do with the ESM? Why did Master not create ESN to guide him? If Master not create ESN to guide him, there's no way the Nigerian government would have captured him. He created it to make sure that the parents can go to farm. It not created the ASM to kill or to be the non-government people are talking about. Or non-government are government-sponsored terrorists to kill, to make sure that this agenda look like war film. That is the plight of the government. Any people that don't want this division like the government, they're ready to do anything. They can just constitute nuisance in the whole of Biafra and label it inside my head. So everybody declares it at home. Have you ever seen anybody sitting at home killed in his house? No. The last sit at home, a Nigerian police was caught ordinary sit at home. Is it with duty? Who give her that work? Who give Nigerian police the control sit at home? Is this Simon Ekpa declarer? So there are a lot of things that's happening in Biafra land. They see the agitation. They don't want this election. And for all Nigeria, for us to live a better life, we have to say no to 2023 presidential election. Not president, or more or less, if I wanted to start for one Nigeria, people already become the president, they will give someone a problem. Nigeria is destined to fail anybody. Even though an intelligent man, immediately emerge as the president, the system will fail you every night, 2 times. They will double fail you because the system has already programmed for you to fail. So what are you telling me? Who won't become president of Nigeria to save Nigeria? Nobody. Nobody can save us from this fucking Nigeria. Alex, presidential election. Simon is doing the best thing so far this government needs because the government are rugged, Simon is rugged. All of us are rugged. They make us to be rugged. They create us like this. In Europe, I want to talk to white man. They will say I'm violent. I said not the violent. I was they brought me up like this. The country made me to be rugged. That's why I'm talking rugged. If the country made me the way I am now in Europe, I will not be rugged. I'll be talking politely with you. Now that's why you're asking justice. Why you don't come? I'm gonna calm down. We will not try to be calming down now. If you calm down, they will call you or there. See this guy not get level. So all of us to be showing our regality. You say HQ do to Peter Obi. Peter Obi will run out of speech. Peter Obi will visiting Granot. Why you think Granot in interview? Peter Obi is not serious. Peter Obi is not why you think Granot in interview. You don't. I don't understand. People should understand. Peter Obi never answered any questions since he started this campaign. Story. What concerns Nigeria with Jerusalem? What concerns Nigeria with the Mediterranean Sea? Can we fix Nigeria? Just to have the same ideology. But Nigeria, we are separated. More than 50 some deadly group. What are the talk say? Plenty group. We are not united. So how can we use their pattern to repair Nigeria?
Alex, thank you. I have to go. We have to go.
Area.
If I don't quit today, if you don't see me again tomorrow.
Rudolph, they came for you today. Rudolph, they came for you today, man. You don't know.
I don't know why would they fight for that side? You know, that's how we take with presidency.
African Queen, you have to help me here. Hold on. Let's see.
I've been waiting to speak. I don't know if you are hearing me.
Freedom is life. Then African Queen, help me out.
Can you hear me?
I'm about to give up. African Queen, go ahead. Oh no, freedom is life. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good morning from here. I want to drive strength from what our brother Alex have just said. And it's unfortunate that when you see some people or when you listen to some of us, especially those of us who are graduate, who have gone to school and are staying outside the country, if you listen to some people, there seems to be capitalizing on what is happening in Nigeria. Like, you know, you are having pity for some people, maybe because of their age and all that. You are forgetting the main point that have brought us to this place that we are. The cause of our problem from onset, we have never been welcome. We have never been accepted, and you are still hoping on, you know, on the next 8 years or 4 years to come that you are not even sure. What if after the election and they denied Peter Obi the access? Hello, can you hear me? What if after the election come February 20 something, I don't know, they deny him the opportunity to be the president? Or you think that without IPOB coming out to say that we don't want to be part of Nigeria again, that they will stop killing us even till thy kingdom come? You know, it baffles some people to see us as in fighting over what we are not supposed to be fighting, instead of us to come together and use one voice. Join the people. And I also want to say that our problem have always been one thing, not allowing one or two people to be at the front. Everybody want to be noticed. You want to be seen, you know, doing this or doing that. That have been the problem from onset. And if you look at what is happening today, Simon Ekpa, this and that, is because some people think that they are being shifted from the forefront or something. So I also want to say that it is okay for us if after contributing your opinion here, you shift so that others will be able to have access to come here and say something. A lot of things have gone wrong, and it doesn't start from this moment. I greet all of you.
Okay, Rudolph is not around. African Queen, yeah, I think he wanted you to respond to something. I can't remember.
I can't really remember.
He's back. Okay.
Okay.
No.
What did you want to respond to, Dr.
No. I'm here. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And I appreciate. I heard what you said. Where is he? He's gone.
He's gone. He left immediately after he finished his submission.
All right. I really appreciate everybody that joined us today, and those that are watching at home. I think we made progress. It may not look that way, but I think we made progress. We had different viewpoints, and I hope I learned something from everybody, and I hope we all learned something from each other. We're now going to round up, and the way we do that is to talk about what keeps us up at night. And I really want to hear from some people here about what keeps them up at night. So to begin with, hold on, I have this new thing I do, if I can get to that. All right, good. It's really, for those who have not subscribed to the channel, I'm not good at saying that, but I'm being told that I should be reminding people, please subscribe to our channel. And then for those who, you can like the video too, it helps us. So we are going to go to what keeps you up at night. All right, so we give everyone a minute to tell us what keeps them up at night. We start with Scribe. Yeah, first.
For me, it's justice. As always on this program, I am calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, calling that his court, the appeal court judgment should be upheld and he should be released, and that's always my appeal. So I'm hoping also that at some point we begin to understand that we don't have any other country than Nigeria, as much as I would like to align with my brothers, but I think we Nigeria can work. That's my point.
All right, thank you so much. On politics, Ovie. Let's see if Kwankwaso will answer us. Kwankwaso, no. Ovie. Okay, African Queen, you're next. Okay, I should go on. Okay, Echo, don't vex.
Everybody don't jackpot.
Things, what keeps you up at night?
Adewale is always a late cover.
Things, what keeps you up at night? Okay, Adewale is in. We can't hear you, Kings. I really would like to know what keeps you up at night.
And I personally, I stand for Biafra, and Biafra we must get, and we are ready to fight for it this year. We stand with Simon Ekpa, and we call for the release of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because the court have discharged and acquitted him, and Nigerian government have to obey their obey their laws, because Nigeria have turned to a lawless country. Every bad thing is happening in Nigeria. We are not ready to stay in that country anymore.
Thank you, Kings.
Yeah, thank you.
Kings, may I ask you just a reminder? I don't know. I've not been keeping. How many days do we have?
Rudolph, you are calling me.
No, oh, I'll call you again. How many days do we have before Biafra, Kings?
I want to correct you on that, because there's something some people don't understand. It's not about giving you days. We might give you, listen, we might give you days that Biafra will come in 50 days coming. There are processes that have to be done, and it might exceed that fixed days, which something might occur to make us to change dimension.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, because I know there's
listen, this is, for example, someone got admission in university. Something might make you to not finish the time you're supposed to finish. It doesn't mean that you may get, yes, your course might be 5 years course, but you might finish in 6 years.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean that you didn't finish school.
Thank you so much, Kings. Alex, what keeps you up at night?
I wanted to talk about the days you counted about the Biafra coming.
No. What keeps you up at night? Don't worry about it.
Okay. For me, I want obedience supporters to pull out of this race, including Obi to step down, and all obedience should come together and demand and say we don't want this election to continue. Because if they will give Peter Obi the president in 4 years, in 8 years, after then what next?
Okay, hold on. Alexi, hold on. If they do what you want now, what happens then after that?
If I want obedience to step down,
if they step down, they'll be everybody steps down, and then say they don't want the election. Then what happens?
Yes, we don't want the election. We'll change it to referendum. We don't want.
How will you change it?
We will turn this election day to referendum, to demand for referendum.
How will you do it? How is
that? That's what I'm saying. If everybody comes together, we don't want this election. We say no to
everybody. Who are the everybody?
Let me tell you. Let me make it straight. The obedience people are the people that want genuine change for Nigeria. I'm calling obedience for as NSAS continua, because they are the NSAS people. You know, they fail woefully in the NSAS. So they are the people that are coming to shout Obi. They really want change, but they went to a criminal to give them the change they are looking for. They are confused. The country are frustrated. They don't think straight anymore. So if they want to think straight, they should say no to election, because we cannot help the problem is too much. What they are bringing to Obi is too much. There's just to be step down. Let's demand for referendum.
Alexi, you know what? Alexi, come back next time. We have 5 minutes left. Next time, come back. We have this conversation. We are going to make another topic that will involve this camera.
But Matthew is a failure.
Thank you. Justice.
1 minute, 30 seconds. If Obi got third position, I'm going to give you back his campaign money in this election.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
thank you. Justice, Ernest. 1 minute.
Thank you, Rudolph. What keeps me late at night as I'm speaking now is nothing but my freedom. We want freedom like tomorrow is not coming. Because if we allow Nigeria to continue, we are putting the life of our children in danger. I have come to realize that it doesn't matter. Even Jesus Christ become the president of Nigeria, it's not going to work, because Jesus himself said, if the foundation is wrong, there's nothing the righteous can do. And we as Christians believe that Jesus is the most righteous person in this world. If him can acknowledge that when the foundation is wrong, he himself cannot do anything. So that one rings a bell to all of us. Nigeria is a killer. Nigeria is a criminal breeder. You cannot survive in Nigeria without criminality. We have tried it, we have practiced it, and we found out that it doesn't matter. In the 1 billion years, all of us will die and come back. And found out that Nigeria is worse. That is why I'm awake as I'm speaking to you now. I'm awake tomorrow because we must fight to get this Biafra. That's where our life depends. If you don't know it, I want to tell Nigerians, the people that killed Ebola, they are educated people. They killed him in the school. They didn't kill him in the street. They killed him in school. So how do you want me to live in the same country with people that killed Ebola? And this man that cannot even condemn Ebola death want to be president of Nigeria, and he's the potential winner, and he want me to be part of it? You must be mad for you to say I should be part of it.
All right.
That's what keeps me late at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Dr. David,
you come in at the right time.
I've been accused of always coming late. You know the funniest thing, Dr. David, your show is like winning a lottery. To get access to your studio, you will be like, oh, studio is full. Nobody won't come out.
I know.
When I started joining your show, it was it was easy to join now, but now you have to be on the queue, on the line, one by one.
Sometimes they kick me out too.
Awesome.
If I had to pay,
I want you not to put mouth on family matter. You know the hear word. I told you, bride price don't increase. You know the hear word. Amaka left you now, Chinyere.
You give Chinyere Bele in advance so that the bride price will increase. Now
bride price don't increase. I know support.
If you give Chinyere Bele in advance, you have the upper hand to bargain for bride price. That's how they know your choice.
What keeps you up at night?
With all due respect to everyone in the studio, I agree though. Our disagreement in the nationhood, that's what keeps me up. We haven't really understood who we are as people. Until we're able to identify and be able to know who we are, then we will have, that unity that we yearn for. But for now, politics is probably not going to solve it. Killing ourselves is not going to solve it. And I quite support some of the submissions in the show today that violence and killing is not really the best option. And for those who are actually advocating for that, they should have a rethink because there were actors before us, and when we are gone, there will be also another generation that will come up. We don't know what they will meet. We don't want to leave the ground already, shattered and all that. So what keeps me up is the fact that we haven't been able to identify that. Until we're able to identify who we are as people, then attaining nationhood will be easy passage. Coming next election, the money bag will win. That's for a fact. The money bag always wins. But we hope that the level of casualties and chaos will be minimal, not too much, because I foresee that there is no way there won't be any form of violence in any angle. But I hope that it's going to be minimized, and that's what keeps me up. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you so much, Echo.
I think one of the things that bothers me most is the fact that when people say Nigeria, I don't know who they define as Nigeria. Because if you look at the map of Nigeria, it didn't change. The only people that has changed and has turned the country Nigeria upside down, now me and you. So now who be the Nigeria? Now who? Now the Hausa be the Nigeria. I been at the Yoruba. I been at us when I call minority. I been at the Igbo. Because when they talk the word Nigeria, I see Nigeria now one can abstract people from nowhere. We are the Nigeria. We are our own problem. And now we be our own solution. Because the map of Nigeria, nothing has changed it since when they bomb me. The only thing when I see, now the characteristic of Nigerians when it don't change. Even in the Igbo land, when they call Biafra, no unity. No unity. In the house, in the Yoruba land, when they go Dodua, no unity. In the Niger Delta, no unity. In the Arewa community, no unity. That is why I tell you, I say, make we rethink. There are only two tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. In the tribe of the oppressors, now then they marry themselves. Now then they go party, go buka. Now then turn me and you to the person when go they carry umbrella for their wife. Now then turn me and you to the people when go they do security for their children. Now then turn me and you to the people when go rig election for them. So who are we fighting? Ourselves. Just like my brother said, it is only the day the camp of the oppressed realize that we are the only people that are suffering, and we have to unite to drive this monster away. It is then we can sit down and get the referendum we are talking about. Without that, as long as we live in this disunity, they will continue to use us to achieve their agenda, and will continue to be a servant to them. And me, Hannah Jebari Opukoko, Alas Hecho, I say no. None of my children will become a servant to these idiotic, wicked people. Come 2027, we will take the house of Trump's chancellor to presidency so that we can sit down and have this discussion called referendum. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You see, when Echo started talking, a lot of people wanted to chime and join and have the newest internet stuff.
None of that, they manage me.
All right. Obi Francis, 1 minute. What keeps you up at night? I'm not sure you joined us today, but I can't remember my... Can you unmute yourself, Obi? Go ahead. Okay, we can't hear you. We don't have time. If we can't hear you, like CM, we wait for you another time. King Nelson, welcome to the show.
We have too many fake kings on the show today.
Yeah. King, can you hear me? King Nelson, unmute yourself, please, and tell us what keeps you up at night. He cannot figure it out. All right, we're going on. We're moving on.
They are obedient. They are obedient.
What keeps you up at night?
Yeah, first of all, I think I want to agree with Alex that Obi will not finish among the first three. I agree with him for obvious reason. He's been there in a member of Teki Bashewori. He was served 4 years ago, so and he's speaking from experience. So that's why I agree with him.
Sorry, I'm not sure. No.
Okay. But the way you speak as if you are speaking from that angle anyway.
No, bro, that's not any political party. I look all at criminals.
Anyway, what keeps me awake, on the most serious note, what keeps me awake is still the obedient space. What will happen after February 25th? And if it not go their way, are we going to be hearing accusation upon accusation? Oh, you collect money. Oh, you betray. Oh, is that what we're going to hear? Or we have found a formidable force going forward? Because it's important. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's a gain so far. So the fact that, everybody wake up and is looking forward to what is next. What is our government going to do? Who is the next guy and all that? It's a good thing. It can only get better from here on. But it's this energy that we are seeing today, this interest, is it going to continue? Are we going to sit down and say, okay, yes, we know why we lost. This is what happened. Let's go stronger. Or it's going to be the other way around. So that actually keeps me awake. Other than that, election will come and go, and it's going to be very peaceful. Win or lose. Nothing will we do. I trust in Nigerian state. We'll do anyhow. We'll do anyhow, go see anyhow. That's the Nigerian state way. So
bring down the country.
Who you want? You want if you born a Bola Tinubu one of your house, you go see the landlord for another place. Even the Obi himself, he no go lose anything. Now me and you go see lose. Now me and you go fit burn our property where we no go get. So Nigeria will still continue to move. So, but the most important thing, the Nigerian state, they know how to do best. Who do anyhow, go see anyhow.
All right, Ovia, thank you. African Queen, last word.
The only thing that keeps me up at night is there are things. Just the first is, are they really going to conduct a free and fair election? Now, what with that, I can see my brother saying no, they won't. We're not even helping. You are not even helping. So whether they conduct, you are not even whether they conduct the free and fair election, it doesn't matter to you. He even favors you more now. Let Obi lose, so you prove a point, Abi. So that's okay. You're not even helping. So the thing is this, right? Now, Obi, looking at the trajectory of Obi, I like to kind of bring you down a bit. Obi has love, even more love outside Igbo land. That's what I'm seeing. From what I'm seeing, people love him beyond Igbo land. Yes, my brother, you can. I know maybe you have someone who you are supporting, but people love Obi beyond Igbo land, which is actually being seen today. So, and now you find out that he's appealing to the common people. So the problem is, if they do not conduct an election, free and fair election today, what is the country going to look like? For those people who think that this is their last chance. So now what I'm telling you is not just about the Igbos. The Nigerian commoners, the common people in Nigeria, the youth think that this is their last chance after what happened to them during EndSARS. So are you going to, this behemoth of crowd that is going to help, do you think that the status quo has what it takes to suppress them if they do not conduct a free and fair election? It's not going to be business as usual. Something has changed in Nigeria. So I'm afraid that, the truth is that if they do that, might actually get us to Biafra quicker than this thing you can do. I think the shortest way to get us to Biafra actually is, and to get Oduduwa is for them not to conduct a free and fair election. That is what I'm saying. So now, but the thing is that the price to be paid, is it worth it? So that is what keeps me awake at night. And also, the other part of it is that my brothers that are clamoring for Biafra, I'm a true Igbo girl. Whether you want to put me as a Biafran or as an Igbo, it doesn't matter. I know I can trace my ancestry, but the only thing is this. Please, if you are not going to support Obi, can you please leave him alone? Leave him alone and leave people that want to support alone. No, my dear, see, Alex, you don't have any say in that. See, listen, the thing is this, when people do that, right? When your own insanity stops, that's where the other person's own starts. So the thing is this, you have to maintain, you have to respect other people. What kind of Biafra is searching for that do not respect other people's opinion? You don't respect other people. What kind of Biafra is that? That's the problem I have right now. So the thing is this, if you will not support him, it's okay. But don't try to stop anyone. Because the way it is going now, you could have no plans. People are just creating mayhem. Nobody is listening to you. Even me, the average Igbo girl, is not listening to you. So how do you think anybody is listening to you? So at the end of the day, if you stop people from voting, you know what? Nigeria will vote. Do you know what? Somebody will win. Do you know what? Nigeria will go on. And let me tell you something. You're talking about if Obi doesn't go and come in, my dear, whoever next that comes in will not even feel anything for you. The journey will go on. So Alex, please, my brother, I know that you are a Yoruba man, you are my brother, but when it comes to brotherhood, it could be my cousin, but I'm talking to my brother now, that the only person that can actually listen to you is blood when it starts. Some friends are closer than blood, but the truth is, do not mess the water you're going. That's just what I want to tell you. At the end of the day, that's what you and I will scoop from and drink. That's what it is. So that's what keeps me up at night. So my people don't have a plan. They want Jeffrey, they don't have a plan. They're doing countdown that can change. Like when they go on strike. So that is the problem I have. They don't have any plan. They don't have any plan. They're giving our people problems, and they don't have any good plan. You see, now they are raising money. Dr. Damages, now they are raising money for ESL. I didn't hear oh, can we raise money for those out of school children who suddenly cannot afford to do anything? Marco is doing that. There are people that are doing that for their people. I've never heard it before. And they're telling me I'm fighting for what? That it's good to just spill the blood of Igbos because it's a price to pay. But you and I are here in America, and maybe our families are out here, and it's a price to pay. That's somebody's child. So, Dr. Damis, that's what keeps me up at night. How reckless they have in human life. That's what keeps me up at night.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody who joined us, especially those that watched at home, those that are commenting, even those that are making fun of us. We appreciate everybody. Without you, we are not going to be doing this. For those that joined us in the studio, I appreciate everybody. May subscribe. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Ovie, thank you so much for spending all this time with us. African Queen, thank you so much for your wonderful contribution. Echo, thank you so much for being the star, and I hope you keep shining. Keep giving them it. Giving.
Well done.
None of us win that together.
Give them hell, not me. Give them.
Not get high blood pressure. Nigerian problem will give you high blood pressure.
Echo, your intro song is supposed to be Pepe Demo.
Obi's story will not be complete without Echo in it. So that's a big achievement.
Echo, just so
that's
you know,
a big achievement. So
what you're going to do for me, give them Pepe out there, not me, not inside. You know, when you come here, out there, when you go out there. Like,
so she has succeeded in putting herself in the history.
The professor said, between so they go give me water like.
Alexo, support self-determination. Forget about this.
Alexo, thank you so much for joining us.
I wanted to respond for the card that she talked about. I don't know if you can give me.
Keep responding. We won't end.
Pastor, don't join. Making close prayer.
We have to end somehow. You know, there's another day tomorrow. Tomorrow after show where we can talk. John Abba. Justice, welcome. Thank you so much. We appreciate you today. Justice, can you hear me?
Pastor is going to cry for.
All right, Jonaba, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Are you going to church? It's too early to go to church.
Never too early. Every Nigerian will live in church. That is our order.
Forefathers, thank you so much for joining us today.
What kind of rubbish is that?
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Do you have anything to say, forefathers? I don't actually know what you think. Did you watch?
Which one? I didn't watch fully, but I saw the this guest talking about what was going on in the southeast. Okay. And obviously, I think he got most of it right. And I saw the video of Ojukwu talking about how the real issue is because the Igbos have been marginalized. And the part that to redeem that is to fight for equity instead of fighting for Biafra. And instead, the Biafra is the one that has had most of the noise. And I hope that, that fight for equity is where the focus should be. And these Biafran ones that are fighting for Biafra, they can carry on doing it, but they shouldn't be disruptive. They really shouldn't, because according to what all our politics say, if you do anyhow, you see anyhow. Basically, that because you can't keep disrupting the majority that wants a country that they can call home, that is secure for them, and that they want to have their children grow up in peace. We can't keep suffering like this. Our people have been suffering for too long. And obviously, regarding the event of the week, that everybody's talking about more, that's Peter Obi going to Chatham House and coming on live online. I was concerned. I don't know what I said today here last week or so, that he wasn't repeating the 1 million military strategy that he was looking to put in place. So I went there to have him confirm it, which he did. And he also went further to confirm the importance of getting these things done. So I was happy to get that. He's the only person, the only politician out of all the 4 presidential candidates I've spoken to that's answered that question straight. The others were with the waffle. They talk about technology. They talk about this. I was like, but you don't have the numbers in the first place. You know, so that's why most of the time he was talking, I was just saying yes, because we are in agreement. I can't refuse. I have to take yes for an answer. So if he decided to start waffling, then he would have seen that I would have been rough with him, because I'll be rough with him. I'm not going to allow him to just bamboozle me and he gets away with something that's fundamental to me anyway, and I believe it's fundamental to our nation and our people.
Yes.
So I'll leave it at that.
All right. Fathers, thank you so much for contributing, and you guys live in good.
That Atiku cannot climb stairs. Do you want to take that back, knowing that you've seen the man climb stairs several times, and say that was a slip of tongue?
Oh.
You know that he has climbed stairs before.
I've also seen Tinubu climb stairs.
So and you cannot say.
Imagine the climbing of
so
the stairs.
Are you saying that you know?
I'm not talking about being lifted like forklift.
Yeah.
I'm saying let him come and jump the staircase like my principal. I'm not talking about being able to lift your leg.
Okay,
no,
then telling me
fitness.
Okay,
I'm
well,
talking about the ability to do pam 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 pam. Let him come and do it.
But don't let us dwell on that. Don't let us dwell.
And anytime we can edit in front of camera, ain't go to say in Hollywood. But this is not Hollywood.
So.
Once you put camera for a face like this, you go just say in a Hollywood movie in the act.
Ability to climb, papa. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, and I will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
It's not letting us out. Okay, we ended. No. All right.